assumed only manual labor generates value. Thus, human capital does not generate value, and those who profit with inventing, investing, and managing others are stealing from workers. Thus, he rationalized stealing profits from owners under the pretext that those profits belong to workers because they
This is weird, I'm not gonna lie, that I had to start YouTube stream twice for it to work, so it's a bit frustrating. But here's what I want to do. I want to watch someone else talk about the capital. So the streamer it's a left-leaning streamer, and I'm gonna put it here. So I guess I am live. And it's gonna be Zora official, okay? Twitch. And here's the where is this? Okay. Let's go to videos. That's gonna be the last stream. Looking at this one, okay, cool. And let's go to, hopefully I can hear it. I think it was at 45, something like this.
All time too. It was just unfortunate because not only was I banned from Twitch, the worst part of this wasn't the ban that like I couldn't stream on here for a week.
Okay. So this is reading Marx. What I want to do, I want to obviously have a chat. See what the chat is writing. So I can make it as small as possible. But then I want to have my own, so I can write in my own chat. So here's mine. Okay, I'm gonna do this. And one thing I like to do is definitely bring back, first I want to get the link for my version and compare it to her version. So first is the links. Okay. Oh, nice. It's my own account, and now I can. I swear, moments ago, I actually did put in my chat something, and it worked, but it doesn't work now. Twitch, I don't know if it's a glitch or is it intentional, but it's incredibly frustrating that I cannot literally put any commands in my own chat unless I verify the account. So I have to use another account. Marxism is tapped test user. Okay. Wait. No. This is not what I want. I want this. Marxism tapped. Okay. Here we go. And I want to go to chat. I want to put in my chat. There we go. So do this. Okay, so I can do this. This is crazy. Why I cannot put in anything in my chat, my own chat? So what's the limitation? Why? I'm not sure I see the logic here. So you're a streamer, and I'm supposed to interact with viewers, and I can't because I have restriction. But I can talk, just cannot type. So I'm a streamer and I talk, but I cannot type in my own chat. Like, how does that make sense? Okay? This makes little sense to me. But let's do links. And let's see actually if I can hear myself. So actually we can do this here. So we can go to my chat. And go to YouTube. No, I'm gonna make a phone call real quick. We'll see. If I have a phone call, I have to pause it. I'm gonna mute myself. Come back. I wonder if I can actually pause this. I don't think I can pause the stream, can I? I can stop it. I don't think I can pause it. Okay. It's okay. So let's go. In the meantime, I'm gonna set it up because this is interesting. So I have this. It's a private. Okay, here. Start. Okay, let's do YouTube.
Marxism is test user.
Okay, here we go. I have TTS over there. I'm live. Okay, here we go. I have TTS over there. I'm live. Okay, here we go. I have. Okay, this is not bad. Okay, quality could be better, but alright. So now what do I want to do? So I'm going to be in this chat. And I'm going to move it. Make sure that I can. Actually, wait a second. I wanna be in my YouTube chat, not here. Right? So let me go to my YouTube. In my YouTube chat, not here. I'll just mute this thingy. How do I go to my YouTube chat? Should be here. Okay, and we're gonna do commands. Okay, wait. Why? Huh. There we go.
Marxism is test user. Set.
Cool.
Commands. Stream
Got
elements.
this.
Set. You can find a list of all commands here. https://streamelements.com/marxism-type-7881c/commands. Marxism is test user.
Okay.
Set. Commands.
Hmm.
Type it. Set.
Alright, so this is as small as it can be. I suppose, okay. That's fine. So let's do this one. Oh, that's good. Alright, I've gotta turn on this TTS because it's gonna be really disruptive. Alrighty now. Just in case I miss a message. No, because I'm gonna get. Let me use it. I mean. Put it back. So obviously I need two things. I need links. There's the links, right? I'm curious if I'm gonna have the same version. So I've got the version of the capital. Let's see if we have the same big introduction with the first volume. Okay. Alright, so let's scroll down and see where's the introduction. How big is it? Preface. Draw all these prefaces. I don't know. There's a 21 pages. Is there an introduction? Commodities. Okay. That's fine. Let's check this out. So let's get started.
The ban was I couldn't access my account. Nobody could, which means any of the links to like my other socials were unavailable. Speaking of, and then so no one was able to really find any of my socials, which kind of sucked. That pissed me off more than anything. So, but some such comparison can result only from the analysis of specific modes of production, each with its own economic logic and its own laws of motion. These cannot be superseded or be subsumed under eternal economic laws. We even push the analogy.
So this is introduction. Where is the introduction? Okay, in this way, Marxism and its crowning core, capital, are based upon the understanding of the relativity. Understanding of, okay, let's see if this one works. If I have the same version. Okay, understanding. Link of the understanding of the relativity. So that's the first problem. I don't have the same version. Okay. So first of all, where's this VOD? This is the VOD, but it will probably be changed. So it's only for time being. Okay. Here's the link. And
to its final conclusion, if one tries to find some basic common kernel in all anatomy, one leaves the realm of that specific science and enters another, biology or biochemistry. In the same way, if one tries to discover basic working hypothesis valid for all economic systems, one passes from the realm of economic theory to that of science of social structures, historical materialism. Then I'd agree you can use democratic structures to gain concessions, but violent seizure of power. Well, yeah, look, honestly, I do agree with that, Lenin. I just don't think we need to start the revolution. You know what I mean? I think we need to build up influence and power. The revolution is going to happen. Have you seen the state of politics? Banned, how dare they? I'm en route to Twitch HQ and give them a darn good thrashing, depriving me of the pleasure of chatting with you. Fucking based, man. Go get them. Get them. Bring socialism to Twitch. I mean, we'd have to take away Bezos' money first.
yeah, take his money away, but I'm not sure if that will work, since his money makes the whole Twitch possible. So, but it's a side issue.
By the way, speaking of me being banned from Twitch, I am working on getting my own domain up and running at some point in time, so that I'll be able to host stream on my own website, kind of like a .gg. Someone it was Oxpecker actually that recommended me to Whiteleaf, so I'm trying to see if I can get that going, and that way I can still cast out to Twitch and YouTube, but if I get banned, the stream is still on and open every day on my website, especially because I'm not subject to US law, not being inside the US. Is it basically the same psychology as trying to be quantitative with human behavior? Yes, actually. And that kind of does come up a bit here. It's not the same, but you're on the right track with how you're thinking there, Scars. So, in this way, Marx's economic theory and its crowning work, Capital, are based upon an understanding of the relativity, social determination, and historical limitations of economic laws. In the socioeconomic development of mankind, commodity production, market economy, or the distribution of social resources among different branches of products by objective economic laws, operating behind the back of producers, do not correspond to human nature and have not always existed. And
So that is an interesting thing. I would love to know more about this. How is the economic theory not corresponding to behavior of human nature if it's based on human nature? Meaning that human nature is such that you first are selfish for your own survival, and then you look for potentially benefit of others. And that's exactly what the economic theory is. And I think that the criticism of economic theory is not that it's not based on human nature, but it's not based on additional things that build human nature, like people being altruistic and being social and stuff like that. That is definitely kind of missing part a little bit in economics, so maybe more like in sociology, in other social sciences. So I would question that maybe.
will not always exist. This is true. Commodities were an invention. Hey, have you heard the good news? The idea of tariffs is about...
Commodities are an invention. I would need more explanation on this one, because the commodity itself, I think it's a thing of nature. You think about ants, growing some other creatures. I've forgotten what they are called. They are farming. Effectively, ants are farming. So they are getting commodities themselves. They're creating stuff. They're producing stuff. And yeah, they're doing this for the benefit of the queen, the whole colony. And but there is what did you say? I was train of thought.
Yes, actually, and will not always exist. This is true. Commodities were an invention. Hey.
So this is a part of nature. Commodities is part of nature. Like food products and stuff like that. That's what I'm too. I don't see how it's an invention. More like a discovery of something that's already existed. That would be my view.
Hey, have you heard the good news? The idea of tariffs is about... Yes, actually, if you hop onto my YouTube, I did a whole stream on it yesterday. I've also made a TikTok on the subject. Look at me, I'm actually trying to reach the youth on TikTok, even though I hate being on that app. What you got here? Let's have a look. Oh, you're just linking my stream from yesterday. Nice, thank you. Yeah, so Capital, explaining the origins of the capitalist mode of production, points towards the inevitable historical decline and fall of the same social system. An economic theory based upon the historical relativity of every economic system, its strict limitations in time, tactlessly reminds Messrs. The capitalists, their hangers-on, and their apologists that capitalism itself is a product of history. It will perish in due course as it was once born. This is...
So I'm not sure that is correct, because capitalism as it is has always been around. It was just kind of fought over, so people were always trading. So capitalism, in my view, the simplest idea is just trading. So person A trades with person B, even within the family. So when you have a family, they trade, right? So the mother takes care of kids and the father goes and hunts animals, okay, and protects the family. That's a trade. They are exchanging things. So it's specialization. So that is actually part of nature, I would think. The capitalism ideas of trade. And it's hard for me to see that this is something that has kind of emerged. It's more like we've fought over the capitalism because people wanted to rule other people, like kings and queens and stuff like that. So they would actually not allow capitalism to grow. But it has been always there. Like it's a natural state of things, in my view.
True. Capitalism was an inevitable part of moving from like hunter-gatherers to community like agriculture to monarchy and feudalism.
So, hunter-gatherers society was capitalistic, right? Based on the exchanges and the free market and stuff. You had groups in the tribe that would do hunting and groups that would do hunting, and then some gatherers, fishers, whatever, right? And so that's actually the basic concept of like the exchange.
All the way, like there is a direct line of evolution of economic systems up until where we're at now. Now, the only reason we haven't evolved further is because those in the capital class don't want us to.
No, I would disagree. I think the only reason we didn't evolve because we were never evolving. Number one, and number two is because it is an ultimate natural state of things. Okay, we might want to change it because we live in a society, and you know, the inequalities has become so big that we start to see that it might create some issues in a society. However, capitalism itself has always been there. So inequalities is within the building of any society.
As so will socialism and then communism. I would say eventually, yes. However,
So, I guess when you think about it, maybe you think about ants, right? Ants would be like a purely communist society where individual is kind of worthless unless it's part of the group and it only serves the group, not it himself herself. So I guess that you're advocating for us to become kind of an ant type of entity, but you can see that if that's such society, you've got to have some sort of guiding thing, like you have a queen, okay? That is, everything is around the queen, and you cannot have like, you know, everybody doing whatever they want to do. There's got to be some sort of order.
For me, the end goal isn't communism, Lenin. The end goal for me is closer to anarchism than communism. Not.
So anarchism, I wonder if it's evolution towards anarchism or actually going back to the past. I think that we start with anarchism, and you know, if that's the end result, then it's going to where we started, which I think would be going backwards.
In like full anarchy, but I do believe that you don't need a state to control the people. We don't need the state. I'm not
It's not the state. You need some rules. Okay? So think about family. Family unit is like a little, you know, country. Okay? And you have somebody who makes decisions. Somebody who is more important than other. And there is hierarchy. Because that's how it has to work. And somebody makes decision for the whole family. And you think that a family itself is a state, but yeah, it's necessary for order.
Anti-state, and this is long in the future. Like, this is not current goals that we're working towards, one step at a time, you know, guys? This is generations from now, maybe. But I do think that this course of development...
And I suggest this will never happen unless we turn into some kind of ants. Yeah, maybe. But biologically, we are independent, selfish creatures that can live completely on their own. And in that sense, I cannot see this happening at all. Because this is not a natural state of things.
Does eventually lead to a classless, stateless society, rather than just a classless society. Does that make sense?
So, in my view, classless and stateless society would effectively no longer be society. So you cannot call it society. It's just a group of people, but not a society. Because if nothing connects you, then you're not connected and you're not part of anything, right? In order to be part of something, you need to be connected with something. And that would be no longer society.
Sense. So, A new social form of economic organization will then take the place of its capitalist one, as in socialism, which is the most likely definition. Communism is by definition without a state. Is it by definition without a state? I mean, like, yes, it is, but actually, save this one for Wednesday, Lennon. This is interesting. I don't want to lose this conversation in this right now. If it's still Wednesday, because I have thoughts on that. Because yes, by definition, it is stateless. However, the systems that are in place, I think, could be altered to produce further freedom than in and of itself the way that both of our definitions of communism fit, you know? Nevertheless, capital does not exclusively deal with capitalist mode of production, although the discovery of the laws which govern this mode of production is its fundamental objective. Capitalist production is generalized commodity production. Generalized commodity production fully unfolds, trends, and contradicts.
I gotta sit down. Yeah, that makes sense to sit down. Standing and too much for me. Gotta bring a chair. Okay. Now it's gonna be better. Hopefully I can be heard still. Actually, I think the mic is pretty good. And that, so yeah. Alright, let's go.
Which are latent in every one of the basic cells of commodities. It is no accident that Marx starts Capital Volume 1 with an analysis neither of the capitalist mode of production, nor of capital, nor of wage labor, nor of even relations, nor of the relations between wage labor and capital. For it's impossible to analyze any of these basic concepts or categories, which correspond to the basic structure of a capitalist society, scientifically, totally, and adequately, without a previous analysis of value, exchange value, and surplus value. We're going to be defining a lot of these words. Honestly, I do kind of just want to skip to Chapter 1. Stateless, moneyless class society in which workers own the means of production. Yes, but how that's employed. The details of that, Lenin. That, in and of itself, I like. I agree with that idea. But there is nuance and, like...
Stateless, moneyless, classless society in which workers own and control the means of production. Yeah. How would that work? Like, how would that work? Okay. All right, let me test them out. Okay, I'm gonna check. How's the mic? Oh, mic is good. Okay. And is it here? Was it here? No, it's about this part. Okay. Obviously, okay. Let's go back.
a way of enacting this, a way of setting up a system in order for it to continue that I have probably some differing opinions with you on. The UK could be going back to monarchy. The UK, like, kind of already is back. Guys, not to say that the king makes decisions, but more the House of Lords. Starmer's really upset the public here, and there's a growing outcry in strength asking His Majesty King Charles to dissolve the parliament, sack Starmer, and assume control. I honestly would not be surprised if the British just willingly succeeded to monarchy with no base of democracy. That would not shock me in the slightest. I saw the polls today of what it looks like. Reform is gaining quite a long bit. Honestly, I'd rather have the king than the Reform Party be in control of the UK, so long live His Majesty King Charles. Better than the Nazis.
King Charles better than the Nazis? Okay.
Again, like many things are better than the Nazis, including kings. Why as humans do we think that the current thing isn't working, so we should try the thing that failed already? Well, this hasn't been applied, Scar. That's the thing. The reason that...
Well, elements of this were applied, and those elements failed. So, unless you would claim that the elements did not work because they had to be all working together, then you cannot say that it wasn't tried. Also, if the elements are so unstable, then the system is unstable, right? So the elements on their own definitely should be working just fine, and then you put them together and make it better. But if you have elements that, if you have only a couple of things and they don't work, like, you know, law can still work well in dictatorial system. You know, rule of law, you can still have it, the property rights and stuff like that. You don't need democracy for that. And but obviously certain things like the public ownership really doesn't work under the communism. And whether this is going to be with other elements, I don't think will work. I think the only way for communism to work is if humans change dramatically. They are different than they are right now. So the biggest problem probably is the assumption about humans themselves, not the idea.
Like, people like me and Lenin want to try socialism is because it's never been done correctly. That's the issue.
And again, if it would be done correctly, then any kind of variation from it would collapse it like it collapsed the other ones, right? So obviously what has been tried in the past had elements, and those elements resulted in disasters, and if that's the case, then the system is effectively unstable.
It's that every, like, example that you have, whether it's the Soviet Union, whether it's the CCP, whether it's Yugoslavia, whether it's Cuba, none of these are systems that were enacted in a way that results in good outcomes.
Yeah, they were implemented in such a way that they didn't result in good outcomes because the elements they introduced were wrong. They didn't work. Just because they don't work. I don't think there is any mystery about it. Humans are primarily selfish, and only after that they are more social, not the other way around.
It's not just the theory. The theory needs to be taken out of this and applied into the context of our, like, current society, the material conditions in which we exist in, and alter this theory to what best fits in our current.
Wow. Theory is, I think, by definition, the theory, the general theory. Like, you want to have it so it works under different conditions. You can do, like, you know, theory under different conditions, but that's part of the theory as well. If you want to say that you want to change the theory, then it's not a theory, in my view.
Contextual society. Marx was not God. You know. Oh, sorry, I'm retrying the monarchy system, not socialism. Oh, that's just because the British are, like, cooked. Sorry, like, the UK has essentially just given in. If the king puts out the call, I would back him. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. The UK's cooked. The king is the better option, considering your government is either incompetent or evil. And those are the only two options. At least in America, we have evil, incompetent, or grifter. You guys just have evil and incompetent, because everyone in power is already...
Evil and incompetent? So is the world so bad, really? Like this, I definitely cannot see.
Like an aristocrat, they're already the bourgeoisie. No one's gaining power. No one's grifting to become part of it. Sharia law, UK 2030. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. This is true, and I would honestly go as far as saying the British are pretty insane right now. We're firmly behind the king, and okay, whatever. Go for it, guys. Give it a go. Let's see how it turns out. I mean, America's trying Russian oligarchy, and Israel's trying, like, Nazism, so might as well have the English try monarchy, see how it goes. Anyway, but these latter categories in turn hinge upon an analysis of the commodity and the commodity producing labor. Yeah, you know what? We're skipping to chapter 1. I want chapter 1. Really? Postface to the second edition. God damn. So it's not even just in an introduction, it was also a postface. Cool, whatever. Kings are low-key better than the oligarchy. ATP, why try and hit 100 targets when you can hit 1? No comment. Actually, comment. But not an important one. You just got me off track. I know we're doing Marx, but we're also having fun. It's Thanksgiving. Allow me to enjoy myself here a little bit. I want to show you guys a video that, like, I watched yesterday, and it had me genuinely howling with laughter. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here you are. Bear with me. Ah, here we go.
My problem with guns is
Now, I hope this isn't copyright because this is a comedian, but have a look.
I don't buy either side's arguments completely, right? So the conservative argument is that guns are written in the Constitution because the founding fathers thought if all the citizens have guns, the government will have to do what they say, or else the people will rise up and fight the government, right? Which is a legitimately great idea in the 1700s. But the problem is there's still people now hoarding weapons, thinking that at some point they may need to take on the American military, and they think they have a shot, right? And look, maybe they're right, which is why I'm proposing we test their theory and once a year have a head-to-head showdown.
I'm fully in favor of this one, by the way.
Say 100 members of the NRA versus, I don't know, 2 members of the military. Broadcasted on Fox Christmas Day. Like, Merry Christmas and welcome to the 2022 NRA Military Showdown. Let's go down to the field of battle, meet one of our NRA combatants. Sir, what's your name? What kind of weapon do you work with? He's like, my name's Andy Baker, and I got an AR-15, wearing Kevlar head to toe.
This is the median voter in America, by the way. That's Andy Baker. That is, like, generally the average of American men.
How confident are you, scale of 1 to 10? Fucking a million. We're gonna check in with the military real quick, and they cut to one guy by himself in a bunker, and he's like, my name's Staff Sergeant Jeremiah Walker. And they're like, Jeremiah, what kind of weapon you work with? And he's like, look, I don't know if this is fair, but I'm working with a drone.
We've been saying this shit for years. Like, all these idiots that are hoarding guns, like, oh, I have to protect myself from government tyranny. Literally, you're just gonna get drone striked.
Yeah, it's equipped with 8 Hellfire missiles and a high-powered camera. As you can see on this monitor here, the NRA fellas are actually in just one big cluster.
So, going to your point, Lennon, yeah. But also, like, we have to understand the mindset of the population. Like, me showing this wasn't just because it's funny. It is quite funny. However, it literally applies to what we're talking about in that we do need to change the social, like, systems in place before we can move on to something like this.
No. Let's go to Capital. So this is which page? Okay. How far are we? Oh crap. Right, let's go. Oh jeez. Okay. I'll go here. There's a block here. So let's go to commodity. This is page 25 for me. Commodities, yeah. So where is she? She's got the commodity. Chapter 1, or is it commodities? I think commodities. No. Let's see what she's got. That was the first sentence. The 2 factors of the commodity: use value and value. Substance, magnitude, value. Okay. Okay. So let's go to the commodity. Commodities. Substance value. Okay. The wealth of the societies. The wealth of the commodity value. Okay. The commodities. Okay. Cool. The wealth of the society in which the capitalist mode of production prevails. Okay. I think I'm good. Production prevails. Okay. Let's go.
But the way to do that, I even explained yesterday, is talk about it. We watched Joe Rogan with Bernie Sanders yesterday. We watched a clip of him saying, pay more money, you Republican fuck. That was Joe Rogan saying it. Go on these programs, go out into public, run for office, run for your state legislature, become a governor of your city, take part in electoral politics, not because we're going to enact socialism through it, but to protect yourself from Nazis and to protect yourself from when the inevitable collapse of our government and society comes, we are not hated. We have some kind of, we have at least some level of...
So my comment about the collapse of the government in capitalism is that I believe that was the Cold War idea. And socialists thought that they're gonna outlast capitalists, capitalists who thought they will outlast the socialists, and I think that capitalists outlasted socialists. So, you know, I thought this was settled. That it's the socialism that will eventually collapse sooner or later, rather than capitalists.
Trust in our ideology, and it makes us easier. It gives us an ability to more easily take power. And yes, get guns to protect yourself from Nazis, not the government. And you learn how to use them. Don't just buy a gun. Go take some classes. And look up the laws in your state. Oh, also, speaking of, if the laws in your state allow you to, hollow point bullets are the ones you want, because those are the ones that expand when they hit the target and are much less likely to go through and hit another person. In the case of, self-defense from Nazis in your home. You'll probably want something like that, and that way it won't ricochet off the walls and accidentally hit you in the face. Hi, I'm Jack Biden. Oh, Jill just... Cool. Lovely. Thanks, Joe Biden. Or is I Jack Biden? So, the two factors of the commodity, use value and value, substance of value and the magnitude of value. So, we're going to be learning some words here today. The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities. The individual commodity appears in its elementary form. Our investigation, therefore, begins with the analysis of the commodity. You are in a socialist Twitch streamer's chat. So, the commodity is, first of all, an external object, a thing in which, through its quality, satisfies human need of whatever kind. The nature of these needs, whether they...
How is that? Is the architect project of the house, is that a commodity? Right? Is the idea a commodity? Is an invention a commodity? Can you sell it? Right? So an idea on paper, I mean, it's obviously physical paper, but the idea for a great invention, is that a commodity? And I think, at least people think it is because they can buy it and sell it. But according to this definition, it doesn't seem that this is included.
arise, for example, from the stomach or the imagination makes no difference. Nor does it matter how much a thing satisfies human need of whatever kind. The nature of these needs, whether they arise, for example, from the stomach or the imagination, makes no difference. Nor
From the imagination, so it's a perception versus reality, right?
Nor does it matter how much a thing satisfies man's needs, whether directly as a means of subsistence, or as an object of consumption, or indirectly as a means of production. Mods, can you banish this man to the Shadow Realm? Every useful thing, for example, iron, paper, etc., may be looked at from the 2 points of view of quality and quantity. Every useful thing is a whole composed of many properties. It can therefore be useful in various ways. The discovery of these ways, and hence the manifold uses of things, is the work of history. So also is the invention of socially recognized standards of measurement for the quantities of these useful objects. We're going back to the basics. Thank you, Lennon, for that. Now, citations, it's from Marx. 2. I really should be checking these citations while I read them. That's 1. Where is 2? Find me. There it is. So, this, it doesn't matter. We know all this. Things have intrinsic virtue. This is Barbone's special term for use value, which...
Okay, let's see how far she can go. I'm afraid she may not go as far as I'm interested in. Because I'm primarily interested in chapter 7. Chapter 7, section 2. Production of surplus value. That is my take. Okay.
All places have the same virtue. As a lodestone to attract iron, the magnet's properties of attracting iron only became useful once it has led to the discovery of magnetic polarity. As in, like, a value can exist in an object whether we are aware of it or not. It does not necessarily go into the equation that we're making of its use value because we haven't discovered it yet. However, the object's use value may in time rise because of a discovery or a technological advancement. Less than some youngsters making most of the internet before it's banned and you can't use it. Yeah, I forgot. We passed it. Thank the gods. We actually passed the ban 16 and under from the internet, or sorry, from social media law in Australia. I'm very, very happy about that. Might have a couple less Nazi kids now. So the diversity measures for commodities arise in part from the diverse nature of the objects to be measured and in part from convention. The usefulness of a thing makes it a use value. The natural worth of anything consists in its fitness to supply the necessities or serve the conveniences of human life. I mean, this is according to John Locke. This is what use value would be. In English letters in the 17th century, we still often find the word worth used for use value and value for exchange value. This is quite in accordance with the spirit of language that likes to use a Teutonic word for the actual thing and a Romance word for the reflection. By the way, if any of you do not know a word, do not feel ashamed to ask and have me Google it. German, Indo-European language family. That's what that means. I'm like, there's a lot of words in here I'm not going to know either. This was written in the 1800s, so. This usefulness does not dangle in midair. It's conditioned by the physical properties of the commodity and has no existence apart from the latter. It's therefore the physical body of the commodity itself, for instance, iron, corn, a diamond, which is the use value or useful thing. This.
Yeah, again, there is nothing about the design. What is the value of the design of the commodity? Does this have a value? And I just don't see it.
Property of a commodity is independent of the amount of labor required to appropriate its useful qualities. When examining use values, we always assume that we're dealing with a definite quantities, such as dozens of watches, yards of linen, tons of iron. The use values of commodities provide the material for a special branch of knowledge, namely the commercial knowledge of commodities. There, second. Too many to Google? No, genuinely, like if you don't know a word, at least ask. You might not have to Google it. I might just be able to define it for you. The whole point of this is to learn, isn't it? You know? If you're not understanding the words, you can't quite learn. I'm just a poor peasant, don't know, don't many words, so you could be busy on Google. Just ask. I'm back. Did we get to real communism haven't been tried yet part? Yeah, got to that a bit earlier. We went even a bit further. We talked about post-communist society, at least in my perspective. So 5, we're looking at here, do the use value of commodities. In bourgeois society, the legal fiction prevails that each person, as a buyer, has an encyclopedic knowledge of commodities. This is true. You are expected to know how valuable things are when you buy them, and they will lie to you if you don't.
No. You don't have to, actually. That's the wrong assumption. You bid, and then you discover it by bidding higher and higher. So at some point, you're going to say, oh my God, this is too high. Why? Because something else is more valuable than this. So the value of something is only relative to something else. So if you have a better alternative to spend your dollar, you know, a commodity will be worth less or more to you, right? If there's no other product, it's going to be worth more. If there's many other products, it's going to be worth less. So, of course, we do not know exactly what the value is, and it's kind of relative to other opportunities.
Forgive me for my atrocious typing. It's my age. I'm used to chalk and slate. Your typing is just fine. And goddamn, I forget that you're like 50, aren't you, Backaz? You're like 45 or something. We just read 5. I'm really bad at keeping my position. Here we go. Use values are only realized verwirklicht. Verwirklicht. I'm gonna try and pronounce the German words every now and again. Hey, 54. Use mommy is back. Hell yeah. In use or in our consumption. So use values are only realized in use or in consumption. They constitute the material content of wealth, whatever its societal form may be. In the forms of society to be considered here, there are also material bearers, Träger of exchange value. In use or in our consumption. So use values are only realized in use or in consumption. They constitute the material content of wealth, whatever its societal form may be. In the forms of society to be considered here, there.
Just like food has a value because it makes me live, right?
Are also material bearers, Träger of exchange value. Now, what a disgusting troon. Thank you, Tony Blendet, for that. I very much appreciate the slurs. Makes me so happy. Exchange value appears first of all the quantitative relations and the proportions in which use values of one kind exchange for use values of another kind. As in, value consists in the exchange relation between one thing and another, between a given amount of one product and a given amount of another. Guys, by the way, mods, please just go ahead and like kick anyone who's not actually engaging with this, because this is learning time, and if they're not trying to learn, then it doesn't matter. They have no worth in being here. So, 6. This relation changes constantly with time and place, hence exchange values appears to be something accidental and purely relative. And consequently an intrinsic value, i.e. an exchange value, that is inseparable inseparably connected with the commodity. Inherent to it seems a contradiction in terms. Let us consider that more closely. Again, as we've said a few times here, every one of these things has to be related, but we have to start from the very bottom of what is value. Value is a thing that needs to be defined before we can get to use value, before we get to exchange value. This is building up the system of how capital works, how capitalism works. If you don't ask questions, you get the boot, you hear? If you don't ask questions, that's fine. Just start from the very bottom of what is value. Value is a thing that needs to be defined before we can get to use value, before we get to exchange value. This is building up the system of how capital works, how capitalism works. If you don't ask questions, you get the boot, you hear? If you don't ask questions, that's fine. Just engage, guys. Nothing can have intrinsic value, or as Butler says, the value of a thing is just as much as it will bring. For what it's worth is anything but so much money as full. I hate having to read something written in 1800. God damn it. Whatever. A given commodity, a quarter of wheat, for example, is exchanged for X boot polish. Here we get to some actual equation stuff. Y silk or Z gold. In short, it is exchanged for other commodities in the most diverse proportion.
So what page is she on? Let's see, she's on page. Wait, she's on page 127 already? Oh god. What the heck? A given commodity. Wow. This is very different. Very different.
Wisebot
Huh.
said, Bustin silhouette new follow, S, Red Heart Omlagot _006 Red Heart, welcome.
Oh.
196 followers, plus 18. Only
Got some message. A given commodity, a quarter of wheat is exchanged for X by plane. Just page 27. Yeah. Example of quarter. Man, there's no way. Okay, is it actually the same line? No, it's even, oh my god.
Therefore, the wheat has many exchange values instead of one. Now, again, this is before we have created money. Money doesn't exist yet. We're building up to the idea of a single commodity, money, which can be exchanged for every other commodity, anything else, in a way that is stable and consistent, and money, the first commodity, commodity A in this case, has a intrinsic value that does not relate to the commodity that it's being exchanged for. The exchange value of the commodity that you're buying does not change the value.
Well, money is a paper, yeah. Kind of is a commodity, it's a paper, but I don't know if it's a commodity as any other commodity, because it really just represents like a nominal value. So I don't think money has an exchange value. It's just representation of value, but it's like, yeah, I'm not sure if it's a commodity, but maybe it is.
Value of the base commodity of money. But X boot polish, Y silk, Z gold each represent the exchange value of 1/4 of wheat. Therefore, X boot polish, Y silk, or Z gold must, as exchange values, be mutually replaceable or identical magnitude. It follows from this, firstly, the valid exchange values of particular commodities express something equal, and secondly, exchange value cannot be anything other than the mode of expression, the form of appearance of content distinguishable from it. As in, again, there's no exchange value in trading, as we're going to see in a minute, a coat for a coat. If you have one coat and you are trading that as a commodity for another coat, this has no exchange value. You are exchanging use value here. They have standardized currency. So this is before currency. We've gone back to the very basics. We're talking about, we have to understand
Well, I think there's a currency. You could basically have something that's useful, like pencils, serve as exchange. Like, it's useful. Pencils are useful, so you can basically say that a sheet of paper is worth half a pencil, you know, or maybe a car is worth 1 billion pencils, and but it would be an actual product. So that would.
And how currency even came about before we can talk about anything else, sentient Jew slave. This is like pre-currency economics. But again, this is like volume 1 of 3 volumes. It can always be represented by an equation in which a given quantity of corn is equated to some quantity of iron. For instance, 1/4 of corn equals a quarter of corn. And similarly, must their system is depending on as well as value before that gas comes after. All of this is a direct evolutionary line. But yes, you are correct that we didn't design. This is what the areas in straight line expression totally greater natural propagation from the use value. Or as old we have some you don't understand, make things easier by making them be a thing that like occur like creation of money. Currently, as in they could be used to create other things, they are both a physical object that has a measurable quantities, while as exchange values they can only differ.
Yeah, again, what about the design of the machine? The idea to make stuff. Does this have any value?
In quality. How useful the object is to you does not relate to its exchange value. If we then disregard the use value of commodities, only one property remains, that being the products of labor. But even the product of labor has already been transformed in our hands.
Well, again, you're omitting the value that's come from just the design of it. And yeah, it's just got to be labor, right, involved in it. But it doesn't. Marx doesn't seem to include it.
If we make abstractions from its use value, we abstract also from the material constituents and forms which make it a use value, make it into. Again, it's the old English. Sorry for the misspeaks. It is no longer a table, a house, a piece of yarn, or any other useful thing. All its sensuous characteristics are extinguished, nor is it any longer a product of the labor of the joiner, the mason, the spinner, any kind of particular product also disappeared. So like the real shit here. So I'm excited to get to read through all of this with you guys. You all voted for it. We're gonna read all 3 volumes. There's only so far that theory can take you, and you don't need. There's no like required reading to be able to advocate for social change. This is just like we're learning here, you know. But none of this is necessary. You could just skip this video and still be a functional socialist.
Yeah, but then you don't understand what you're standing for. This is sort of the communist Bible, and you don't know the Bible. You really don't know what you stand for. That's the problem, right?
You could still advocate for the decommodification of our like economy, the redistribution of the means of production to those of the working class. None of these things need you to read all of this to understand, you know? They can no longer be distinguished, but are all together reduced to the same kind of labor, human labor in the abstract. Now, this is the capitalist mode. By congealing all labor into just human labor, it takes away from the distinguishing characteristics of each different kind of labor and assigns a value to each that wouldn't necessarily, you know, apply. I feel like the currency of management.
Oh, wait. So maybe that's how the theft happens. So you have all this labor that is involved, but if you distinguish it and you take out the labor that's done by the capitalists, then you steal it from them and you give it to the workers.
Rather than employees is better measure of value of labor than not. The higher the number of managers, the less valuable labor is. Well, true. I also don't necessarily think you need any managers.
Currency of managers, rather than the employers, is a better measure of the value of labor than not. The higher the number of managers, the less valuable labor is. Not necessarily, but
I mean, like, there's ways of organizing that can be argued. Workers' co-ops, for example, or you can consider that a
you still need. You're saying it's impossible to do managers? No, you need somebody to coordinate stuff at least.
a type of manager. But in our current system, I do.
Okay, think about music. Can you play music without a conductor? Potentially. but complicated music cannot be. So actually this is a this is actually a good example. So is a conductor making a difference when it comes to music? So okay, question. Alright. Yeah. In surplus value, even though value, we have conductor. Okay. No. Oh God. Here we go.
Agree. The more people that there are whose job it is to look over the workers and not actually engage with them, not produce any value, not do the labor, then the less valuable the labor does tend to be. However, we're going to get into how labor is quantified, qualified, and assigned a value throughout this. Now, this whole first chapter is pretty much about this. Let us now look...
Wait a second. You're saying that managers make labor less valuable by overseeing them? So a teacher who is grading students Okay. Wow. It's crazy.
Look at the residue of the products of labor. There is nothing left of them in each case, but the same phantom-like whole first chapter to be. However, we're going to get into how labor is quantified, qualified, and assigned a value throughout this. Now, this whole first chapter is pretty much about this. Let us now look at the residue of the products of labor. There is nothing left of them in each case.
Wait. So there's residue of product of labor. Maybe this surplus that is being stole from the capitalists. Let's see.
But the same phantom-like objectivity, they are merely congealed quantities of homogeneous human labor. Human labor, power expended without regard for the form of its expenditure. All of these things now tell us is that human labor power has been expended to produce them. Human labor is accumulated in them as crystals of this social substance, which is common to all of them. They are values, commodity values. The commodity's value comes from the labor that is infused into the commodity through the making of the commodity. Does that make sense? And this is what the...
Yeah, but someone has to teach workers and someone has to coordinate it. That doesn't add to the value.
downside is this is how it harms labor, because it congeals all the different forms of labor into just human labor power, and then that one base congealed human labor power is used to assign the value of the commodity based on the amount of that human labor power that was put into the creation of said commodity. Warenwert. I think I said that right. If I have any German speakers in the chat, please let me know how my pronunciation is, because I'm going to definitely try. We have seen that when commodities are in relation of exchange, their exchange value manifests itself as something totally independent of their use value. But if we abstract from their use value, there remains their value, as it has just been defined. The common factor in the exchange relation, or in the exchange.
So there's a new value. So you're saying there's a value on the market, and there's the actual value, and I guess that the value on the market. So a salesman, okay, does marketing, okay, add to the value. Does sales person add to the value of the product, of the commodity? You know? With all these people, like, yeah.
Value of the commodity is therefore its value, the base value. The progress of the investigation will lead us back to the exchange value as a necessary mode of expression or form of appearance of value. For the present, however, we must consider the nature of value independently of its form of appearance. Erscheinungsforms. The E isn't silent? Warenwerting. Cool, thank you. The workers are far more valuable than the managers. You can have as many. Well, the managers don't produce commodities. They're not putting in labor. The manager, like the amount of labor the manager expends compared to that of the worker is minuscule.
Wow. The amount, wait a second. So, okay. It's a duty of the managers, okay? In the surplus value, this is the duty of the managers to deliver all the products to the workers. Okay? Crap, where is that? I have a quote. So the contribution of the manager is minuscule. Wow, so this is, okay, so basically that's how this still happens. You make managers worthless, even though they do contribute to value. They don't deserve it, so you take it away from them. So, are you saying that, okay, right? That failing company who can turn the business around, the contribution is that new is minuscule. Even though, even though it may mean the difference between and profit. Really? So you have to compare it obviously to the alternative. So if you do nothing and you do something, holy cow, that's crazy. Let me see this. Yeah. So, where is, okay. Okay, so here's something that the capitalist has to do. Okay, so this is somewhere else, right? But what are the material factors of, but whether, let's see. Wait. Of course, I screwed up, I'm on the wrong. Ah! No! Show chat. Okay. The heck, this, okay. I see this, it's not like and more. Okay, can we just get rid of this? Please, can you? Can't. Okay, fine. So we're gonna go here. I'm gonna search for what are the material factors. Weather. Come on. Okay, so how do I search for it? Yeah. Okay, this is the iron. Weather. There. Okay, but whether the material factors of the process are normal quality or not depends not upon the laborer, but entirely upon the capitalist. So this is a huge role. This is what Marx said, that the capitalist's role is actually big. Without him or her, this would not exist. Okay? He has to make sure that it's done the proper way. So the contribution is as big as can be. So I think it's kind of unfair. This is how this still happens. You just don't give managers contribution. They create extra value, and you rationalize stealing from the managers for their work with this theory.
The manager is the bourgeoisie. They are the capital class. If you are the manager above the proletariat working, then you are the bourgeoisie. And pronounced like Waren Wirt. Thank you, Waren Wirt. Getting there. I did do Duolingo during like COVID, but I
okay. So you know, wow, that's crazy.
slacked on it a bit. So the entire idea is anti-union watching. Kinda, yeah. A use value or useful article, therefore, has value only because of abstract human labor. It objectifies, like as I said. Vergegenständigt. I'm arguing you can measure how valuable employees are based on the number of managers. I don't think you necessarily can, sentient Jew slave. I do think that your general correlation of higher managers does equal less like productivity of labor, but I'm not necessarily.
Wait a second. More managers means less productivity? So if you have more teachers at school, then students learn less and are less productive. Wow. Okay, I cannot buy this. Okay, so yeah. So if you have more mods in the stream then the stream chat becomes worse. Because mods are effectively supervisors hired by streamer. So that's a crazy idea.
Necessarily sure that that is a base thing that you can apply. I know that the W's are V's. I've been trying to do that, but yeah, it's the E's and the A's that get me. How then is the magnitude of this value to be measured? By means of the quantity of the value forming substance, the labor, contained in the article. This quantity is measured by its...
Yeah. Oh, welcome. Here's a question. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because they're like winners. Yeah. Yeah.
Duration and the labor time is itself measured on the particular scale of hours and days. Now we're defining the value of labor, and again, that's based on the amount of time the labor took, not the amount of energy expended necessarily. Not yet, at least. It does have a factor, but not anywhere near as much as just time, because we are now at the point of all human labor is the same. This is the factory era, you know, the Industrial Revolution, where people just got shoved into factory jobs all next to each other. All of their labor was congealed into one, and their labor...
Okay, so what time is it? This is at 1:16. Yeah. At 1:16. I'm on making chat wars. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So here we go. Crap. Where is it? Here.
Its worth was measured by time. It might seem that if the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor expended to produce it, it would be more valuable the more unskillful and lazy the worker who produced it, because he would need more time to complete the article. However, the labor that forms the substance of value is equal.
Well, isn't the purpose of managers to make sure that workers are not lazy? Which means that the managers can actually make workers more productive, because workers would be less lazy, because somebody's supervising them. So it's like coaches. Wait a second. Are coaches worthless? On teams worthless? Like, can a coach make a football team better or worse? Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait. Oh. Yeah. Okay, yeah, of course I can't type in here. Thank you, Twitch. Apparently I don't deserve the right to write in my own stream. Thank you very much. I did not earn the right to literally manage my own stream. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, coaches are managers, right? So coaches are managers. Are you saying their value is minuscule? Even if even if they can make a difference of whether team wins or loses. Wow. Okay, this is hard to stomach, I'm not gonna lie. But maybe there's a good reason for it, you know?
Human labor. The expenditure of identical human labor power, the total labor power of a society, which is manifested in the values of the world of commodities, counts here as one homogeneous mass of human labor power. Although composed of innumerable individual units of labor power, each of these units is the same as any other, to the extent that it has the same characteristics of a socially average unit of labor power and acts as such. It only needs, in order to produce a commodity, the labor time which is necessary on an average, or in other words, is socially necessary. Socially necessary labor time is the labor time required to produce any use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society and within the average degree of skill intensity of labor prevalent in that society. Now, that is a very big part of this. It is necessarily defined socially, and this is what I mean by you cannot separate economics from social theory. They both are intertwined. One affects the other. They both are
economics and social. Okay, this one I don't understand, because you can have economics alone, just money, and social theory is something else. Like, you don't need to have society, really. I mean, you know, just two people who agree, they will respect their property value after the exchange, but there's nothing social about that. Like, I don't see this. I just don't see how you must have some kind of social
separate economics from social theory. They both
like social theory depends what you mean by social theory, but I don't see it.
Both are intertwined. One affects the other. They both are required to function in ways that complement each other.
I don't see how. So it depends what you mean, but I absolutely don't see that.
If you have one that is the entire opposite and the counterpoint to the other, like if we had socialist style social policy, as in like more freedom, more libertarian social policy, libertarian socialism, but we still have capitalism, these two would conflict and it would not have good outcomes. Again, even just like if any form of capital exists, it will always inevitably lead back to capitalism anyway. So now, an example of this is the introduction of the power loom into England, for example, probably reduced by 1/2 the labor required to convert a given quantity of yarn into woven fabric. In order to do this, the English hand loom weaver, in fact, needed the same amount of labor time as before, but the product of the individual hours of labor now only represented half an hour of social labor, and consequently fell to 1/2 its former value. As in,
wait, so who made that happen? Don't we have to give contribution to someone who actually came up with this, so that labor is more efficient, right? Like somebody who maybe designed better machine, organized it better, specialized people. Doesn't that actually make this happen at all? And shouldn't we give value to those, right? These managers, these coaches, these conductors that make things better.
the technological advancement that makes commodities easier to produce will reduce their value.
I mean, it's even the better workers who can help other workers and arrange the work. Don't we have to give them some extra credit for their contribution? Like, people are more talented than others. Some are kind of natural leaders. And shouldn't they get credit for their leadership? That they help other men, you know, accomplish things greater than the men can accomplish by themselves? You know? Like, inspirational. I mean, okay, Karl Marx was a leader, I would say, and he came up with these ideas. Shouldn't we give him a lot of credit for the fact that he came up with a theory a lot of people maybe didn't fully understood, but took from him and kind of believed in this, you know, and inspired people. Doesn't that have value? You know, and
Value. With what exclusively determines the magnitude of the value of any article is therefore the amount of labor socially necessary, or the labor time socially necessary for its production. As in, the
okay, I'm not gonna lie, the socially necessary labor, it's kind of a foreign concept for me, but okay, move on.
value of them, the necessaries of life, when they are
I know in this kind of discussion of the surplus, he talks about the cost. So he talks about what you need, so that in such conditions necessary. So the consequence it varies in the first place. Only so much the time is spent in production, because he talks about this entire production process. Pure and simple, find that the latter consists of the useful labor, the work, but turning into money, commodity. Okay. Alright, let's just continue.
exchanged, the one for another is regulated by the quantity of labor necessarily required and commonly taken in producing them. This remarkable anonymous work of the 18th century bears no date, however it's clear from its contents it appeared during the reign of George II. Cool. Love that. Good for him. The individual commodity counts here only as an average sample of its kind, as in, properly speaking, all products of the same kind form a single mass, and their price is determined in general without regard to a particular circumstance, which is true, even still. That is very true, but combined we can support each other, and it won't take long for big wigs to realize they're about to lose everything. Guys, I don't know if I have that much.
It's very true, but combined we can support each other, and it won't take long for the big wigs to realize they're about to lose everything. With that, we have to find a way to support people to do this. People have mortgages, families rent, food. Without support for those necessities makes it difficult for people to be willing to do that. I understand, but what I say stands. It's time the working class showed the bigwigs they have nothing without us. Wait, isn't it the other way around? Like, who is organizing labor? Like, so this is what he said. Marx actually said that without managers, but whether the material factors of the process are normal quality or not depends on exactly. Aren't the capitalists actually necessary for efficient production? Like, workers just cannot do it by themselves. Marx actually put it on them. Okay, what is this? It's a very interesting chat, I didn't notice. You can measure how valuable employees are based on the number of managers, not questioning this. Okay. Usually with German, W's extension A-N-E, okay. Alright, but we need enough people willing to support each other.
Hope in them realizing anything. That's the thing. They're not going to. And you can't really count on them to save us. You can't count on anyone to save you. The liberals aren't going to save you. The leftists aren't going to save you. The right is surely definitely not going to save you. Trump isn't going to save you. Kamala Harris wouldn't save you. You have to save yourself. Good, positive change only comes from the bottom up, not the top down. That's really it. If you want to change the world, go run for local office. Go run for your state legislature. Go run for governor. Go run for your school.
So you see, there's a motivation, selfish motivation, and then only then, once you win the office, you can make change. But you have to focus on yourself. You have to get to office first. That's why individual benefit comes always first, and social benefit comes later. Oh God, I hate why this is happening. Okay, let's see if I can do this.
School board. Go run for your election board. You are the one that can make the change. You, me, we're the only ones. The people in power will only ever work for themselves. Look at all the Trump supporters that voted for Trump thinking that they were going to get exactly what they wanted. And then they're all crying now because everyone that Trump appointed is a neocon that is very much against the idea of the Nazi base that they have. And all of them are going to be stuck, The average Republican is going to be more hurt by the tariffs than the average Democrat. I'll tell you that. The average Kamala Harris voter is going to feel less pain from these tariffs than the average Trump voter. That's just kind of how it is. And you're allowed to enjoy that. But if you want to change the conditions, you got to make a difference yourself. It won't change for you. Commodities which contain equal quantities of labor or which can be produced in the same time have therefore the same value. The value of a commodity is related to the value of any other commodity, as the labor time necessary for the production of one is related to the labor time necessary for the production of another. As exchange values, all commodities are merely definite quantities of congealed labor time, defined, we already defined congealed labor time. The value of a commodity would therefore remain constant if labor time required for its production also remained constant. This gets a little interesting. But the latter changes with every variation in productivity of labor. This is determined by a wide range of circumstances. It's determined, amongst other things, by the workers' time of another. As exchange values, all commodities are merely definite quantities of congealed labor time, defined, we already defined congealed labor time. The value of a commodity would therefore remain constant if labor time required for its production also remained constant. This gets a little interesting. But the latter changes with every variation in productivity of labor. This is determined by a wide range of circumstances. It's determined, amongst other things, by the worker's average degree of skill, the level of development of science and its technological applications, the social organizations of the process of production.
Okay. All these things matter. Who is doing that? Okay? Alright, so let's list those.
Things by the worker's average degree of skill, the level of...
So, who is training workers to increase the average degree of skill? So we basically take out all the contributions of the managers and steal from them. That's the whole idea. I didn't realize that the scam is all over the book. I only thought that it was here, but this entire theft thing is all over. Like, it's right at the beginning. That is crazy. So I thought it was here, but it's just like, it's the whole book. It's just a one giant scam. Holy cow. All right, let's see this.
Development of science and its technology.
Okay. Development of science. Okay. Who is training workers? Who is developing science? Who is developing science? Okay.
Technological applications, the social organizations of circumstances. It's determined, amongst other things, by the worker's average degree of skill, the level of development of science and its technological applications, the social organizations of the process of production.
Okay. Who is developing process of production? Okay. Does it add to value? Because if we take out the value of people who are doing all this stuff, then we effectively, if you don't, then we effectively steal from them because they are doing all this work. That's theft right there.
The extent and effectiveness of the means of production and the conditions found in the natural environment. For example, the same quantity of labor is present.
Holy cow. So if you don't attribute it to managers, then you take it away from them and steal from them and give it to the workers.
In 8 bushels of corn in a favorable season, and in only 4 bushels of corn in unfavorable seasons. The same quantity of labor provides more metals in rich mines than in poor. Diamonds are very rare occurrence on the Earth's surface, hence their discovery costs on average a great deal of labor time. Consequently, much labor is represented in a small volume. William Jacob questions whether gold has ever been paid for at its full value. This applies still more to diamonds. According to Eschwege, I don't know, who cares. The total produce of the Brazilian diamond mines for 80 years, ending in 1823, still did not amount to the price of 1.5 years of the average produce of sugar and coffee plantations of the same country. Although the diamonds represent much more labor, therefore more value, with richer mines, the same quantity of labor would be embodied in more diamonds and the value would fall. If man succeeds without much labor in transforming carbon into diamonds, which we can do now, by the way, their value might fall that of below a brick, which exactly what happens. We are able to make diamonds in a lab that are indistinguishable. And what happens? Well, the price of not only diamonds in general fell, but these lab-grown.
Okay, so those who came up with this method, somebody invented this method to get these diamonds working. Shouldn't they get credit for this? Who gets the credit for this? Right? The value goes down. However, now you can make these diamonds. So shouldn't the designers of this method get credit? Like, you know?
Lab-created diamonds are also cheaper. The cost fell. The value of the object fell because the amount of labor required to produce it fell. In general, the...
Well, why did the labor required fell? Isn't it because... Okay. Why did the labor fell? Why did the required labor fell? Isn't it because some smart manager designer, inventor came up with better way of doing it? Don't they deserve credit for making diamonds cheaper? Okay.
Greater the productivity of labor, the less labor time required to produce an article, the less mass of labor crystallized in that article, the less its value. Again, when we talk about labor, we're talking about all of the, like, when you work in a factory and you make something, the labor that you put into this is embodied in that commodity. It's like, not to...
Well, what about the design? Isn't the person who set up the factory, arranged everything, the architects who designed it, the person who did the machines, none of these people have done any physical labor. Aren't they contributing to the effectiveness of this? Like, where is their contribution? Is that minuscule? How can it be minuscule if without them, the worker would not be in the position he is to be more efficient? Like, that is, to me, it's just completely missing part. And again, I think that this is what Marx does. He basically omits all these contributions, creates this mysterious surplus value from whatever he takes away from all these smart people, and gives it to labor, so it's effective theft of intellectual property to the workers.
Sound like spiritual, magical or anything, but like, think about the idea of like energy crystals and like woo-woo witchcraft bullshit. It's that idea, but with labor, and also real, and not like a physical thing. It's just the manifestation of how value comes through said labor. Not considering someone bought all the diamonds and made them a necessity for engagement ranks. True, that was a scam, obviously. Make mining diamonds illegal, only lab-grown diamonds. I agree, and also only lab-grown meat. Thank you, Scar, you beat me to it. We've talked about that at length. There is no reason that we shouldn't be eating only lab-grown meat when we can make it indistinguishable for a professional chef. Like, they cannot tell the difference between taste, texture, and cooking. We don't need as much water. We don't need to put antibiotics. We don't need growth hormones. Like, lab-grown waifus, now you're crossing the line. Right now, the fat they used is not good for you at all. Well, yes, but again, the more we do a thing, the better we get. Even right now, this is what we're reading, right? The more you work on a thing, the more the class of workers doing the labor, their expertise, level of skill, level of development of sciences increase.
Okay, just how about your own stream? Let's say you're explaining something very complicated to these people. Okay? Better or worse, but they probably have better understanding than they had before. Don't you make them better debaters or better, like, communists than they were before? Doesn't that have value? Right? Doesn't that actually can have a huge value when somebody is truly committed and convinced and know exactly what they are doing? So if you explain it to people and they feel like, wow, I now understand it, isn't it adding a huge amount of value? That's not minuscule, isn't it? So suppose that you inspire somebody. Okay, let's see this. Suppose, okay, so Vizor, this is a question for you. Suppose you inspire someone to run for office and they become Bernie 2.0 and become president. Wouldn't your contribution be huge? Wouldn't your be huge and should be included in the value? Like, that is crazy to me. So is what you're doing pointless, or does it have a value? I believe it does. Teachers have value, but teachers are effective managers, and you're saying that they do nothing. And it's very difficult to accept that, just looking at the world, how it works.
Which results in the decreased amount of labor to produce it, the decreased price to produce it, and the value form being lower. And it's really just that simple. I went on the tangent on AI video games yesterday, so you can do that if you want. I know who you are, Stars. Oh yeah, it isn't long off from being indistinguishable. Now I wonder what ginkgo nut maple syrup would taste like. I kind of do too. If they can grow it at a lower cost, that will be that. Well, that's the thing. Everything will lower in cost the more you do it. The first iPhone didn't cost as much as it costs to produce an iPhone now.
Okay, who came up with this? Not the workers. Okay, let's listen.
The more you produce a commodity, the better you get at producing the commodity.
Wait, so workers mysteriously get better? Wait. So workers get better without any managers? Wow. That is so, like, yeah, going back to the coaches, that's hard to accept.
And the less amount of labor and time and expertise it takes to produce said commodity. It's just that simple.
I mean, sure, there's learning by doing, but there's a limit to it. In order to jump to the next level, okay, sure, there is learning by doing, but there is limit to it. To reach next level, you need a manager to take you there with better technology, materials, machines, etc. And that contribution is ginormous. It's a multiply labor value of the product. That comes from the manager, not from the worker. Worker can do only so much learning by doing. So I think this is just overstating the contribution of labor by miles.
No? You want higher testosterone, higher sperm count, no cancer, eat the vegan meat? That's true. I mean, men, if you eat red meat, it is probably the worst thing you can eat. Sorry, that's the thing that's dropping your T count, you little Sigma chasers. It becomes cheaper with technology more than skill and labor. It's both. The more you do it, you increase not only your technological understanding, not only...
Yeah, sentient. It becomes cheaper with technology more than skill in labor. 100%. 100%. Technology can make a ginormous difference. If you give somebody a machine, it's so much faster than them just learning by doing. Wow. This is just devaluing contributions of manager. That's how the theft happens. You just make them worthless, give it all to the workers, and then you say it's the workers, so you effectively steal from the managers and say they are dirty capitalists and we can steal from them because it's not theirs.
It is probably the worst thing you can eat. Sorry, that's the thing that's dropping your T count, you little sigma chasers. It becomes cheaper with technology more than skill and labor. It's both. The more you do it, you increase not only your technological understanding, not only your efficiency in using said technology, but
Yeah, who comes up with the technology? Don't we have to give someone credit for coming up with the technology? Like, where is it? Where is that contribution?
also in the amount of labor required. It's just that good. It's just that much of an importance in... We could absolutely make money off of the lab-grown meat thing. We would not be losing any money. The amount of subsidies we give to the meat industry, give it to the people trying to make lab-grown meat cheaper for a year, and see how that goes. It's not like a difficult thing. This is all just corruption. You could have lab-grown turkey at Thanksgiving, if not for corruption. So inversely, the less productivity of labor, the greater the labor time necessary to produce an article, the greater its value. The value of a commodity, therefore, varies.
Yeah, hey, Squires. Also on the phone thing. Yeah, I got cheaper to produce the phones, but they are still cost. Yeah, the phones today are better than supercomputers of 4 years ago. That's what you get. You basically walk with a freaking supercomputer right now. Not sure if you realize it, but your phone can simultaneously, you can watch videos, you can watch the stream, you can talk to someone, you can do videos, and it can store way more than supercomputers had in the past, and it's all for a mere $2,000, okay? So you basically walking with the supercomputers right now. So for the value, it's dirt cheap, okay? It's like compared to the value of the supercomputers in the past, which were barely doing anything, compared to what they can do today, you know, it's uncomparable.
Directly as the quantity and inversely as the productivity of the labor which finds its realization within the commodity. Now we know the substance of value, it is labor. We know the measure of its magnitude, it is labor time. The form which stamps value as exchange value remains to...
And nowhere is the contribution of people who designed this, who manage this, and who make technology happen. Nowhere. Basically, it's completely omitted. So once it's omitted, then you go on the market and wow, you sell it for a lot of money, and it's like, what the heck? How come the value of the product, commodity, is so high compared to just bare costs of making it, even cost of labor and the inputs? And you're like, wow, it's mystery. It's a surplus. Comes out of somewhere, not sure where. Why? Because we took all the contributions that happened along the way. Well, if we say that only workers do it, then we have to attribute it to workers because it belongs to them. But because we basically did not attribute it to the others, we stole it from them and gave it to the workers. But it's a beautiful scam. It's a scam because this way you cannot recover that because you never attributed it to the managers, ever. Which means that they cannot actually go back and say, hey, that belongs to me. No, it would never belong to you. So at the very least, like, you can distribute it equally to everybody, but you cannot give it back to the managers, those who actually made this happen, this increased value. So it's way worse than capitalism. In capitalism, you can have, extortion. Yes, the capitalist will hide from the worker how much the worker actually contributes and will underpay the worker every single time when they can. Why? Because that's how the market works. It's a bargain. It's basically an exchange. It's a between a worker and the employer, a manager. It's just like you bargain against the products, right? As a buyer, you want to have the lowest price possible. Meaning, as a buyer of labor, you want to pay as little as possible as a manager. If you are a seller, you want to sell for as high possible. So as a worker, you want to sell your services for as high as possible. That there is the problem with this is that there is the information imbalance, meaning that the worker doesn't know how productive he or she is versus the manager, and therefore is always losing on the deal. Yes. However, it doesn't mean that the worker is losing. The worker just doesn't gain as much as the manager does. And there's nothing that says that the manager should get, equal part. That's how the market works. So the only thing that you can do for the worker is to give the worker information to bargain better, not to steal from the manager. Okay, here it is. The only solution is to give give worker information so the worker can bargain better for higher wage rather than steal from managers who are contributing greatly to value. Yeah. You know, stealing is not an idea. That's not the way to go. It would destroy any production process.
Be analyzed. But before we do this, we need to fully develop the characteristics we've already found. Just a little bit more. Well, I mean, Scart, your phone costs $2,000 for you to buy, not for them to make. It costs them like $30 to make. They just sell it to you for $2,000 because they hate you.
What? You mean, okay, wait a second. So, wait a second. In selling the phone, 2K, that which components cost 100 euros. 2K. What about shipping? Design? Marketing? And organizing or production and distribution. What is that worth? Of course, it doesn't add directly to the value of the phone. Doesn't that have value? Doesn't that add up to the price? It's not, nobody hates people. How, wait, the market, actually the free market works even if people hate each other. But nobody would engage in trade unless they feel like they are doing at least the better deal that they can. So I think the misunderstanding is there's something called surplus, and in any transaction there is a surplus to share. And it's like, if I get less surplus than the other side, I am not losing. I am not gaining as much as the person, and you can say that maybe in that sense I'm losing, but I'm not. I'm still gaining from trade. That is the misunderstanding. When I buy a phone for $2,000, and it is, okay, when I buy phone for 2K, that is, okay, that is worth to me 2K point 1K, I still gain $100. Okay? Yes. Company gains. Okay? 9. But I am not losing. I am not gaining as much as seller, which is different. It's different. In trade, both sides gain. That is the point. You would not engage. Nobody would engage in trade unless they felt they can gain. What? Now I'm being... Really? I did it again. Oh, screw you, Nightbot.
That's kind of the point here, you know, the capital class exist only for profit. They want to siphon all the money and happiness out of your life, and they hate you.
What the heck? Like, I'm so sorry. That is basically subjective opinion. So, if you were to make money from this stream, what would you be then? Like, you would be the most popular left-wing streamer and you would make millions of dollars, you know, a month. Would that mean that you would siphon off money from all the other streamers? But it's not your choice. What if people want to watch you? What would you do with the money? You know? Okay. If you were to become the most popular left streamer and earn millions a month, would you then steal from other small streamer just because you are good? And the fact that you may say, no, I'm not as good, that is not yours to evaluate. It is people who watch you that evaluate. If people think you're good, no matter what you say. And you cannot, I think this is so unfair. It's like to yourself, actually. Devaluing yourself. Maybe that's a problem.
Take a little breath for a second. A thing can be a use value without being a value. This is the case whenever its utility to man is not mediated through labor. Air, virgin soil, natural meadows, unplanted forests, like all of these things do have use value. You know, $30 ain't no way I'm getting everything off Temu now.
Wow. Sure, things have use value, but what about potential value? You know, somebody sees, wow, it can be better. Doesn't that have potential value? You know?
Well, you know, Temu just makes it for $1. Okay, hold on. Let me test side tangent. How much does it cost to produce, like, an iPhone? Not that I have an iPhone, but I hate Apple. How much does it cost to manufacture?
Yeah, but again,
You know what? We're gonna go for Samsung. How much does it cost to manufacture?
such a misunderstanding of how markets work. Holy cow. That's crazy.
Here's a video.
Profits. For the S,
Just in future biotech, there is a ton of value in anything natural. Yeah, I understand that, but that's we're getting into the dystopian realm there. I'd like to avoid having to assign like exchange value to things like air. I mean, we did it with water. So this is I guess how much Galaxy S24 cost to me. Oh, sorry, Ultra, the S24 Ultra, which is actually the phone that I have.
the S24 Ultra. These costs are estimates based on historical data from previous Samsung models and industry trends. The display is one of the most expensive components, costing between $85 to $95 due to its advanced technology.
Okay, so I was a bit off with 30. It's probably really around like $200-300 that they sell for 2,000.
The high-quality dynamic AMOLED screen with a 120 Hz refresh rate.
All right, yeah, go.
is
I don't
Exynos
care about your ad.
Costs around $60.
How about we just skip to the end? That's a better idea.
Yeah, look, the person who designed this freaking thing, where is their contribution to it? Don't they deserve some contribution? Isn't market actually rewarding people for this? Like when Steve Jobs came up with this brilliant idea of smartphone that we didn't even thought we need, wasn't that actually worth billions of dollars just because he was smart enough, he figured this out? You know?
Price starts at $1,299.
Component cost is $420 to $470. Additional cost is $100 and $150 to retailers. So, notwithstanding the amount they have to pay to the people selling it, it costs $420 to make this phone. This phone. Right here. $420 to $470, plus another $100 for it to sell it to you. Not anywhere near the fucking $2,000 it costs for you to buy. Obviously,
Yeah,
this is
but-
retail.
Okay, if you omit all the other contributions, of course, it doesn't add up. What about the shipping? What about delivery? What about packaging? What about all the things that you need for the cell phone to work? What about support that you have when you buy it and warranty? You have to hire workers to deliver the warranty and make sure that it's working if you have a return. Like all of this adds up. Okay? So this is not a scam. Somebody gets paid, but if you take out the you know, stuff that people do, you steal from them, then you think like you're being ripped off. But if you don't, the fact that you don't see the contributions of other people doesn't mean that they don't exist. It just means that you don't see them. And effectively, if you willfully do not see them, then you steal from them. Okay? If I see a team winning and I ignore the fact that there's a freaking coach who told people, these players, what to do, made the right decisions about plays, made the right decisions about, you know, the strategy, about this, you know, what to do when, then of course I think that the coach should, what is this coach doing? Nothing. Like, how come, you know, the sports teams are paying these are so expensive, right? Because they don't do anything, like coaches, nothing. If I basically take out his contributions, then sure, he's overpaid, and I give it back to the workers, to the players, right? But that's stealing from them because they spend a lot of time working on this stuff and organizing things, and they see way more than the player individual see. You need a coach in a game like football. I mean, you can play without, but you're not going to do much good. I mean, the quarterback itself is a bit of like a coach, and yeah, that you have to then pay this person millions. Like the Manning guy, who was you know, playing for Broncos, he was effectively like a coach for the team. You know, he was making plays, and he almost won them the Super Bowl. And I think that he deserved to be paid a lot because he was doing the job of the coach, and he managed the entire team. But if you don't recognize it, then you steal it from him if he's not paid what he made for the team, but for contributions.
Value starting at $12.99, but that's for the baser, not the ultra model, and also U.S. prices. Imagine they start to grow meat in your mouth gradually. They were trying to assign value to things like mangrove forests to show that costs would be required to engineer a shoreline that, yeah, well, again, fuck these people. This is the issue with capitalism. Now, a thing can be useful and a product of human labor without being a commodity, as well as not just, like, starting this over again. A thing can be a use value without being a value, but a thing can also be useful and a product of human labor without being a commodity. He who satisfies his own needs with the product of his own labor admittedly creates use values, but not commodities. If you're a farmer and you grow your own food and you eat it, you are producing, through your labor, a use value. But as you're not exchanging it, you're not trying to sell it, then it is not a commodity. In order to...
Wait a second. It's still a commodity. Do you know why? Because you spend your only resource you have, the most important, the time. So you purchase with your own time, you know, to do one thing over another. You're doing your own trade. Even if you are a farmer has to divide the time into making food and eating food, okay? So he's making trades all the time, okay? And yes, this is the currency of human beings. We have 24 hours in a day, and we are trying to allocate it in the best possible way. That is our currency. This is like, I thought it was so obvious.
To produce the latter, he must not only produce use values, but use values for others, social use values, and not merely for others. The medieval peasants produced corn rent for a feudal lord and a corn tithe for the priest. Teeth, not tithe. Teeth or tithe. I suppose it depends on whether you're talking American or British English.
So it seems that this whole idea is talking about completely different reality, like anti-human, like that we are some kind of part of giant machine and we are just contributing to some kind of social being. We are not making stuff for ourselves. That's what it seems to be, but it's unrealistic. And then when we don't give credit to all these individual contributions, we effectively steal from those people who give those individual contributions, and that's how Marxism is effective theft, over and over and over again. In every single aspect of this idea, it seems like it's effectively stealing from people, even from yourself. You're actually saying that if you come up with an idea, it's not worth it. So you're basically devaluing yourself. You can say it's voluntarily, but if you say that, oh, I made this contribution, but I will not get paid, that's different than saying my contribution is worthless. You're effectively devaluing yourself, and then you actually don't give yourself motivation to develop more stuff because you're not being, of course, I think we can agree that if somebody's appreciated, they're more likely to put more effort into something. So if you don't give yourself credit, I think it's fair to say most people would not put as much effort they would do otherwise, which is counterproductive, and that's how all the communist countries effectively collapsed and were behind. Yeah.
But neither the corn rent nor the corn tithe became commodities simply by being produced for others. In order to become a commodity, the product must be transferred to the other person for whom it serves as a use value through the medium of exchange. Exchange is what makes the thing the commodity. If you grow food and you gift it out, you're gifting out use values, you're not creating exchange. It was done as an economic measure to stop corporations from clear-cutting forests. Also, oh, well, in that case, that's good. I don't know. Oh, I'm like half paying attention to chat right now. Finally, nothing can be a value without being an object of utility. If the thing is useless, so is the labor contained in it, and then the labor does not count as labor, therefore creates no value.
Okay, there you go. So the opposite is, if there is some labor that is not directly contributing to the product, that it is adding to the value. So if you put all the labor and it goes on the market and it's worthless, right? Then the value has no, then the labor has no value. So if exchange value of product is 0, then labor is worthless. Okay, I gotta make a phone call. Then if exchange value is high, then value of other things is high as well. Right? After excluding yeah, that's the thing. So the market effectively determines the value of those minuscule, what you call minuscule, okay, minuscule contributions may turn out to be huge because of the market, because of the exchange value on the market. Okay? Alright? That's the point. If you can say that if the labor is 0, then it can also be huge. You just have to attribute it properly. Alright, let me make a phone call, because and this one I will probably take, so I'm just gonna mute myself and take a break if that happens. But let me see. Oh well. Alright, let's go. So actually I don't. Hopefully I can finish it up. Okay. Okay. Let me watch some of this. Okay. Finish. So 39. Alright, let's go. Let's try to finish it up. I don't know if I can, but I'll try.
I can't really define a thing that is a useless object. Can any of you? A thing that you can create that has no utility.
Yes, an edited video that nobody likes. Maybe this video. For example, I spent a lot of time. I did a lot of thought. I made a lot of ideas. They will definitely, help me out later. But probably nobody will watch this video. Isn't it worthless? What's the value? Nothing. Okay? And you can produce stuff. You can make, okay, like a bottle, well, no, there are things that you can say are worthless. But the challenge with this is that you can, almost anything that's worthless, you can find a use of it, so you can say that there is some value. But anyway, I don't think it's
I feel like everything has at least a little bit of utility, but again, this is like the 1800s, so well, closer to 19. dual characteristics of labor embodied in commodities. So initially, the commodity appeared to us.
Yeah, I would say that, yeah, here Marx is probably wrong, and she's correct. That indeed, hard to think that anything has, that there's something that has no value whatsoever, and everything has some value, a little bit, even like tiny bit.
As an object with a dual character, possessing both use value and exchange value. Later on, it was seen that labor too has dual characteristics. Insofar as it finds its expression in value, it no longer possesses the same characteristics as when it was the creator of use values. I was the first to point out and examine critically this twofold nature of labor contained in commodities. As in, let's jump to 12. No, you're just going to cite a different part of it. But yes, so this does make sense here. When labor is used to produce use values, it is different than when labor is used to produce commodities. There is different aspects and characteristics that are applied. Is used to produce use values, it is different than when labor is used to produce commodities.
Use values and commodities. Okay, so I don't know what are the use values.
There is a nature of labor contained in commodities. As in, let's jump to 12. No, you're just going to cite a different part of it. But yes, so this does make sense here. When labor is used to produce use values, it is different than when labor is used to produce commodities. There is different aspects and characteristics that are applied.
Okay, this one I'm gonna see by myself. On it was seen. Okay. Okay, where is this? On it was seen. I think I have to go all the way to the top. Let me see. 'Cause this is definitely the book, right? Okay, let's go all the way to the top and make it active. Alright. So, here we go. Capital. Okay, now, here we go. On it. So, where's the quote? On it was seen. On it, space, was, wait, was. Oh, come on. On it was. Okay, this is so frustrating. Like, why I can't find this? Has a dual character. Okay. Okay, maybe that's better. But I should be able to find it. Maybe he edited this. Has a dual. Come on! You've got to be kidding me. The working miners want the law for the compulsory education of the children and declare the Clauses Act and requires course certification. Employing boys 10-12 to be quite sorry. The examination of the witness and subject is truly what? Wow. That's employment in mines of boys 10 years and upward. Draw, what the heck is this? Did he edit it? Oh, okay, what the heck is this? Huh. Hardly had the enact possible difference manager found out. Okay. Wait, so this is passage of modern manufacturing, domestic industry, modern mechanical industry, the hastening of the revolutionary application of the Factory Acts in this industry. Okay. Seems like, I mean, this is incredibly frustrating. Like, I don't know if she actually gave the link, because, like, I can't read it. Okay, commodities, okay. Let us take 2 commodities. Okay, that's going to be the beginning, right? So, let's see. Let us let, yeah, let us take two commodities, corn and iron, yeah, such as coat and 10 years. Okay. Coat and 10 years, okay, cool. So what the heck is this? Alright. Coat is linen, okay, I think I found it finally. What the heck, it's so hard to find. Okay. So, so this is the paragraph above, yeah? At first sight, the Montgomery presented itself to us as a complex of two things, the use value and the exchange value. Later on, we saw also that labor, too, possesses the same twofold nature. For so far as it finds expression value, it does not possess the same characteristics that belong to it as a creator of use value. I was the first to point out and to examine critically twofold nature of the labor contained in commodities, as this point is the pivot on which a clear comprehension of political economy turns. We must go more into detail. Wait, this is edited. Oh my. I think the original, okay. Here's my suggestion. As this point is crucial to understanding, okay. I was the first to examine, okay, he edited this crap. As it find expression value no longer reports the same characteristics when creating use value. Okay, what is this? You know what? I would not read the original one. Do you know why? U.S. Constitution effectively, original beautiful Constitution effectively legalized slavery. So we have like we have like 20 plus amendments, which means that the original U.S. Constitution was a total screw up. Look how many amendments there needed to make it better, and it's still not good enough, right? And it still probably needs some many amendments to come. So thinking about reading the original, I don't think this is good. You know, you're just reading the earlier versions. That's not good. But anyways, hopefully this was not changed significantly. So at first sight, commodity presented itself to us as a complex of two things, the use value and exchange value, okay? Later on, we saw also that labor, too, possesses the same twofold nature. For as far as it finds expression in value, it does not possess the same characteristics that belong to it as a creator of use value. You mean like consuming products? I was the first to point out and to examine critically this twofold nature of labor containing commodities. So, okay, so what is it? So, twofold nature for expression value. It does not possess the same characteristics that belong to it as a creator of use value. Wait, creator of use value. So, one is just like, you know, you use your hands to put stuff together, but the other one is how you use it. Is that what it is? Let us take two commodities such as coat and 10 years of linen, and let the former be double the value of the latter, so that if 10 yards of linen, okay, the coat is a use value that satisfies particular want, okay? Its existence is the result of a special sort of productive activity, the nature of which is determined by its aim. Yeah, and we cut it out. The managers are basically not included. People who designed it and stuff like that, yeah. Mode of operation, subject, means, and result. The labor whose utility is thus represented by the value in use of its product, or which manifests itself by making its product a use value, we call useful labor. In this connection, we consider only its useful effect. So, if he is just taking out so much other labor, then that's how he's stealing from this other labor. That's the point. As the coat and linen are two and different use values, so are also two forms of labor. that produce them, tailoring, weaving, were those objects not quantitatively different, not produced respectively by labor in different quantity, they will not stand to each other in the relation of commodities. Codes are not exchanged for codes. One use value is not exchanged for another. Well, it's like they're complements, kind of, right? They go together. Well, let's see what she says.
I got banned by pissing use values. It is a different part of it, but yes. So this does make sense here. When labor possesses the same characteristics as when it was the creator of use values. I was the first to point out and examine critically this twofold nature of labor contained in commodities. As in, let's jump to 12. No, you're just going to cite a different part of it. But yes, so this does make sense here. When labor is used to produce use values, it is different than when labor is used to produce commodities. There is different aspects and characteristics that are applied. I got banned.
Use values. So like selling? I still don't fully understand what does mean use value. How do you make use value? Did you make yourself want something or what? Or marketing? I don't know.
By pissing off an incel. That's all I did. And slurred them, but that's a whole other thing. At this point, it is crucial to understand political economy. It requires further elucidation. Elucidation for some of you, because y'all said you don't know big words, is explanation that makes something clear. Clarification. So let's take two commodities, such as a coat and 10 yards of linen, and let the value of the first be twice the value of the second, so that if 10 yards of linen equals W, the coat equals 2W. Now we're getting into math territory. So the coat is a use value that satisfies a particular need. A specific kind of productive activity is required to bring it into existence. This activity is determined by its aim, mode of operation, object, means, and result. We use the abbreviated expression useful labor for labor whose utility is represented by the use value of its products or by the fact that its product is a use value. In this connection, we can...
Yeah, that is very difficult connection, so let's see it again.
Labor for labor whose utility is represented by the use value of its products.
Use value, so like how much I value it for myself. So labor, wait. So is he saying that there is labor that it's necessary to use the commodity versus labor that is needed to make it? Is that right? Not sure.
As a particular value of the first be twice the value of the second, so that if 10 yards of linen equals W, the coat equals 2W. Now we're getting into math territory. So the coat is a use value that satisfies a particular need. A specific kind of productive activity is required to bring it into existence.
So use value is the coat, you put it on, and it has a value to me because it keeps me warm, right? So it has a value right there. It's like, I want my coat. Okay, it's the... Wait, but that's not use labor value because many things come into this. So like design, the tailor, the people who brought it in, they also create the use value that it came to my hands. That is not just... Oh, so Marx basically makes everything for labor, and he creates those two values, and he says that the extra productivity and other stuff that capitalists do is like a surplus. It doesn't belong to them, so we can steal it from them and give it to the workers. Okay, so same thing over and over again. Basically, Marxism is a scam, a theft from people who design, invent, and manage, and all the other stuff. Okay.
This activity is determined by its aim, mode of operation, object, means, and result. We use the abbreviated expression useful labor for labor whose utility is represented by the use value of its products or by the fact that its product is a use value.
Okay, I don't understand it. I'll move on.
In this connection, we consider
so
only its useful effect. As the coat and the linen are qualitatively different use values, so also are the forms of labor through which their existence is mediated. Tailoring and weaving. These are two different forms of labor. However, we don't assign the value of labor differently to tailoring and weaving, do we? It's just labor. It's congealed human labor.
Yeah, but maybe we should, right? But yeah, I don't fully understand it, so I'm gonna skip it.
If the use values were not qualitatively different, hence not the products of qualitatively different forms of useful labor, they would be absolutely incapable of confronting each other as commodities. Coats cannot be exchanged for coats. One use value cannot be exchanged for another of the same kind. Now, understand, this does not mean you can't trade a coat for a coat. You can do that. You just can't sell a coat and take another coat as payment. Yeah, honestly, a tier 3. Holy shit.
Why not? This I don't understand.
Why do I still have headphones in? Jesus Christ. Sorry, I need to stretch for a second. Pain. Fuck. I did get a new water bottle, though. I started putting water in this instead of tea, so I don't keep getting splashed again. But now I knocked it over. Now, we get to, are we assuming the coats are identical? No, and it doesn't matter whether they're identical or not. You cannot exchange a coat for another coat as like payment. You can trade coats, but you can't exchange them. You can't...
Wait a second. Isn't exchange trade? I'm sorry. Isn't exchange effectively trade? When I trade, right? When I trade, I do it for the purpose of exchanging things, no? Exchanging things, right? Okay. Alright.
Have a store, you know, like a store in the mall where you sell coats, and someone comes in and tries to buy it from you with a different coat, because now you're just exchanging the same thing. It's how much is the value of 30 cloth made into a sleeping bag in 30 seconds? Well, you know, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. We shall find out as we continue to explore the worth and the value of labor in relation to commodities. So the totality of heterogeneous use values or physical commodities reflects a totality of similarly heterogeneous forms of useful labor which differ in order, genus, species, and variety, in short, a social division of labor. This division of labor is a necessary condition for commodity production, although the converse does...
Wait. This heterogeneous thing, I think, is a big deal. Token of different use values, so value varieties correspond to many different kinds of useful. Classified according to the order genus. Belong to social division of labor. Okay. I don't know, but the totality of heterogeneous use values. Yeah, so in this heterogeneity, Marx does not include contribution of managers, and if he doesn't, then he effectively steals from them. That's theft right there. You know? But in this edition that I have, what the heck? Okay, this is incredibly frustrating. So why is she doing like old edition? Okay, so what about also as the coat and the linen? As the coat and okay. Doesn't here, but as as the coat and the liner coat. Okay. Oh crap! So he has different. So it's like he says. If was used the word totality of heterogeneous use values or physical commodities reflect totality of similarly heterogeneous form useful labor which differ in order. Yeah, so he acknowledges here that there is heterogeneous forms of useful labor like design, like bringing the stuff to the market, but he doesn't include it in the value. He takes it out, steals it from those people who do it, and then gives it back to worker. That's basically the scam. Yeah. Yeah, if you take something out and you don't give people credit, you steal from them. That's what it is. Yeah. Okay, so what was the edited version? To all the different varieties values used correspond to the many different kinds of useful labor, classified according to the order, gens, species, and variety which they belong to. Social division of labor. This division of labor is a necessary condition for the production of commodities, but it does not follow conversely. Labor of commodities is a necessary condition for the division of labor. The division of labor is a necessary condition for production. Okay? Yes. But it doesn't follow, conversely, that the production of commodities is necessarily conditioned for the so when you produce stuff, it doesn't mean that you have to divide the labor. Actually, one person can do it all. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's kind of straightforward, I think.
Does not hold. Commodity production is not a necessary condition for the social division of labor. Labor is socially divided in the primitive Indian community, although the products do not thereby become commodities. Ooh, yeah, sorry, Marx is also a bit of a racist and an anti-Semite. You're gonna have to deal with that. Dude was a smart guy and had some good ideas, but not everyone's perfect, so, you know.
Oh, he was a racist? Okay, so now, okay, let's leave it at that. I'm not gonna make a comment. But okay, I will make one comment. If Marx, if Marx was racist, well, okay, could he wrong about more than just racism, right? If he was not perfect, could this be about many things, right? We just need to know which. We just need to figure out which. And I just figured out, I think, I mean, it's clear that he generated communism as a theft from the capitalists. So just like he was a racist, he was also a thief. So maybe just like he was a racist, he was also a thief, you know? And being racist is probably worse than being a thief, right? Because his whole theory, the more I watch it and I listen to it and read it, it's just one giant scam.
Or, take an example nearer to home. Labor is systematically divided in every factory, but the workers do not bring about this division by
how? Okay.
exchanging their individual products. Only the products of mutually independent acts of labor performed in isolation can confront each other as commodities.
Yeah, who does that? Who puts all this labor together? Where is the contribution of that? Where are the managers? You know?
Again, not to say you can't trade, but to confront in the market as a commodity, this is true. Useful labor, to sum up then, the use value of every commodity contains useful labor, productive activity of a definite kind, carried on with a definite aim. Use values cannot confront each other as commodities unless the useful labor contained in them is qualitatively different in each case. In a society whose products generally assume the form of commodities, a society of commodity producers like us, this quality. qualitative difference between the useful forms of labor, which are carried on independently and privately by individual producers, develops into a complex system, a social division of labor. Now, by the way, like, this is what people say when we're talking about the means of production and the division of labor inside the means of production. Think about a factory worker. The factory worker on the assembly line and the factory worker at the beginning, like at one at the end and one at the beginning. These two have qualitatively different roles of their jobs. However, their labor is still in the same, like, you're creating the same use values. However, they are divided for no reason necessarily other than just easier for control, to produce more commodities, to increase efficiency, and to increase profits.
Okay, and who manages that? Who tells those workers what to do? Do they magically come up with the idea who is here and who is there and what to do? Like, where is that coming from, right? So you just said that there's division of labor. Okay, division of labor. Division of labor is there to create extra value for labor used. Who made it possible if not managers? So shouldn't they get credit? Right? Especially since Marx said, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna help myself with this. Oh, Marxism is theft. Okay. So now I'm basically making things. The power must be applied to the average amount. Okay. So here. Yeah. Okay, let me see this. Okay, here we go. But whether the material factors of line of process are normal quality or not depends upon the labor, but entirely on the capitalist. So, isn't it true that Marx would say, isn't it true? Okay. Yeah. Okay. That just like Marx put on capitalist the obligation, okay, obligation, the material factors of the process are quality, okay, obligation to bring material factors of production, okay, inputs, actually to bring inputs to production effectively, okay, inputs to production. Isn't it also, okay, and if they don't get that contribution, they are basically slave workers because they are expected to do the work, but they don't get the reward for this, okay, and the value is in the exchange value of the product, okay. So if somebody brings, somehow Chinese company manages to sell in US, they make more money, they deserve it because they managed to do it through maybe connection, maybe arranging stuff. Yeah, if you don't sell it in the Chinese market but the US market and you make 10 times more profits, yeah, that is valued by people who manage to sell the product, you know. Okay, isn't also what is it, okay, so division of labor, okay, isn't also organizing efficient labor the responsibility as well, right? If so, they need to get credit for additional labor. Okay. Labor value created from okay, I gotta slow down because I'm typing too fast. I'm making okay.
What happens to silly sausages during Marxism? They're nothing. They're just silly sausages. I feel like someone needs to create a spreadsheet with all the definitions and equations of this book. Well, probably. I would, but I'm not going to. But I am planning to. So this is once a week. This is what it's been voted for. We read this once a week. On Monday, the stream I'm going to do is we're going to go to planning to do this week. We're going to look at the list of political ideologies that exist, and we're going to try and cover as many of them as we can in as much detail as we can. Obviously, all of these have little subcategories. This might take a little while, but that is that's my idea of trying to get you guys to understand some of the definitions here. But feel free to ask questions, you know? I'm perfectly happy to answer if you don't understand something. Also, like, I might not understand something either, so I might have to think about it a little bit. Now, where were we? Here we go. It is moreover a matter of indifference whether the coat is worn by the tailor or by his customer. In both cases, it acts as a use value. So too, the relation between the coat, the labor that's produced, it is not in itself altered when tailoring becomes a special trade, an independent branch of social division of labor. Men made clothes for thousands of years.
Oh, I think. Oh, this is an important phone call. I have to take it. 100%. Alright, it was a long phone call and something else distracted me. Let me try to finish this. I don't know, I lost the train of thought here. But let's try to wrap this up. Okay? Here we go.
Under the compulsion of the need for clothing, without a single man ever becoming a tailor, but the existence of coats, of linen, of every element of material wealth, not provided in advance by nature, had always to be mediated through a specific productive activity appropriate to its purpose, a productive activity that assimilated particular natural materials to particular human requirements. As in, we were always going to make things and make them better. We made clothes for thousands of years, and we realized we want better clothes. Well, that's exactly what we did. We needed to find the materials, figure out how to do it, the productive activity.
Okay, we means who? Who is we? Okay? Who is we? Who is we? Who made codes better? Not the workers, right? Right? But if you take away that contribution from those who design it, then you effectively steal it from them. That's the point.
There is a lot that goes into the evolution of not only use values, not only creating things in general, but of commodities. Ranking on a tier list, if you can make that like a thing to start, Lennon, I will do it. I don't really know how to, like, I don't have like this stuff open to just set up a blank tier list. So, labor, then, as the creator of use values, of useful labor, is a condition of human existence which is independent of all forms of society. I need you guys to really understand this. Labor, as the creator of use values of useful labor, is a condition of human existence independent of all forms of society. When people say, if you got rid of money, the profit motive, under non-capitalist systems, why would anybody ever work? That's your answer. It is an intrinsic part of humanity to want to work, to want to create.
Okay, why? Why do people want to work and create? To survive. Okay? And have their family to survive. Right? You want to have the most crops for winter. So as farmer, you must behave as profit maximizing farmer who gets the most, that's the point, okay, gets the most out of his time and resources. Actually, his time is the biggest resource. So you trying to best content, you have 5 hours in this stream, right? So you have 5 hours in this stream. What are you trying to do? You're trying to make the best use of it, right? You're trying to educate people, but you know you have limited time. You have limited attention. So you have limited time and you have limited attention. So how are you going to behave? You will try to optimize your time. That is profit maximization. If you did it for money, you would behave the same way, right, as you would trying to educate people, right? So maybe you have a different model, right? So you want to say, okay, this will not give me more money, but it will actually educate more people. I have this great idea, you know, providing more understanding, right? Maybe your content would be better if you do some other like more controversial stuff. But still, if this is your objective, to educate people, you would still behave like a profit maximizing thing, where your profit is defined as the knowledge you're communicating to other people, to your viewers. So profit maximization is actually at the core of every living being. That's profit, meaning you want to have this additional thing. Okay? That's why animals store for hard times. The bear is eating a lot before the winter, and he wants to have as much as possible, to do so. Like, profit maximization is not just like getting the money. It's about maximizing your output from your effort, whatever that output is. That's it. Profit is just like, it's about, equivalent of money, but that's very general idea.
Just have a look at, like, COVID times. People got stuck home, and the first 2 weeks were a nice vacation. By the end of the month, people were tearing their fucking hair out wanting to go back to work. That is a necessary, intrinsic part of being human, is you want to work. Now, if we got rid of money, if we got rid of the necessity...
Not so much. People were not rushing back to work when they thought they're gonna die. Okay? And actually people said work. So, people want to work because, yes, they do have the need, to do stuff, but they always have an objective. So let's say you don't care about money, but you care about connection with people, right? As a streamer, you think like, okay, I'm not gonna make money. Politics tag is demonetized, so okay, I cannot focus on that. Okay, cool. But at least maybe I'm gonna be like you. You're gonna think, hey, maybe I can like contribute to society by educating people about Marx and other stuff. You're gonna behave like a profit maximizing person as well, because you have limited time, you have limited attention from people, and you need to, given your objective, you're gonna do that. You're gonna behave like a profit maximizing person anyways, depending on how you define the profit. If you define the profit as the most information you communicate to your viewers, you're gonna be a profit maximizing streamer. It's just that's your objective. That's all there is. So if your objective is money, then you're gonna focus on the money. But the profit maximizing thing is natural. It's just, what do you define as profit? That's how, for example, market failure works. Meaning that the company which is polluting does not internalize the costs of pollution, usually. So they are not in their monetary profit. But if you would actually somehow put it into their calculation, okay, by having them to pay something by polluting and stuff like that, then you create an incentive for them to go for profit, but internalize the costs and thus make better decisions. So it's about working within the market to deal with the natural thing of profit that's always there and always will be there.
To work.
I mean, the general idea is when we are born, we know we have limited time, but pretty quickly. So what is the objective for every human? I think is to make the best of our life, whatever it is. That's profit maximizing, when the profit is, making the greatest contribution of our life, they have the most fun, whatever you define it. But that's the same thing, the same idea.
For a specific mean to produce exchange value, for example, if you're not working to produce money for the capital class, but you can just work whatever you would like to do. You can just do a job because you want to do it, and you can have a living wage based off that. It is the division of labor that is being removed here. It is the opening of the floodgates of your labor is equivalent to that of any
Wait, let's listen to this one.
other human's labor. But you can just work whatever you would like to do. You can just do a job because you want to do it, and you can have a living wage based off that. It is the division of labor that is being removed here. It is the opening of the floodgates of your labor is equivalent to that of any other human's labor.
So, division of labor is creating extra value. You want to remove it, you just want us to be poor. And also, you don't take into account that people like working with other people, and they want to be useful, and they want to make more stuff. So division of labor is actually good and makes people feel good about themselves. Don't you think that people want to make more stuff if they can, be more productive, and if they know that division of labor will facilitate it, then they will do that just because they want to, because it will make them feel important and good?
Rather than the congealment and the conflation of all human labor into one mass of congealed human labor. In Marx's own words, necessarily. Now, it is an eternal natural necessity which mediates the metabolism between man and nature and therefore human life itself. True, like we will always work. You will never be able to produce a system where humans don't want to work.
No. That isn't true. We will always do something. But it doesn't mean that we're going to do anything like productive. You know, if you have a hobby and you like painting and these paintings mean nothing, you cannot sell them. Of course, you're not doing any productive labor in the sense of Marx. You're not working. But you're doing something that makes you feel good. You work. You use your time. So what you mean is that people will definitely do something in their life. Because we have thoughts and we have desires and we have time that passes by and we interact with the outside world and we have to respond to it. So yeah, we're not going to basically lay in bed all life and then, you know, just die. Sure, but it doesn't mean we're going to work. We're going to do something that we would consider productive at the time for us, but not in terms of just working for the society. What Marx is saying is that people should just donate their life, effectively, give away their time for the society, and only in return get what is necessary. Like, that is unrealistic. That's not human nature, and that's not how the world has been created, I think.
Unless it's like a AI dystopia where you have like VR and you're forever like not moving your body, but they'll probably still make you do labor in that anyway. Tier maker, create ideologies. Based. I am gonna save that, Lennon, and we'll use that Monday. Thank you so very much. You guys are awesome. I missed Twitch so much. You guys are
Alright, let's see. Okay, let's see this link. Because, you know, her Twitch highlight may disappear. Well, yeah, tier list maker. Okay. Well, Marxism should be at the bottom because it's effective theft. You know, so let's see where it is. Let me put it in my own chat so I have a record of it. Here we go. So, what's the tier list? Very good, yeah. Wait. Cringe. Very good is red. Anarcho-communism, anarcho-syndicalism. Black, what is black? Black is like, what? Never heard of it. What is this black thing? Okay, so Marxism. Oh my God, Marxism's red. The theft, the biggest thief in the history of humanity. Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. Oh my God. Okay, where's William Smith? That is crazy. So stealing from people is a good ideology. Nice. Third way, Trotskyism. That is crazy. Social conservatism. Wait, is that, who is this? Social democracy. Is that Adam Smith by any chance? Who is this? Okay, what's that? I don't know. Liver Kennedy? Okay. Oh my God, this is so terrible. Agrars, okay, well, this is like going by time, right? Communalism, I don't know. Classical libertarians. Okay, where is Adam Smith? Christian democracy? Okay, don't know much about that. Man. Okay, this is so scary. Nazism, I don't think you can put on the same level Nazism, like some other distributionism, ecofascism. Oh my God. Like, it's in a different world. Like if we were ants with queens, but you still need the queen. Wait, is that Adam Smith? Where is Adam Smith? I mean, it's either classical libertarianism. What is this? Wait. Oh, wait. Okay, what? You can move this? Okay. Pin image? Okay, this is so bad. Like, I don't know. Create ranking. Yeah, but who are these guys? Like, where is... like, I don't know, like... Okay, well, anyways. Pearson, politics. Okay. Alright. Let's try to finish this. I'm getting tired.
Fun. YouTube chat is great too, but like, nothing beats this. If we subtract the total amount of useful labor... Oh, what happened to my mouse? Jesus. No. If we subtract the total amount of useful labor of different kinds, which is contained in the coat, the linen, and etc., a material substratum is always left. Substratum. I'm just picking out words, and I'm like, some of y'all don't know these words. Don't be offended if you did.
So is that a surplus labor that is being stolen from the other people?
An underlying layer or substance, in particular a layer of rock or soil beneath the surface of the ground, a foundation or the basis of something. A material base is always left when we subtract the useful labor of different kinds contained in the coat. This substratum, this foundational base, is furnished by nature without human intervention. When man engages in production, he can only produce as nature does herself, i.e. he can only change the form of the materials, can't create something out of nothing. Quitting vaping was going great for 7 days, and then I went outside and caved in, and I bought a vape. I do have a patch on, so I'm still trying to not use it, and this one's going in the bin once it's done. I'm going to try and not get another one. Why the fuck would I smoke cigars? Those are nasty. I smoked cigarettes for 12 years. I quit for a year and a half, and then picked up vaping. This is harder to quit than smoking. I'll give you that. So, all phenomena of the universe, whether produced by the hands of man or indeed by the universal laws of physics, are not to be conceived as the acts of creation, but solely as a reordering of matter.
So here's a wild question for you. In communism, they would decide that vaping is bad. They would ban it from you, and you would not be able to buy it. Would you rather have the choice that you can buy it if you want to and not buy it if you don't want to, but knowing, of course, that it's bad? Or would you rather live under the social communist system and basically be forced not to use it? Right? That's the difference. So I think that's why people say Marxism is not so good, because, or communism or socialism, because it forces people to make decisions for them, even though they may be sometimes correct or not. Just like with smoking. For years we thought smoking was good until we realized it's not.
It's like straight up thermodynamics. Composition and separation are the only elements found by the human mind whenever it analyzes the notion of reproduction, and so it is with the reproduction of value, use value, although very, which very are you talking about? Thank you for the non-citation, but a last name, in this polemic against physiocrats, is not quite certain of the kind of value he's referring to, and wealth, whether earth, air, or water, are turned into corn and fields, and the secretion of an insect are turned into silk by the hands of man, or some small pieces of metal are even in this work of modification. Essentially, basically, thermodynamics. You can't create something out of nothing. Every commodity that we make is based on existing materials that have...
Really? So what about the design of something brand new? Okay, wait. I mean...
Dynamics. Silk. Quite certain of the kind of value he's referring to, and wealth, whether earth, air, or water, are turned into corn and fields, and the secretion of an insect are turned into silk by the hands of man, or some small pieces of metal are even in this work of modification. Essentially, basically, thermodynamics. You can't create something out of nothing. Every commodity that we make is based on existing...
ideas? Okay. What do you use to generate ideas? Okay? How did people running Twitch come up with source code that allows the software to work? Right? It's just start. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna destroy this phone. Oh my goodness. It's so... pocket. Okay. Crap. Alright, we gotta try to finish it. Okay.
Materials that have been provided by the universe that just exist on our planet. Siggy butt brain. Goddamn right. Don't compare an art to a trash bin. Goddamn. Okay. So, labor is therefore not the only source of material wealth, of use values it produces. William Petty says labor is the father of material wealth, the earth is the mother. This tracks. Let us now pass from the commodity as an object of utility to the value of commodities. Now we're getting into commerce. And before we get into commerce, I need to pee. BRB.
Okay. You know what? I'll take a break as well. Get something to eat. Because it's been a while. Sandwich. Sandwich. You gotta have something that's not. And something to drink. Here we go. Drink. Let's finish this. Wow, the commenting takes actually quite a bit of time. Wow. I need some sauce. I'm ready to continue. Okay, well, one more thing. Okay. Okay. Alright, increase the speed to like 2 and she comes back. I don't know, 2. Wow, crap. Thanks. Alright, it's going fast. Yeah, it's going fast. To work. Look at the housing first concept employed in Finland. In success it had in getting people off the ground and actively wanting to re-engage and work in
now,
Spain.
before we move on, I just want to get an understanding. Are we all on the same page about that?
Alright. Let's see. What's the same page? Okay.
Value? Do we understand how this works? Do we, are we okay to move on to the commerce side of this? For people wondering, if people want to work, look into the housing first complex employed in Finland and the success it had in getting people off the ground and actively wanting to re-engage with work in society. True. In fact,
Well, I will say I have definitely realized that the theft concept is all over the capital. I actually only thought it was in the surplus tank because that's what I understood initially, but I'm shocked it's actually everywhere, at least the part like right at the beginning, where Marx is basically excluding all the contributions of the managers. So yeah, this is how much I got from it. And I would imagine now that I look at this, it's probably all over the place. So the whole Marxist ideology, everywhere, the entire book is just one giant scam and theft.
I mean, you can apply a lot of little minor differences that would not only increase the amount of people working and re-engaging with society, but would realistically increase the income of the government. Again, we know for a fact that giving the vast majority of homeless people housing for free, even if you have to pay for a house to be built, will still, in turn, generally profit the government, not...
Well, that's UBI. That's what I'm proposing. But it's different than stealing from the people, you know, like when you tax the billionaires, you are acknowledging their contribution and you just take away some of the profits they make. But if you actually do not acknowledge their profits, then you truly steal from them, because there's no need to tax them if they don't have any money, if they don't see, if you say that they don't have the right to their profits, then why do you tax them? Just steal from them and that's yours. They don't have to pay any taxes because they don't have anything to be taxed from, right? That's why Marxism is effectively theft. And that's why I guess taxes do not need to be, because you just take away from people what belongs to them, so there's nothing to tax them on because you took away everything from them that could be taxed.
cost it. Giving homeless people money in general produces profit for the government. There was one subcategory, in, I think this is the Finland study, in which it didn't produce profit for the government, but it also didn't cost them much. And it was the category of people who have been homeless for 2 years or longer with a moderate substance use addiction. Like, that's different. Oof, off to the wagey cage you go, Cheeseburger Murph. I'm very glad that this is my wagey cage. By the way, like and subscribe if you want me to keep being able to do this, because this is my wagey cage, and I need to be able to afford it. And follow me on socials and join the Discord. We can continue the discourse over there. Got a lot planned for this week, in fact. Got a debate on Wednesday. We're going over political ideologies on Monday. It's going to be fun. Thanks for the sub, Scar. Really appreciate it. Okay, now, no questions on value. We can move on. I'm just going to assume, since no one said so. Let us now pass from the commodities object of utility to the value of commodities. We've assumed that the coat is worth twice as much as the linen, but this is a mere quantitative difference, does not concern us at the moment. We shall therefore simply bear in mind that if the value of a coat is twice that of 10 yards of linen, 20 yards of linen will have the same value as a coat. As values, the coat and the linen have the same substance. They are the objective expressions of homogeneous labor, but tailoring and weaving are qualitatively different forms of labor. There are, however, states of society in which the same man alternately makes clothes and weaves. In this case, these two different modes of labor are only modifications of the labor of the same individual and not yet fixed functions peculiar to different individuals. We can ignore that bit.
Okay, who came up with this idea? Do we give credit to someone who told workers to specialize? Okay? Should we... Okay, here's the question. Should we give credit to people who direct workers to specialize and thus be more productive? Okay? Should we give them credit? You know?
Just as the coat our tailor makes today and the pair of trousers he makes tomorrow require him to only vary his own individual labor. This is not obviously how we produce goods anymore. Moreover, we can see at a glance that in our capitalist society, a given portion of labor is supplied alternatively in the form of tailoring and in the form of weaving in accordance with changes in the direction of the demand for labor. This change in the form of labor may well not take place without friction, but must take place. We see this with industries changing over time. For example, manufacturing of cars used to be huge in the United States, and the labor that produced that was that was how people were being. That's how people fed themselves. You know, that was their wage cage. They went and produced. They did their labor. They produced vehicles. However, the societal changes in other countries, imports and exports, or economic changes, resulted in, even with a large amount of friction, a change in where this labor force is. All of those people, well, the vast majority of them that worked in car manufacturing now work in a different industry. Or they, don't work, but that's a whole other story. That labor has changed forms. Whether or not we're talking about the people or not doesn't matter. It's the form of labor. It's the societies, the countries as a whole. Labor allocation has moved. If we leave aside the determinative quality of productive activity, and therefore the useful character of labor, what remains is
the only comment is, should we give people credit for re-educating themselves, right? So if you go to a better industry and you earn more money, should you get credit for this, that you spend time educating yourself? Because according to Marx, I don't think you do. I don't see there's any credit from learning skills and education in any of it. Nowhere.
As the quality of being an expenditure of human labor power. As in, the real only important quality of the productive activity is the expenditure of human labor. Tailoring and weaving, although they are qualitatively different productive activities, are both a productive expenditure of human brains, muscles, nerves, hands, etc. And in this sense...
Okay, this is important. This is about human capital, right? So, if we leave aside the determinate quantity of productive activity, and therefore the useful character of labor, what remains is its quality of being an expenditure of human labor power. Human labor power? Okay. Like people just working. Tailoring and weaving, although they are qualitatively different productive activity, they are productive expenditure of human brains, muscles, nerves, and hands. So you have to make decisions. Okay. And it says, but human labor. Okay. Look, there is no contribution of design. It's just your brain is only telling you what to do. You're brainless. You're mindless. So it appears. That for Marx, workers are just mindless laborers who do not try to innovate and make their work better except for learning by doing. So just be better. Okay, just get better at doing the same task over and over again, rather than change a way you do task with specialization, machines, specialization. Why am I misspelling so much? Specialization, machines, etc. Organization of labor. I need to slow down typing actually. It makes it worse for me.
It's both human labor. There are merely two different forms of the expenditure of human labor power. Of course, human labor power itself must have attained a certain level of development before it can be expended in this or that form. But the value of a commodity represents human labor, pure and simple. The expenditure of human labor in general, and just as in a civil society, a general or a banker plays a great part, but man as such plays a very mean part. What is that supposed to mean here? Ah, we're quoting Hegel. Lovely.
So here too, the same is true of human labor. It is the expenditure of simple labor power and labor power possessed in his bodily organs by every ordinary man on the average, without being developed in any special way. So he wants to reduce labor to simple labor hours, which is impossible. Because how can you... The only way to equate them is through the market. The money. That's it.
So, here too, the same is true of human labor. It is the expenditure of simple labor power, the labor power possessed in his bodily organism by every ordinary man. By the way, like, I'm just gonna read it as is, but obviously, like, this was written at a time where, like, women didn't necessarily have as much of a say in society, and,
Yep. Yeah, women couldn't even vote. Could they vote? Not sure they could vote. That's not right. Okay. Look it up. Alright. Oh, there's something else. Charging the phone. Charging the phone is critical. 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 100%. So, yeah.
we're just gonna deal with it. I'm not gonna change every goddamn word. On the average, without being developed in any special way, simple average labor, it is true, varies in character in different countries and at different cultural epochs, as in points of time, important points of time. As in, we would be in a cultural epoch right now, on the border of fascism. In a particular society, it's given. More complex labor counts only as intensified, or rather multiplied simple labor, so that the smaller quantities of complex labor is considered equal to larger.
Again, who made simple labor to more complicated labor? Where is the contribution of making that happen? Nowhere. Marx completely ignores it. And because it's so important, he steals from people who are making that transition.
Quantities of simple labor. This is still true today. Experience shows that this reduction is constantly being made. A commodity may be the outcome of the most complicated labor, but through its value is posited as equal to the product of simple labor. Hence, it represents only a specific quantity of simple labor. The reader should note that we are not speaking here of the wages or the value of workers receiving for their labor, but of the value of the commodity in which his day of labor is objectified. At this stage of our presentation, the categories of wages does not exist at all. So we're not even at wages yet, right? We're still very, very early on talking about just the idea of how labor is used. So we're starting to get into how more complex labor, harder skills, has different values to simple labor, easier skills. Well, actually, no, it's the opposite, in fact. Here, like Marx says that the more complex labor counts only as intensified or rather multiplied simple labor. So smaller...
Exactly. And he ignores the fact of how you manage to get from simple labor to more complicated labor. Like, doing that is not labor. So, question. Is the process of going from simple labor to more complicated labor basically innovations in productivity? Is that labor? Do people have to think how to make things better, you know. Yeah, is thinking labor. Is thinking labor. That's the question. Is thinking labor.
Quantities of complex labor are equal to large quantities of simple labor. It's not that the values are different fundamentally. It's that the quantity is, it's the quantity that changes. The quality of the labor is not relevant in the amount of value that it creates. Simple labor will create just as much value as complex labor, but complex labor is just intensified simple labor in larger quantities. And so a smaller amount of commodities produced by complex labor are equal to that of large amounts of a simple labor commodity, but realistically the value that these commodities produce is still just based in simple labor. It's just variations on the simple labor. Experience shows that this reduction is constantly being made. Actually, we read that part already. The various proportions in which different kinds of labor are reduced to simple labor as their unit of measurement are established by a social process that goes on behind the backs of producers. These proportions therefore appear to the producers to have been handed down by tradition. In the interest of simplification, we shall henceforth view every form of labor power directly as simple labor power. By this, we shall simply be saving ourselves the trouble of making the reduction. Yeah, so again, scratch out value and add quantity. Yes, the quantity of the simple labor and the complex labor are what's necessarily different, but their value is essentially that of the same thing. And again, you can just you can forget about complex labor. For now, we're reducing it to simple labor power because we're going to keep having to make that reduction otherwise. Just as in viewing the coat and the linen as value,
yeah, that's the problem with this whole thing. How did again how did simple labor turn into complex labor? Didn't it also require labor? You know?
abstract from their different use values. So in the case of the labor presented by those values, do we disregard the difference between its useful forms, tailoring and weaving? It doesn't matter whether it's tailored or whether it's weaved, it is still creating this value, whether it's the coat or the linen. And again, they have equivalent value based on quantity. 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat. That is considered the same. It's the complex labor of the coat. 1 coat is equivalent to the simple labor of 20 yards of linen. The use values of the coat and linen are combinations of, on the one hand, productive activity with definite purpose, and on the other hand, cloth and yarn, the values coat and linen, however, are merely congealed quantities of homogeneous labor. Again, of course. Hegel says here, in a civil society as a whole, at the standpoint of the needs, what we have before us is the composite idea, which we call man, thus is the first time, and indeed the only time, to speak of man in this sense. Cool. I haven't read Hegel. I probably should. In the same way, the labor contained in these values does not count by virtue of its productive relation to cloth or yarn, but only as being expenditures of human labor. Tailoring and weaving are the formative elements in the use values, coat and linen, precisely because these two kinds of labor are different qualities, but only insofar as the abstraction is made from their particular qualities, only insofar as both possess the same quality of being human labor. Do tailoring and weaving form substances of value of the two articles mentioned? You need them to be the same for it to be able to function in a form of capital. Coat and linen, however, are not merely values in general, but values of
Again, who came up with this? Where is the contribution of those who came up with this process? You know? Where is it? Did it require labor? Maybe.
Infinite magnitude, and following our assumption the coat is worth twice as much as 10 yards of linen, why is there this difference in value? Well, because the linen contains only half as much labor as the coat, so the labor power had to be expended twice as long to produce the second as it produced the first. While, therefore, the reference to use value and labor contained in the commodity counts only qualitatively, with reference to value, it counts only quantitatively once it has been reduced to human labor pure and simple. As in, when we're talking about the usefulness of the commodity, then we're talking about quality. And when we're talking about quantity, we're talking about labor power. It always comes back to human labor power. In the former case, it was a matter of how and what the labor. In the
Yeah, who made labor power labor power? That is omitted. That is the omitted thing, and what is omitted is basically stolen from those people who made greater labor power for the workers. And that's how Marxism is theft. Stealing from those who made that transition to a higher labor power.
the latter of the how much of the temporal duration of labor. Since the magnitude of the value of a commodity represents nothing but the quantity of labor embodied in it, follows that all commodities, when taken in certain proportions, must be equal in value. Again, this is pre-money and pre-wages. We haven't even got there yet. If the productivity of all different sorts of useful labor required, let us say, the production of a coat remains unchanged, the total value of the coat produced will increase along with their quantity. If one coat represent X days of labor, 2 coats will represent 2X days of labor, and so on. But now assume that the duration of the labor necessary for the production of a coat is doubled or halved. In the first case, 1 coat is worth as much as 2 coats were before, when the amount of labor time required is doubled. In the second case, 2 coats are worth as much as 1, when the labor time required is halved. Although in both cases, 1 coat performs the same service and the useful labor contained in it remains the same quality, one change has taken place, a change in the quantity of labor extended to produce the article. This is still how this works today. This is just supply and demand economics, but also not supply and demand. You know, we're not at the market yet. This is the base foundation of how you get to supply and demand economics.
No, this is just simple.
In itself, an increase in the quantity of use values
I think it's just simple productivity, that's all.
constitutes an increase in material wealth. 2 coats will clothe 2 men, 1 coat will only clothe 1 man. Nevertheless, an increase in the amount of material wealth may correspond to a simultaneous fall in the magnitude of value. This contradictory movement arises out of a twofold character of labor. By productivity, of course, we always mean the productivity of concrete useful labor. In reality, this determines only the degree of effectiveness of productive activity directed towards a given purpose within a given period of time. Productivity is how quickly can you make this thing, how much difficult.
That looks like what is in normal like economics called diminishing marginal product, I think. But
Are you having with it? Useful labor becomes therefore a more or less abundant source of products in direct proportion as its productivity rises or falls. As against this, however, variations in productivity have no impact on the labor itself represented in value. As productivity is an attribute of labor in concrete useful form, it naturally ceases to have any bearing on that labor as soon as we abstract from its concrete useful form. That same labor, therefore, performed for the same length of time, always yields the same amount of value independently of any variations in productivity. But it provides different quantities of use values during equal periods of time, more if productivity rises, fewer if it falls, and for this reason, the same change in productivity which increases the fruitfulness of labor, and therefore the amount of use value produced by it, also brings about a reduction in the value of this increased total amount if it cuts down the total amount of labor time necessary to produce the use values. Again, it's literally just labor time.
and who came up with this? Nobody? Where is the contribution of those who make this all possible?
Right. Hey, Ethoslav, welcome back. Yes, I am back, and happy Thanksgiving. Now, the converse also holds. On one hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in the physiological sense, and it is this quality of being equal or abstract human labor that it forms the value of commodities. On the other hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in a particular form with a definite aim. It is in this quality of being concrete useful labor that it produces use values. In order to prove that labor alone is the ultimate real standard by which the value of all commodities can all times and all places be estimated and compared, Adam Smith, someone mentioned that earlier, says equal quantities of labor at all times and places must have the same value for the laborer in his ordinary state of health, strength, and activity, in the ordinary degree of his skill and dexterity, and must always lay down the same portion of his ease, his liberty, and his happiness. Wealth of the nation. On the one hand, Adam Smith here, but not everywhere, confuses his determination of value by the quantity of labor expended in the production of commodities with the determination of the value of commodities by the value of labor. Therefore, endeavors to prove that.
So he's saying, I guess, that there's a value of labor that's put into making stuff. But then there's value of the product in the market, and Marx wants to attribute it all to labor. Basically what he's doing is saying, you know what, it's only physical labor that does it. So that is value in the market. It actually turns into value labor. So if you go on the market, your costs were like 15 shillings, what they say, right? But you go on the market and you end up getting 20 instead of 15, then you get a surplus. And because he doesn't explain where that surplus is coming from, because there's only labor that does it, he attributes it to labor, and he sees that because it belongs to labor and capitalists took it, he says capitalists took away the money that belonged to the labor. Because he doesn't attribute why that actually happened, that maybe the capitalist found a buyer who wants to buy it for more money. That is not included. So being a good salesman, being a good marketer, being somebody who knows the market well and knows where to sell the product, that is not a contribution. So if I can do an arbitrage and I'm a speculator or something, and I can figure out a good way to sell something to somebody who really, really wants it, Marx would say, no, this doesn't create value. It only steals from the worker who actually made it. So those who think, invest, are basically worthless people, and they need to be, their income has to be taken away because it doesn't belong to them, because it was the workers who made it. Okay, I gotta check something. I gotta see how far it goes, because I remember I was in that stream. So let me see. I'm gonna check something. I'll be right back. So let me it will take me maybe a moment. Okay, let's go to a different room to see it, okay?
equal quantities of labor always have the same value. This is incorrect, by the way. I hate that this starts here and ends at the bottom of this page. On the other hand, he has a suspicion that insofar as labor manifests itself in the value of commodities, it only counts as an expenditure of labor power, but then again he views the expenditure merely as a sacrifice of rest, freedom, of happiness, not as also man's normal life activity, which of course your labor is your normal life activity. You spend most of your days at work. Now, of course, he has taken the modern wage laborer in mind. Adam Smith's anonymous predecessor, cited in note 9, is much nearer the mark when he says, one man has employed himself a week providing this necessary of life, and that gives him some other in exchange. Cannot make a better estimate of what is a proper equivalent than by computing what cost him just as much labor and time, which in effect is no more than exchanging one man's labor in one thing for a time certain for another man's labor in another thing for the same time. It's kind of what we just read, also just written in even worse, like Old English that's hard to actually read. Note by Engels to the fourth German edition, which is the one that we're reading. The English language has the advantage of possessing two separate words for these different aspects of labor. Labor, which creates use values and is qualitatively determined, is called work, as opposed to labor. Labor creates value and is only measured quantitatively, is called labor as opposed to work. So yeah, if you're producing use values in a qualitatively determined way, you are working. Whereas if you are creating value that's measured quantitatively, then you are doing labor. You can use these interchangeably. It doesn't necessarily matter. I honestly just use labor more often than anything else. Unfortunately, English usage does not always correspond to Engels' distinction. We've tried to adopt it where possible. Great, love that. Okay. Here's elsewhere. Marx quotes English author
Try to understand again.
in German. This explains Engel's use of labor. Labor, which creates use values and is qualitatively determined. It's kind of what we just read, also just written in even worse, like Old English that's hard to actually read. Note by Engels to the fourth German edition, which is the one that we're reading. The English language has the advantage of possessing two separate words for these different aspects of labor. Labor, which creates use values and is qualitatively determined, is called work, as opposed to labor. Labor creates value and is only measured quantitatively, is called labor as opposed to work.
I mean, that could be basically the intellectual labor, but is it?
So it's called reading. The English language has the advantage of possessing two separate words for these different aspects of labor. Labor, which creates use values and is qualitatively determined, is called work, as opposed to labor. Labor creates value and is only measured quantitatively, is called labor as opposed to work. So yeah, if you're producing use values in a qualitatively determined way, you are working. Whereas if you are creating value that's measured quantitatively, then you are doing labor.
Creating value. Okay.
You can use these interchangeably. It doesn't necessarily matter. I honestly just use labor more often than anything else. Unfortunately, English usage does not always correspond to Engels' distinction. We have tried to adopt it where possible. Great, love that. Okay. Here's elsewhere. Marx quotes English author in German. This explains slight divergences from the original English text. That makes sense. That wasn't Old English. That was German translated to English. So, the value form, or the exchange form. Any questions on the commodity so far? We good? We can go? Sorry, still a Nick addict. Gotta do it. Working on that. So, Commodities come into the world in the form of use values or material goods such as iron, linen, and corn. Hey, Catpiss, welcome. This is their plain, homely, natural form. However, there are only commodities because they have a dual nature, because they're at the same time objects of utility and bearers of value. You need both to be a commodity, utility and value. Therefore, they only appear as commodities or have the forms of commodities insofar as they possess a double form, a natural form and a value form. Now, the objectivity of commodities as values differs from Dame quickly in the sense that a man knows not where to have it, as we are probably going to read down here. So, yeah, Dame, there we go. Thou art an unjust man, saying so. Thou or any man knows where to have me, thou knave thou. Great, thank you for English that I don't understand. I mean, I understand, but like the point of that is lost on me. In the sense that not an atom of matter enters into the objectivity of commodities as values. In this, it is the direct opposite of what hoarsely sensuous objectivity of commodities as physical objects. We may twist and turn a single commodity as we wish, it remains impossible to grasp it as a thing possessing value. However, let us remember that commodities possess an objective character as value only insofar as they are all expressions of identical social substance, human labor, that their objective character as value is therefore purely social. It is the labor that you put into creating it, and the social value that is seen in it, that is reflected in its value. Why she's neither fish nor flesh, a man knows not where to have her. Ah, that didn't read the whole thing. That makes sense now. From this, it follows self-evidently that it can only appear in the social relation between commodity and commodity. In fact, we started from exchange value or exchange. In this, it is the direct opposite of what hoarsely sensuous objectivity of commodities as physical objects. We may twist and turn a single commodity as we wish, it remains impossible to grasp it as a thing possessing value. However, let us remember that commodities possess an objective character as value only insofar as they are all expressions of identical social substance, human labor, that their objective character as value is therefore purely social. It is the labor that you put into...
Social doesn't mean that it has only social value, like it doesn't have individual value. It is definitely difficult, you know.
To creating it, and the social value that is seen in it, that is reflected in its value.
Yeah, the social value. It's interesting what it is.
Why she's neither fish nor flesh, a man knows not where to have her. Ah, that didn't read the whole thing. That makes sense now. From this, it follows self-evidently that it can only appear in the social relation between commodity and commodity. In fact, we started from exchange value or exchange relation of commodities. Remember the... very beginning of chapter 1, in order to track down the value that lay hidden within it. We must now return to this form of appearance of value. Everyone knows, if nothing else, that commodities have a common value form which contrasts in the most striking manner with the motley nature forms of their use values. Here, let's Google motley for you guys. This is more of a great diversity of elements, divergent, dissimilar, diverse. Yeah. So the diverse natural forms of their use values. I refer to the money form. Now, however, we have to perform a task never even attempted by bourgeois economics. That is, we have to show the origin of this money form. Now we're getting into money. This is where it gets a bit more complex now, and interesting, honestly. We have to trace the development of the expression of value contained in the value relation of commodities from its simplest, most imperceptible outline to the dazzling money form. When this has been done, the mystery of money will disappear immediately. The simplest value relation is evidently that one commodity to another of a different kind, it does not matter which one, hence the relation between the value of two commodities supplies us with the simplest expression of a value of a single commodity. A, the simple, isolated, or accidental form of value, X commodity A equals Y, commodity B, or X commodity A is worth Y commodity B. 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat. Again, it is the difference between worth and equal to. We're talking about value and of exchange value. That's the difference. If 20 yards of linen are what's required to make a coat, then this is now value. 20 yards of linen being worth 1 coat is exchange value. Econ 101, kind of. Marxism 101. We're reading Capital, Antoine Bishop. And honestly, yes, a lot of this is just understanding our current economy. We only just got to the money form, and we're 130 pages in. The two poles of the expression of value, the relative form of value, and the equivalent form. Well, how about you sit and listen, Joe Dumb, and maybe you'll change your mind. The whole mystery of the form of value lies hidden in this simple form. Our real difficulty, therefore, is to analyze it. Here, two different kinds of commodities, in our example, the linen and the coat, evidently play two different parts. The linen expresses its value in the coat. The coat serves as the material in which the value is expressed. The first commodity plays an active role, the second a passive role. The value of the first commodity is represented as relative value. In other words, the commodity is the relative form of value, and the second commodity fulfills the function of equivalent. In other words, it is the equivalent form. Thus, the relative form of value and the equivalent form are two inseparable moments which belong to and mutually condition each other. But at the same time, they're mutually exclusive or opposed extremes, i.e. poles of expressions of value. They're always divided up between the different commodities brought into relation with each other by that expression. I cannot, for example, express the value of linen in linen. "20 yards of linen." The second, a passive role. The value of the first commodity in the coat. The coat serves as the material in which commodities, in our example, the linen and the coat, evidently play two different parts. The linen expresses its value in the coat. The coat serves as the material in which the value is expressed. The first commodity plays an active role, the second a passive role. The value of the first commodity is represented as relative value. In other words, the commodity is the relative form of value, and the second commodity fulfills the function of equivalent. In other words, it is the equivalent form. Thus, the relative form of value and the equivalent form are two inseparable moments which belong to and mutually condition each other. But at the same time, they're mutually exclusive or opposed extremes, i.e.
Okay. Where is the value of how to turn two forms, linen into linen So okay. Coat. Okay, so here's the question, and it's a fundamental question that's completely. What is the value of how to turn linen into coat? what is the value of Taylor taking correct measurements of a person so that the code fits? Does this add to value? So if the code does not fit, meaning linen was turned to a coat, but the coat is useless, what is the value of labor? And what is the contribution of what Taylor did to take measurements? You know? Is that labor? Is that labor? Because you can make a coat out of linen, yes, but you can make a one that will not fit. Like, let's say if it's too small. So sure, you create coat from the linen, right? And you have this indirect value and direct value, whatever. But if you do not have this component that the measurements are correct, you can totally screw up labor, which means that managers and people who make decisions are critical for labor to actually do useful stuff, because they are making actually the greatest contribution than labor, and they are ignored. They are being robbed of their value when you go and get the exchange value of the commodity. So that's another expression of the theft. It's theft over and over and over again. On every corner of this theory, they're stealing from the managers, people who invent and invest and are creative and are making cooperation happen. Wow. Holy cow, man.
Poles of expressions of value. They're always divided up between the different commodities brought into relation with each other by that expression. I cannot, for example, express the value of linen in linen. 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen is not an expression of value. The equation states the contrary. 20 yards of linen are nothing but 20 yards of linen, a definite quantity of linen considered as an object of utility. The value of the linen can therefore only be expressed relatively in another commodity, as in the way that we use money now, which is the larger commodity. Sounds like Antoine on Friday and Saturday night. Cool. So Anthony or Antoine, which one would you rather be called? Because I called you Antoine first. So the relative form of value of the linen therefore presupposes that some other commodity confronts it in the equivalent form. On the other hand, this other commodity, which figures as the equivalent, cannot simultaneously be the relative form of value. It is not the latter commodity whose value is being expressed. It only provides the material in which the value of the first commodity is expressed. Anthony, got it. Thank you. Mr. When 20 yards of linen E equals 20 yards of linen. Well, that's the thing, Cat Piss. You can't say 20 yards of linen equal 20 yards of linen. 20 yards of linen are exactly the same as 20 yards of linen. Equal implies a form of value. Again, you know, it is not an expression of value. The equation states the contrary. Nothing but. So, where were we? On the other hand, this other commodity figures as the equivalent, cannot simultaneously be the relative form of value. All right, we got there. So, of course, the expression 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat, also includes its converse. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen, or 1 coat is worth 20 yards of linen. Again, the distinction between equal and...
all right, let's write a question. if the same coat no if coat 1 takes same amount of labor to make. Okay. But make S code 2. But code 1 fits, but code 2 does not fit. Is use value, use labor value of those codes the same or different? I claim it is different, and the one that fits is valued more, and that is because of design and measurement, which is apparently not included in this calculation of value. That is crazy. How did he get away with this? Holy moly. For so long.
Worth is exchange value and value. Now, but in this case, I must reserve the equation in order to express the value of the coat relatively, and if I do that, the linen becomes the equivalent instead of the coat. The same commodity cannot therefore simultaneously appear in both forms in the same expression of value. These forms rather exclude each other as polar opposites. Whether a commodity is in its relative form or in its opposite or equivalent form entirely depends on the actual position in the expression of value. That is, it depends on whether it is the commodity whose value is being expressed or the commodity which value... That depends on whether it's the commodity whose value is being expressed or the commodity in which value is being expressed. The relative form of value and the content of the relative form of value is a definition that we're going to move on to now, in a second, actually, because I want to hit my vape. I'm going to go put this in another room really quickly. Just right up here. When it's in front of me, I want to use it more, and I don't want to do that. So. Are we, oh, thank you, Anthony. I'm happy it does too. I just got unbanned today, so. In order to find out how the simplest expression of value of a commodity lies hidden in the value relation between two commodities, we must first all consider the value relation quite independently of its quantitative aspect. The usual mode of procedure is the precise opposite of this. Nothing is seen in the value relation but the proportion in which definite quantities of two sorts of commodities count as equal to each other. It is overlooked by that of magnitudes of different things only become comparable in quantitative terms when they have been reduced to the same unit. Only as an expression of the same unit do they have a common denominator and are therefore commensurable magnitudes. Oh, hold on, sorry, I forgot to do something. That's important. Oh, cool, never mind, I didn't forget to do it. Lovely. So, whether 20 yards of linen equals one coat, or 20 coats, 20 yards of linen equals one coat, or equals 20 coats, or equals X coats, whether a given quantity of linen is worth few or many coats, it is always implied that whatever the proportion that the linen and the coat as magnitudes of value are expressed of the same unit, things of the same nature. Linen equals coat is the basis of the equation. Of course, you make linen to make the coat. May I ask?
Okay. Does preparing for stream make it a better stream and contribute to the value? Because it is not included in Marx's theory. So basically it's like magic. I mean, where is the innovation happening? Like research and development. You know? Let me see. Let me check something. Okay. Research and development. In Marxism, research and development refers to ongoing study and analysis of social economic systems through the lens of historical materialism, aiming to understand and critique the dynamics of capitalism, particularly the exploitation of labor. This often involves empirical research into class relations, economic structures, and historical trends to identify contradictions or potential revolutionary. Wait a second. So, like, to make products, so he thought we're just gonna keep producing the same things over and over again and never improve it? Like computers, like that's not included in his theory? Like, what the heck? I mean, class analysis. Okay. Study how capitalists extract profit. Wait, that's research and development? Well, capitalist is creating surplus value. How is he extracting if he's giving them the opportunity? Exploitation. Capitalist contradictions. Identify internal tensions and crises within capitalism, such as economic cycles, growing inequality, which could lead to eventual collapse. Okay? So here he is kind of correct. Capitalism can create collapse. Political labor studies. Okay, investing impact of technology on employment. Examining the working of capitalist economies, including market dynamics, social inequality. Assuming the economic factors always drive the chest. Step in. Lack of empirical evidence. None of the market theories. Wait a second. But technological. This is crazy. There is no research and development. Okay. In capitalism. Okay. This is this. Okay. Because it's mind numbing. Mind. Okay. Let's do capitalism, you know? Okay. In capitalism system, research and development (R&D) refers to the process where companies invest in scientific and technological advancements to create new products, improve existing ones, and ultimately gain a competitive edge in the market driven by profit motive inherent capitalism. Okay. Where is it in Marxism? Okay. Where is it in Marxism? So people, I mean, we would have no progress if we would have Marxism. Like how? Okay. Crap. All right. Whatever. Wait. Ones. Let's see. We're going to do all this. So, once. Where is it? In Marxism. Okay. Question. In Marxism, how innovation happens? Like, it's kind of, you think it's such a simple thing, right? Progress, yeah. Okay, this progress, I think, progress. Innovation. Innovation happens. Okay, I think it's double N, right? Or it feels like it. Okay, okay. I'm gonna try this. Let's see what Gemini will say in Marxism. Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. Maybe I'm missing something. Let's see. In Marxism, how do you innovate? Okay? Technology, innovation, growth, and capitalism. Marxist, okay. Marxist analysis history. Alright. Okay. Marxism.com. Marxism and history. There is dialectical materials historical account. Okay. Bourgeoisie. Okay. I'm fully in support. Okay, let's see. Where's this? Alright, Marxists are fully in favor of innovation technology. In fact, we are the most consistent and earnest supporters of new technologies, which are vital for the development of productive forces and thus society in general. The problem is that in capitalism, such technologies, thing in progress, is really with contradictions. The result is that the vast majority are alienated through. Okay, but who is going to do it? Like, what's the motivation? Like, why would you do that? Okay? It's, my God. Like how? I mean, in Russia, you know, they put the gun into your head and you do the work, you know, because you just want to live. But hey, I want you like, boy, like, yeah, you want to do it, but the system itself doesn't promote it. Deploying labor machinery, producing more wealth for society with less work and reducing hours over the working day. Okay, cool. In the science fiction of the past, influenced by the rise of automation in production at the beginning of the 20th century, writers imagined a future utopia in which the biggest problem facing humanity would be what to do with all the leisure time whilst machines did all the work. Yeah, that's coming. Yeah. Such a society has been made entirely possible, but so how is it bad? Like, Jesus, so we making machines do all the work for us and I have leisure. How is this bad? How is this bad that capitalism is bad for giving us this opportunity? Are we supposed to like struggle even if we don't have to? Like, why? Hmm. Okay. No. So it did play a great role, and now it doesn't. Why? But now capitalism is unable to use these productive forces to become absolute. What do you mean? It keeps going forward. Like capitalism keeps driving stuff that we can now, have self-driving cars, have cell phones. That's all capitalism. That wasn't. I mean, is there any great Soviet company that came up with something that changed the world? Like, they're scientists, but like, you think about company change the world. Nothing. I don't think so. Well, to force idleness by a system that can't create jobs. Well, okay, here's a freaking contradiction. So, life of leisure for all, and then need to create jobs. Like how? Here is leisure jobs. Okay. Wow. Those increased living standards that have been seen or better incomes and increased leisure time have not been benevolently granted by the ruling class. Okay. So it's just stealing. The ruling class are smart people that apparently in Marx's world are unfairly given that because they are smart. If you're born a genius, you are bourgeoisie. Like a genius, yes. You come up with a great invention and you change the world. You are a freaking leech to society because you make too much money. Okay? If you innovate so much that, people don't have to work as hard, they can use computers, machines and stuff, you're a freaking leech. You are bad for society. You're bourgeoisie. Even if you came from the poor background, you're the poorest person in the world, but the smartest, and you came up with the greatest ideas, you are actually bad. My goodness. How is this system? I cannot believe this. And I thought I knew it. Jeez. Like okay. All right.
Why are we doing on that now? I made an incel mad, that's it. I made an incel mad and they reported me to a Twitch mod. And then kind of did it. I've been on YouTube as well, by the way. Speaking of, since there's some new people here. There you go. Like and subscribe on the stream on YouTube, please. Also, that definitely does help. If you like my content, you want me to keep being able to do this, I'd like to be able to make this my wagey cage. So, these two qualitatively different equated commodities do not play the same part. It is only the value of the linen that is expressed, and how? By being related to the quote as its equivalent, as the thing exchangeable with it, which we would now replace with money. In
see. I can't find the answer anywhere.
This relation, the coat counts as the form of existence of value, as the material embodiment of value, for only as such as the same as the linen. Come on in then. Yeah. Same as the linen. On the other hand, linen's own existence as value comes into view or receives an independent expression, for it is only as value that it can be related to the coat as being equal in value to it, or exchangeable with it. It needs to be the value form. It needs to be able to be expressed in a value form to be considered the equal of the coat. Again, this is what we've now replaced with money. When you think about the linen being exchanged for the coat, we're forming the foundations of how we got to the money form right now. So in the same way, butyric acid is a different substance from propylformate, yet both are made up of the same chemical substances, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Moreover, these substances are combined together in the same proportions in each case, namely C4H8O2. If now butyric? Butyric. I'm going to call it butyric acid were to be equated with propylformate, then in the first place, propylformate would count in this relation only as the form of existence of C4H8O2, and in the second place, it would thereby be asserted that butyric acid also consists of C4H8O2. Thus, by equating the propylformate with the butyric acid, one would be expressing their chemical composition as opposed to their physical formation. If we say that as values, commodities are simply congealed quantities of human labor, our analysis reduces them, it is true, to a level of abstract value, but does not give them a form of value distinct from their natural forms. It is otherwise in the value relation of one commodity to another. The first commodity's value character emerges here through its own relation to the second commodity. This is still how this works. The few economists, such as S. Bailey, who have concerned themselves with the analysis of the form of value, have been unable to arrive at any result, firstly because they confuse the form of value with value itself, and secondly because under the coarse influence of the practical bourgeois, they give their attention from the outset and exclusively to the quantitative aspect of the question. The command of quantity constitutes value, not quality. Not just quality or quantity, rather, because it is both. It is the qualitative aspects and the quantitative aspects combining together, as well as the amount of human labor expended to produce the commodity that defines its value. By equating, for example, the coat as a thing of value to the linen, we equate the labor embedded in the coat with the labor embedded in the linen. Now, it is true that tailoring, which makes the coat, is concrete labor of a different sort from the weaving, which makes the linen. But the act of equating tailoring with weaving reduces the former, in fact, to what is really equal in the two kinds of labor, to the characteristics they have in common of being human labor. This is a roundabout way of saying that weaving, too, insofar as weaves value, has nothing to distinguish it from tailoring, and consequently is abstract human labor. It is only the expression of equivalence between different sorts of commodities which brings to view specific character of value-creating labor by actually reducing the different kinds of labor embedded in the different kinds of commodities to their common quality of being human labor in general. As in, one of the first economists after William Petty to have seen through the nature of value, the famous Franklin, which I think is Benjamin Franklin, says, trade in general being nothing else but the exchange of labor for labor, the value of all things most justly measured by labor is most justly measured by labor. Yes, and this was Benjamin Franklin, I believe. Yep. Franklin is not aware that in measuring the value of everything in labor, he makes an abstraction from any difference in the kinds of labor exchanged, thus reduces them all to equal human labor. Yet he states this without knowing it. He speaks the first of the one labor, and then the other labor, and finally of labor, without further qualifications as the substance of the value of everything. William Petty, the English economist and statistician, Jesus, regarded Marx as the founder of modern political economy. Petty recognizes labor as the source of material wealth, but misapprehends the source of exchange value. So, where were we? 18. However, it is not enough to express the specific character of labor, which goes to make up the value of the linen. Human labor power, in its fluid state, or human labor, creates value, but it itself is not value. It becomes value in its congealed state. In its objective form, the value of linen as a congealed mass of human labor can be expressed only as objectivity. Gegenständigkeit is a thing which is materially different from other linen itself and yet common to the linen and all other commodities. The problem is already solved. When it is the value relation with the linen, the coat counts qualitatively as equal of the linen. It counts as a sort of thing of the same nature because it is a value. Here, it is therefore a thing in which value is manifested, or which represents value in its tangible natural form. Yet the coat itself, the physical aspect of the commodity, is purely a use value. The coat, as such, no more expresses value than does the first piece of linen we come across. This proves only that within the value relation to the linen, the coat signifies more than it does outside, just as the men for more when a gold... Hold on. Just as some men count for more when inside a gold-braided uniform than they do otherwise. Again, this kind of makes sense. That one you pronounced in the end, did I get it right? Bulletproof bullet, did I get it right? How could we improve and evolve this to make it more appealing to the general public? Well, Anthony, you're just going to have to tune in because we're going to go through a lot of that. First off, like this right now, what we're doing, this is like once a week reading time. don't even really worry about this too much. If you need to find other pieces to understand this, like I said, on Monday we're going to go through every political ideology that I can find. We're going to rank them on a tier list. We're going to explain them. We're going to think about them. We're going to analyze them. And on Wednesday, me and Comrade Lennon are having a debate on the best way to apply these changes and what changes could be made to produce good outcomes in the system. So, like, there's no short answer I can give you for this, Anthony. Hey, Glenn Miles, welcome. Unfortunately, I would love to give you a short answer, but there's a lot involved in that. So, also, I do love the little, like, dig that Marx gives to soldiers here, as, like, the value of men seems to just go up when they're in the military uniform, as opposed to just normal, like, people around. I like that little dig. So, in the production of the coat, human, instead of apply it, what about evolve it? Well, that's the thing. You cannot directly apply this to modern day. This was written in the 1800s. We have to first understand the text, understand what good bits from this are useful to us in our current context, what parts of this ideology, this theory, are close but not quite useful to us in our current context, how we can shift those to make them work for us in our current modern world better. Marx is not God. You can't just take this and apply it directly to the world and it will be all fine. That won't work. Also, I don't agree with everything Marx says. As we get through it, you're going to have me disagreeing more and more. Well, yes.
Okay.
And to me, that's libertarian socialism. What good bits from this are useful to us in our current context, what parts of this ideology, this theory, are close but not quite useful to us in our current context, how we can shift those to make them work for us in our current...
So, can we... agree Marxism, anti-innovation, anti-progress, and theft, but it does recognize that without social programs, that without some social programs, we have inequality, unsustainable, can we just take from it the idea of not enough work and abandon on his solution based on theft? I'm all good. Yeah, I definitely recognize your contribution, but
modern world better. Marx is not God. You can't just take this and apply it directly to the world and it will be all fine. That won't work. Also, I don't agree with everything Marx says. As we get through it, you're going to have me disagreeing more and more. Well, yes. And to me, that's libertarian socialism. But, like, you are far ahead of where we're at. We're still building the foundation. Most people don't even understand what this is, Anthony. And so we need to build that up over time. We need to discuss variations of political system. A lot of people... No, not your bad. Very valid and good question. I'm just trying to explain. The other day, let's say, we covered the fact that 75% of Americans can't read above a 6th grade level. So, you know, I feel like we have to do a little bit of the extra work before we can really get into that. Could evolution look like simplifying instead of further complexities? Yes. No, it could. It could absolutely look like a simplification, but it depends on the context. All of this is contextual. All of this is nuanced. Don't be sorry. Don't shut up. I want you to get excited. I want you to participate, and I want you to ask questions. This is how you learn. Guys, think about like what it was like in school. I don't know, raise your hand and ask the question. Except don't raise your hand, just ask the question. It is all contextual, though. Like, there's no broad answer that you could just apply.
Like it's. Huh? So the only way for him to steal from people is to say that workers are being stolen from. That's the trick. He's putting the cat into a hat by saying that workers are being robbed. That's why we can rob the owners. Because it's not theirs, because we don't include it in our analysis. They have no contribution. Yeah, we're gonna write all these thousands of pages over and over again to show capitalists contribute nothing. So when they make a lot of money, it's actually not theirs. Actually, what is the? I mean, so what is actual like? So how do you deal with the poverty of capitalists? Because they obviously, yeah. Let's see. Okay. How do we deal how do we deal with uselessness of capitalists until after under best case scenario we take all their money away. What do we do then? Like, how do we deal? They will be poor, right? They will be poor because they do not work. Because they contribute nothing do no work. Yeah, like, wait, so the workers are going to support them now? We're going to steal from the workers? Like how? Like how do we deal with people who don't work? You know, I swear, like, this is so interesting. How to deal with people who don't work? Okay. Yeah, I want to know that. Answer.
Right off the bat, especially not this early into context. All of this is contextual. All
That is crazy. Let's continue.
of this is nuance. Don't be sorry. Don't get into that. Could abolition look like simplifying instead of further complexities? Yes. No, it could. It could absolutely look like a simplification, but it depends on the context. All of this is contextual. All of this is nuance. Don't be sorry. Don't shut up. I want you to get excited. I want you to participate, and I want you to ask questions. This is how you learn, guys. Think about like what it was like. So that up over time. We need to discuss variations of political system. Most people more. Well, yes, and to me that's libertarian socialism. But like you are far ahead of where we're at. We're still building the foundation. Most people don't even understand what this is, Anthony. And so we need to build that up over time. We need to discuss variations of political system. A lot of people, not your bad. Very valid and good question. I'm just trying to explain. The other day, let's say, we covered the fact that 75% of Americans can't read above a 6th grade level. So, I feel like we have to do a little bit of the extra work before we can really get into that. Could abolition look like simplifying instead of further complexities? Yes. No, it could. It could absolutely look like a simplification, but it depends on the context. All of this is contextual. All of this is nuance. Don't be sorry. Don't shut up. I want you to get excited. I want you to participate, and I want you to ask questions. This is how you learn, guys. Think about like what it was like in school. I don't know. Raise your hand and ask the question. Except don't raise your hand. Just ask the question. It is all contextual, though. Like there's no broad answer that you could just apply right off the bat, especially not this early into three. Well, I mean, look. This is what we're reading. So we are currently on this one, which I'm currently also rereading in person. We got all of this to get through. Now, is all of this useful? Is all of this correct? Can we apply this directly? Can we just give this to, I don't know, Congress and say, do it? No, it won't work well because it's not built for our current economic system. It's not built for our social system. It's not built for our international economy. It's not built for the context in which people engage with the material conditions around them. There are many, many steps to take much ahead. This is why, like I say, when people talk about communism, I tell them, stop it. Like, you're never getting communism in our lifetime. That is an eventual occurrence that will occur, but that is such a far-reaching goal that it's not worth working towards. Socialism is a much more realistic goal to work towards. What happens if we just make one currency for the world? That is an answer that depends on the social and economic systems that the world primarily uses. In this case, it would fuck you and me and everyone else and keep the bourgeoisie rich. In fact, I've kind of talked about this. We're going to go a little bit off topic. There is a thing that could happen. I don't think it will happen, but it is possible, and all of the people that could do it are in power, in which theoretically, again, I don't think this is going to happen just because I think this is hard and might be too difficult for these idiots. Yes, it's the crypto thing. It's the fucking crypto thing. That is what would be the outcome of that now, though. Your question of the one world currency, and thank you for confirming now that I know who you are, the one world currency could be crypto, but under a capitalist society, well, rather an oligarchy at this point, it would not be beneficial to anybody except the bourgeoisie. A single currency could be useful in a context. The end goal here is a classless, stateless society for me. And also, really, moneyless would be preferable. The idea of money can still exist. I mean, for a long time it will exist. In the end goal, I would prefer, a society without class, state, or money, but that is like end game stuff. What if we implement the one currency involving redistribution? You would need to gain power to be able to do that first, Scars. We can't do that. Who can? The bourgeoisie can. But that's what I mean. This is what I was talking about with Lenin earlier, in that you're never going to vote in socialism. You're never going to make this occur through electoralism. However, it's important to engage in electoralism. It's important to run for office. It's important to have political figures that support this ideology.
Okay, it's about money. How do you imagine living out without money right now? And like exchanging goods and services between people. So people drop like subs and stuff. How would they do this? How would they sub to your channel without money? How would they support you without money? Like, are we trying to just destroy the world that we have right now and just not have internet and not have other things going on? Is that the goal? Because yeah, I can see how Marxism would do this, but I'm not sure people want it, and I don't think it's good for people, honestly. The only reason we can do this because of money, because of the market economy. Like, discuss things like that, people on different continents. Anyways.
analogy because eventually there's going to be some kind of violence in this country. Like within the borders of the United States, there will be some form of revolution, whether it starts from the right or the left, and honestly, I'm leaning towards the right now. It doesn't necessarily matter. It's just likely to happen. Will it be in our lifetime? Maybe. Maybe. It could happen in the next 10 years. It could happen after we die. It could happen in the next generation. But if we have people who talk about, I don't know, decommodification, about labor, about freedom in power, socialists in power, then that increases our likelihood of being able to enact these policies later on. We don't have the power to do this. We don't have the power to do shit right now. We're currently fucked. Honestly, like, this is all of this is long-term goal, and it kind of depends on, I don't know, all of us not being sent to the camps, so. Well, all of you. They can't send me to the camps, not for a little while. Death toll in warfare is trending downwards. Well, yeah, it's because we don't send as many soldiers out into war. We bomb them from far away. I'm hoping it'll happen in our lifetime. I mean, not just like violent revolution without like a base useful cause. I'm hoping it happens when we're elderly, when we have managed to build power and coalitions in government. This like it pisses me off with the liberals. They're just allergic to gaining power. They will literally go out of their way to not. I'm not going to complain about Kamala Harris again. Take a deep breath. My anger needs to subsume. Also, yeah, that was a little bit mean, Scars. Now, where were we? That's total death toll in warfare, not just one military, all militaries plus civilian deaths. Wait, including civilian deaths, it's trending downward? I mean, like, I know that some of the wars that we've had in the past were like, really, really bad, but I did not think that it would be trending downwards. Oof, yeah, is this Yacht Fest boring? I would really like to know. If you guys are bored with this, we could move on. No, like, I get it, Scars. You weren't trying to be mean. Okay. So. That's where we are. Solution equals giving power to local communities through building sustainable local infrastructure. That power has to be knowledge and action. Yes, direct action. As I've said, go run for office, run for your like election board, run for your school board. You're like, if you live in a red state, your life is not being made as bad as it is by the federal government as much as you think. It's mostly your state government fucking you over. Go get rid of your Republican governor. Go join the legislature. How do you think the Republicans did this? Like, genuinely, question. What do you think they did that gave them this full embodied control over not only the national discourse, but of the politics as a whole? They got young people invested. They put them into government in lower levels, and they work from the bottom up. Change comes from the bottom up. Well, I mean, that's good. Bulletproof bullet. I think we would like less death in battle. That would be nice. I'm out of water. You're back. And then we're going to continue on. And vote. If you're bored of this, let me know. Also, I love whoever created that poll calling it a Yap Fest, as if I literally do anything other than just yap for 5-6 hours at a time on stream. But whatever. Now then. In its value relation with Lenin, the coat counts only under this aspect, counts therefore as embodied value, as the body of value. Wertkörper. I'm not bored at all. I've been trying to find a channel like this for a while. Oh, well, I'm glad you found me. Despite its buttoned-up appearance, the linen recognizes in it a splendid kindred soul, a soul of value. Nevertheless, the coat cannot represent value towards the linen unless value for the latter simultaneously assumes the form of a coat. An individual A, for instance, cannot be your majesty to another individual B unless majesty in B's eyes assume the physical shape of A, and moreover, the change of facial features, hair, or many other things with every new father of his people. As in, there is no base definition of these things. Yes, that too. Now, hence, in the value relation, in which the coat is the equivalent to the linen, the form of the coat counts as the form of value. The value of the commodity in the linen is expressed by the physical body of the commodity, coat. The value of one by the use value of the other. As a use value, the linen is something palpably different from the coat. As value, it is identical with the coat, and therefore looks like the coat. Thus, the linen acquires a value form different from its natural form. Its existence as value manifested its equality with the coat, just as the sheep-like nature of the Christian is shown in his resemblance to the Lamb of God. Yes, I do love that. That is a good analogy, by the way. We see, then, that everything our analysis of value commodities previously told us is repeated by the linen itself. As soon as it enters into association with another commodity, the coat, only it reveals its thoughts in a language with which it alone is familiar, the language of commodities. In order to tell us that labor creates its own value in an abstract quality of being human labor, it says that the coat, insofar as it counts as its equal, is value consistent of the same labor as it does itself. In order to inform us that the sublime objectivity as a value differs from its stiff and starchy existence as a body, it says that the value has an appearance of a coat, and therefore that insofar as the linen itself is an object of value, Verting, it and the coat are like as two peas. Are like as two peas. I like that. Let us note incidentally that the language of commodities also, apart from Hebrew, plenty of other more less correct dialects, the German word Verstein, to be worth, for instance, brings out less strikingly than the Romance verb valer or valer, equating to a commodity. B with commodity, A is the expression of value proper to the commodity. A, Paris valt bijna un mes, which means Paris is certainly worth a mass. Henry IV's supposed words on his conversion to Roman Catholicism. Now, by means of the value relation, therefore, the natural form of commodity B becomes the value form of commodity A. Every time. When you're exchanging two commodities, commodity form B is the value form of the value relation to commodity A. Commodity A is the use value that is being sold in this equation. In other words, the physical body of commodity B becomes a mirror for the value of commodity A, as in certain senses, a man is in the same situation as a commodity, as he neither enters into the world in possession of a mirror, nor as a Fichtean philosopher who can say, I am I, rather. A man first sees and recognizes himself in another man. Peter only relates to himself as a man through his relation to another man, Paul, in whom he recognizes his likeness. With this, however, Paul also becomes from head to toe in his physical form as Paul, the form of appearance of the species man for Peter. I can see the relation there. I think that one's a bit sloppy of a comparison, but it works for the point that it's trying to make. So commodity A, then in entering into a relation with commodity B as an object of value, Wertkörper, as materialization of human labor, makes the use value B into the material through which its own value is expressed. The value of commodity A is thus expressed in the use value of commodity B and has the form of relative value. So again, commodity B is the value form of commodity A. You will trade B to acquire A. However, B is also materialized as the use value into the commodity. A is expressed in the use value of the commodity, B in its exchange value, relative form. Too many A's and B's. Could you tell that algebra isn't fun? So, the quantitative determinacy of the relative form of value, every commodity whose value is to be expressed is a useful object of given quantity. For instance, 15 bushels of corn or 100 pounds of coffee. A given quantity of any commodity contains a definite quantity of human labor every time. Therefore, the form of value must not only express the value in general.
Okay. Where's the design of this? Where's the value added? Because somebody designed how to turn one product into another. Nowhere. Like there's no value created by somebody who actually comes up with the best idea of all. Without the idea, this would not be even possible to make labor more productive. I'm sorry. Like, where the heck? I mean, that's what I'm listening to, but I don't hear it at all anywhere.
But also the quantitatively determined value, the magnitude of the value. In the value relation of commodity A to commodity B of the linen to the coat, therefore, not only is the commodity type coat equated with the linen in qualitative terms, such as an object of value as such, but also in the definite quantity of the object of value or equivalent. One coat is equated with a definite quantity of linen, 20 yards. The equation 20 yards of linen equals one coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth one coat, presuppose the presence of one coat of exactly as much substance of value as there is in 20 yards of linen, implying therefore that quantities in which the two commodities are presented have cost the same amount of labor or the same quantity of labor time, but the labor time necessary for the production of 20 yards of linen or one coat varies with every change in productivity of the weaver and the tailor. The influence of such things on the relative expression of the magnitude of value must now be investigated more closely. Now, we get to this is where like it gets a little fuzzy, right? Because now you have to keep in mind that the second commodity is the value form of the first commodity. But we also do have to keep in mind that the value of any of these commodities related to another commodity is also related into the amount of labor that's put in it, because labor produces value. All value comes from human labor. In fact, you can take this to the extreme. Take this even further. Bring this to something like the idea of, what's the word I'm looking for? Automation. Like AI or mechanized production of commodities. These are still using human labor because the human labor goes into creating the machines and goes into maintaining the machines, but because the machines are doing the labor and there is no human labor being assigned into the products, the value of the commodities that are being produced drops in this case. Now, the idea itself, the idea in and of itself works only with itself. It can't conflict with one another. The commodity will always want to exchange with other commodities and—
Oh my god. Wait a second. Wait a second. He doesn't say that. Hold on.
will always relate labor and there is no human labor being assigned into the products, the machines, and goes into maintaining the machines, but because the machines are doing the labor and there is no human labor being assigned into take this to the extreme, take this even further. Bring this to something like the idea of, what's the word I'm looking for, automation, like AI or mechanized production of commodities.
Okay.
These are still using human labor because the human labor goes into creating the machines.
Okay. So somebody creates the machine, right? And where is that creation included? Okay? So somebody designed AI. Suppose somebody doesn't use it, but somebody creates it, somebody designs it. Where is it? See, in this, you say that because you know that it's there. But in everything you've read, there's nothing about it. Right? You mentioned this, but look, so you say creation creates value. You say creating stuff adds value, but Marx does not. Yes, that is how he steals from creators. Okay. Yeah, suppose that somebody picks up on this whole idea and takes it away, you know, and it's popular, whatever, and it's not me. Well, I mean, I gave the idea, but but it's my fault, you know, not doing it better. It's still added value if somebody actually finds the time to do it better than me, you know.
And goes into maintaining the machines, but because the machines are doing the labor and there is no human labor being assigned into the products, the value of the commodities that are being produced drops in this case.
Values of the drops. Wait a second. So you're saying that if somebody's smart enough, designed it, so that machines can do all the work and we can just sit on our butt and do nothing, then we are actually lowering the value of the products we just came up with doing with zero effort. Okay, that is a bit of an insanity. Honestly, or are you saying that coming up with effortless way lowers the value you generate? Not more? So full automation would be horrible. So it's the worst scenario. So full automation. So progress is bad. Okay. All right.
Now, the idea itself, kinda, yeah. The idea in and of itself works only with itself. It can't conflict with one another. The commodity will always want to exchange with other commodities, and it will always relate itself in the perspective of other commodities. So, like, you know, like, there's a reason why we've been dealing with this for a couple hundred years. So, 1, let the value of the linen change. 20. Here, as occasionally also on previous pages, we use the expression of value for quantitatively determined values, the magnitude of value, okay? So let the value of the linen change while the value of the coat remains constant. If the labor time necessary for the production of the linen be doubled, as a result of the increasing infertility of flax-growing soil, for instance, its value will also be doubled. Instead of the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, we should have 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats, since 1 coat would now contain only half as much labor time as 20 yards of linen. If, on the other hand, the necessary labor time reduced by 1/2, as a result of improved looms, for instance, the value of the linen will fall by 1/2. In accordance with this, the equation will now modify to read 20 yards of linen equals half a coat. The relative value of the commodity A, its value expressed in commodity B, rises and falls in direct relation to the value of A if the value of B remains constant. Now, we're going to get even further into this because the value of B also does not remain constant. They are both regularly changing. Sorry, I forgot to do that off the camera. Jesus. Now, let the value of the linen remain constant while the value of the coat changes. If under these circumstances the labor time necessary for the production of the coat is doubled, as a result, for instance, of poor crop of wool, and we should have instead 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, 20 yards of linen equals half a coat. If, on the other hand, the value of the coat sinks by 1/2, then 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats. Hence, if the value of a commodity, A, remains constant, its relative value, as expressed in commodity B, rises and falls in an inverse relation to the exchange value of B. So both of these are true, equal and opposite reactions. A lot of this is kind of like the idea of thermodynamics. There is this equal reaction between the rise of the price of commodity A and the decrease of value of commodity B, which is the value form of commodity A, whereas if there is a change in the value or the abundance of commodity B, this then affects commodity A, which produces the use form of commodity B in relation to its exchange value, rather. Misspoke there. If we compare the cases examined under headings 1 and 2, it emerges that the same change in the magnitude of relative value may arise from entirely opposed causes. Thus, the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat becomes 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats, either because the value of the linen is doubled or because the value of the coat has fallen by 1/2. It has become 20 yards of linen equals half a coat, either because the value of the linen has fallen by 1/2 or the value of the coat has doubled. Now, part 3. Let the quantities of labor necessary for the production of linen and the coat vary simultaneously in the same direction and the same proportion. In this case, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat. As before, whatever change may take place in the respective values, their change of value revealed only when they are compared with a third commodity, whose value has remained constant. We have to have this third commodity to be able to relate the two changing commodities between each other. If the value of all commodities rose and fell simultaneously, and in the same proportion, their relative values would remain unaltered. The change in their real value would be manifested by an increase or decrease in the quantity of commodities produced within the same labor time. It always comes back to human labor time, and the expenditure of human labor. All of it, every time. Now, the labor time necessary for the production, respectively, of linen and the coat, and hence their values, may vary simultaneously in the same direction, but to unequal degrees or in opposite directions, and so on. The influence of all possible combinations of this kind on the relative value of a commodity can be worked out simply by applying cases 1, 2, and 3. Now, thus, real changes in the magnitude of value are neither unequivocally nor exhaustively reflected in their relative expression, or in other words, in the magnitude of relative value. The relative value of a commodity may vary, although its value remains constant. Its relative value may remain constant, although its value varies. And finally, simultaneous variations in the magnitude of its value and the relative expression of that magnitude do not by any means have to correspond at all points. Oh, I missed a citation. Where's 21? It's right at the very end. Cool, perfect. So, the vulgar economist, Marx explains his use of the term vulgar economist in section 4 of this chapter, page 174. We'll get to it when we get to it. The vulgar economists have exploited this lack of congruence between the magnitude of value and its relative expression with their customary ingenuity. For example, once admit that A falls because B, with which it is exchanged, rises, while no less labor is bestowed in the meantime on A, your general principle of value falls to the ground. If he, Ricardo, allowed that when A rises in value relatively to B, B falls in value relatively to A, he cut away the ground on which he rested his grand proposition, that the value of a commodity is ever determined by the labor embodied in it. For if a change in the cost of A alters not only its own value in relation to B, for which it's exchanged, but also the value of B relatively to that of A, though no change has taken place in the quantity of labor, B then not only the doctrine fails to, though no change has taken place in the quantity of labor to produce B, then not only the doctrine falls to the ground on which it asserts that the quantity of labor bestowed on the article regulates its value, but also that which affirms the cost of an article to regulate its value. You need the idea of labor to remain consistent, because if you take even all of this, sections 1, 2, and 3, that's why 3 is all about labor. You need the differentiation here. If the value of something, the innate value of something is actually going to go down, not its market value, not its exchange value. Diamonds, we talked about, good example from earlier. Diamonds had a value. That value decreased not because of the diamonds becoming suddenly more abundant. It's because we were able to create diamonds in a lab, which led to less labor being required to produce diamonds, which then resulted in the lowering of its value, its direct relation to labor, and the amount of labor, and the amount of time spent doing labor, human labor time. The equivalent form, we have seen that a commodity A, the linen, by expressing its value in the use value of commodity B, wait, hold on, did we finish this? Yes, we did. By expressing its value in the use value of commodity B of a different kind, the coat impresses upon the latter a form of value peculiar to it, naming that of the equivalent. The commodity linen brings to view its own existence as a value through the fact that the coat can be equated not with the linen, although it has, not assume a form of value distinct from its own physical form. The coat has direct exchangeability with the linen in this way, because the linen in fact expresses its own existence as a value. Wettstein, with the equivalent form of a commodity accordingly, is the form in which it is directly exchangeable with other commodities. That is the equivalent form. It's how easily can this be exchanged, what it can be exchanged for, what is its equivalent, what is the equivalent form of a coat? Well, it is linen. Is it 20 yards of linen? Well, I suppose that depends on how much labor it takes to create said linen versus create said coat, versus which commodity is commodity A and which commodity is commodity B being traded for A. There's a reason economics is hard. If one kind of commodity, such as a coat, serves as the equivalent of another, such as linen, and coats therefore acquire the characteristic property of being in a form in which they can directly exchange with linen, this still by no means provides us with the proportion in which the two are exchangeable. Since the magnitude of the value of the linen is in a given quantity, the proportion depends on the magnitude of the coat's value. Whether the coat is expressed as the equivalent and the linen as a relative value, or inversely, the linen is expressed as the equivalent and the coat as the relative value, the magnitude of the coat's value is determined as ever, by labor time necessary for its production independently of its value form, but as soon as the coat takes up the position of the equivalent in the value expression, the magnitude of the value ceases to be expressed quantitatively. On the contrary, the coat now figures in the value equation merely as a definite quantity of some article. For instance, 40 yards of linen are worth, what, 2 coats? Because the commodity coat here plays part of the equivalent, because the use value of the coat counts as the embodiment of the value vis-a-vis the linen, a definite number of coats is sufficient to express the definite quantity of value of the linen. 2 coats can therefore express the magnitude of value of 40 yards of linen, but they can never express the magnitude of their own value, because they had a superficial conception of this fact, because they considered that in the equation of value, equivalence always has the form of a simple quantity of some article, of a use value. Bailey and many of his predecessors and followers were misled into seeing this expression of value as merely quantitative relation, whereas in fact the equivalent form of the commodity contains no quantitative determinant of value. The most superficial form of exchange value, that is quantitative relation in which commodities exchange with one another, constitutes, according to Bailey, their value. Right, okay. The Lenin. Welcome back, the Lenin. Now then. I lost where I was. Hold on. Here we go. The first peculiarity which strikes us when we reflect on the equivalent form is that the use value becomes the form of appearance of the opposite value. The natural form of the commodity becomes its value form, but note well that the substitution only occurs in the case of a commodity B, coat, maize, iron, whatever, when some other commodity, A, linen, enters into a value relation with it. And then, only within the limits of this relation, since a commodity cannot be related to itself as its equivalent, again, you can't sell a coat and buy a coat with a coat. You can trade coats, but you cannot sell and buy the same commodity with the same commodity. And therefore cannot make its own physical shape into the expression of its own value. It must be related to another commodity as equivalent, and therefore must take the physical shape of another commodity to form its own value form. Let us make this clear with examples of a measure in which is applied to commodities as material objects, i.e. as use values. A sugar loaf, because it is a body, is heavy, therefore possesses weight, but we can neither take a look at this weight nor touch it. When we then take various pieces of iron, whose weight might be determined beforehand, the bodily form of the iron, considered itself, is no more the form of appearance of weight than in the sugar loaf. Nevertheless, in order to express the sugar loaf as weight, we put it in relation of weight with iron. In this relation, the iron counts as a body representing nothing but weight. So that's what this is saying, essentially. When you're talking about the value form and the exchange form, think of it like a scale. You are weighing iron and a sugar loaf. You are weighing linen and a coat and trying to level it off, figure out where is the relation, how much of A, whether it's linen or whether it's the sugar loaf, is equivalent in value, not in weight, obviously, in this case, but in value to that of B, which is the coat, or in weight, iron. Quantities of iron therefore serve to measure the weight of the sugar, represented in relation to the sugar loaf. Weight in its pure form, the form manifestation of weight. This part is played by the iron only within this relation, i.e. within the relation to which the sugar, or any other body whose weight is to be found, enters with the iron. If both objects lacked weight, they could not enter into this relation, hence the one could not serve to express the weight of the other. Same way that we see in commodities. Excuse me. Now, when we throw both of them into the scales, we see the reality that considered as weight, they are the same, and therefore, taken in the appropriate proportions, they have the same weight, just as the same body of iron. A measure of weight represents weight alone in relation to the sugar loaf, so in our expression of value, the body of the coat represents value alone. Divide by how much, what sucker the other guy is. Well, I mean, true. Nashville Socialists Unite. Good for you, Tyler the Flower. Go to your next DSA meeting. I'm not telling you to, like, be third party, but at least down ballot races, look into them, because they make changes, they hold seats, it's great. Is bloke-on-bloke action still allowed under communism? Well, here's the thing, Tyler. Under my, like, ideal system, which is not communism, is you're pretty much allowed to do whatever you like, as long as you're not impeding on the freedoms of others. You just also can't have private property. It's like, financially, no, you can't. Like, there are a lot of restrictions. Socially, as long as you are not impeding another's, like, ability to have a free, happy life in which they get to decide the course of the actions that their life takes, you're allowed to do whatever you want. If the other guy wants to fight you and you want to fight him back, sure, you're allowed to do that. I'm not gonna get arrested. Fuck that. Freedom, guys. Most of this, by the way, like, a lot of what the misconception people have about, like, socialism and communism and Marxist theory is that the end goal here is equality. It's not equality. This is not what Marx writes about. It's about freedom, not equality. Freedom to live in any way. Easily, huh? Now, here. Here, however, the analogy ceases. In the expression of weight of the sugar loaf and the iron represents a natural property common to both bodies. Their weight, in the expression of value of the linen, the coat represents a supranatural property. Their value, which is something purely social. Again, value is a social construct created by the amount of human labor embodied in an object. It is how much labor it takes to create something, how long it takes, like how the length of time the labor is being done, reflects in its value. Yeah, you can be whatever the hell you want. As long as you're not hurting other people, do whatever the fuck you want, mate. So, the relative value form of commodity, the linen for example, expresses its value existence as something wholly different from its substance and properties, as the quality of being comparable with a coat for example. The expression itself therefore indicates that it conceals a social relation. With the equivalent form the reverse is true. The equivalent form consists precisely in this, that the material commodity itself, the coat for example, expresses value just as it is in everyday life, and is therefore endowed with a form of value by nature itself. Admittedly, this holds good only within the value relation, in which the commodity linen is related to the commodity coat as its equivalent. Determinations on the reflection... Okay, give me the hardest German word that we've had so far. Reflexionsbestimmungen. Reflexionsbestimmungen. I definitely butchered that. Of this kind are altogether very curious. For instance, one man is king only because other men stand in relation to him as subjects. They, on the other hand, imagine that they are subjects because he is the king. Equality is a symptom of freedom, not necessarily the other way around. True! Very, very, very true. In the end, freedom will provide the rest of the good. People are good. We covered this earlier. Again, like Marx literally proved it, and so did I, that people want to work, people want to produce, people want good for the world. And because they want good for the world, if you have freedom to do whatever you want, if you have the freedom to work towards whatever goal you please, you will eventually, inevitably, work towards equality, towards good social changes. Reflexionsbestimmungen. Reflexionsbestimmungen. I feel like it's the first one I'm getting wrong. Reflexions. Reflexionsbestimmungen. I feel like I'm speaking French in the beginning there. This is now turning into Marxism 101 plus German 101. However, the properties of a thing do not arise from its relations to other things. They are, on the contrary, merely activated by such relations. Yeah, no, I told you, I sound French as hell. Cat piss, you are another French speaker. I don't respect the French, you know this. I'm kidding. I bully the French too much. Like 3 of you in here now. Now, the coat, therefore, seems to be endowed with its equivalent form, its property of direct exchangeability by nature, just as much as its property of being heavy or its ability to keep us warm. Hence the mysteriousness of the equivalent form, which only impinges, now that's a word, that, I think I know, have an effect, especially a negative one. Cool. A negative effect on. Impinges on the crude bourgeois vision of the political economist when it confronts him in its fully developed shape, that of money. He then seeks to explain away the mystical character of gold and silver by substituting them for less dazzling commodities, and with ever-renewed satisfaction reeling off the catalogue of all inferior commodities which have played the role of the equivalent at one time or another, he does not suspect that even the simplest expression of value, such as 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, already presents the riddle of the equivalent form for us to solve. Hegel, somewhere, yeah. You can never bully the French. You're assuming that they're people with human rights. Oh, come on, don't be too mean to the French. They might actually do some good. We covered it yesterday. I mean, they're getting ready for war. Why didn't this work practically? Is because it wasn't applied properly, Henrik. Much of this was not applied. Much of this was contentious. There was a lot of debate on how it should be applied. And also, this is theory on capitalism. We're not talking about communism right now. This is Das Kapital. This is 3 volumes on how capitalism works. So really, this has worked practically. It's just not worked for you practically. This has worked for the benefit of the bourgeoisie. This is the system that we live in currently, not what we want. This is just Marx talking about it. But it certainly has worked, as we do live in this kind of system. Yeah, no worries. Don't worry. You can hop in anytime. Not everybody knows everything. So, and also, like, I disagree with a decent amount of this as well. Let's see. The body of the commodity, which serves as the equivalent, always figures as the embodiment of abstract human labor, and is always the product of some specific, useful, concrete labor. The concrete labor, therefore, becomes the expression of abstract human labor. If the coat is merely abstract human labor's realization, then tailoring actually realized it in it is merely abstract human labor's form of realization. In the expression of value of the linen, the usefulness of tailoring consists not in making clothes, and thus also people, but, actually, I don't know how clothes, and thus also, actually, I can see it, but in making a physical object, which we at once recognize as value, as a congealed quantity of labor, therefore, which is absolutely indistinguishable from the labor objectified in the value of the linen. In order to act as such a mirror of value, tailoring itself was reflect nothing apart from its own abstract qualities of being human labor. And this congealment of human labor, what does he mean by this? It's the fact that we don't consider different kinds of work different in a lot of cases. The tailor and the, God damn it. So bad with words. Give me the word. What's the thing that, who makes coats? Sorry, the tailor makes the coats, and who makes the linen? Weavers. The weavers and the thank you, Scars. There's no functional difference in how we think about people who do weaving and people who do tailoring for work. We congeal the labor into this amalgamous base of human labor that was done with structure and purpose to create something. Does that make sense? Now, I find myself again because I moved a bit too much. I went past that page. No, too far. Right, okay, here we go. Sorry about that. Human labor power is expended in the form of tailoring as well as in the form of weaving. I really just had to read one sentence ahead. I'm that dumb. Jesus Christ. I should just, like, end the channel right now. Big L. Both, therefore, possess the general property of being human labor and therefore have to be considered in certain cases, such as the production of value. Solely from this point of view, there's nothing mysterious in this, but in the value expression of the commodity, the question stood on its head. In order to express the fact that, for instance, weaving creates the value of linen through its general property of being human labor, rather than in its concrete form as weaving, we contrast it with the concrete labor which produces the equivalent of the linen, namely tailoring. Tailoring is now seen as the tangible form of realization of abstract human labor. The equivalent form, therefore, possesses a second peculiarity. In it, concrete labor becomes the form of manifestation of the opposite, abstract human labor. When we take the abstract, and it's, again, like the weaver does the abstract human labor, and that is then personified in the coat through concrete human labor, because it creates the use value that we exchange. The exchange value of the linen still remains the same, the use value of both the linen and the coat still remains the same, but because the tailor creates the use value of the coat through the use of the linen, it goes into a concrete labor that is quantified and infused into the coat that is being made. Because this concrete labor tailoring counts exclusively as the expression of undifferentiated human labor, it possesses the characteristics of being identical with other kinds of labor, such as the kinds of labor embodied in the linen. Consequently, although, like all other commodity-producing labor, it is the labor of the private individual, it is nevertheless labor in its direct social form. It is precisely for this reason that it presents itself to us in the shape of a product which is directly exchangeable with other commodities. Thus, the equivalent form has a third peculiarity. A private labor takes the form of its opposite, namely labor in its directly social form. Now, what are the differences between social and private labor? Well, the two peculiarities of equivalent form we have just developed will become still clearer if we go back to the great investigator who was the first to analyze the value form, like so many other forms of thought, society, and nature, Aristotle. In the first place, he states quite clearly that the money form of commodity is only a more developed aspect of the simple form of value, of the expression of the value of a commodity in some other commodity chosen at random. For he says, 5 beds equals 1 house, is indistinguishable from 5 beds equals a certain amount of money, or, a certain value form. As we've covered before, A is the use value, B is the value form in this case. He further sees the value relation, which provides the framework for this expression of value. Itself requires that the house should be qualitatively equated with the bed, and that these things being distinct to senses could not be compared with each other as commensurable magnitudes if they lacked the essential identity. There can be no exchange, he says, without equality, and no equality without commensurability. Just big words, y'all ask, so commensurable. The quality or state of having common factors. There you go. Here, however, he falters and abandons the further analysis of the form of value. It is, however, in reality impossible that that such unlike things can be commensurable, i.e. qualitatively equal. This form of equation can only be something foreign to the true nature of things, and is therefore a makeshift for practical purposes, says Aristotle here. The quotation in this paragraph is from Aristotle's Ethics. Now, Aristotle, therefore, himself tells us what prevented any further analysis. The lack of a concept of value. What is the homogeneous element, the common substance, which the house represents from the point of view of the bed? In the value expression for the bed, such a thing in truth cannot exist, says Aristotle. But why not? Towards the bed, the house represents something equal, insofar as it represents what is really equal, both in the bed and the house, and that is human labor that produced both. It's Every time. It's just the answer is always labor. But even today's economists, that you like, okay, the economists you see on TV today aren't economists. They're paid agents of the capital class. However, real economists are generally left-leaning, very left-leaning for the most part. But the ones that you see on TV, for example, the pundits, they're not actually even generally economists. They're economic pundits. These people, when they do their analyses, even if they're acting in good faith, often labor is the piece of the equation that's missing from their analyses. Every time, if they're in good faith. If they're acting in bad faith, which they usually are, well, then we don't even really need to analyze that much. So Aristotle himself was unable to extract this fact, in that the form of commodity values, all labor is expressed as equal human labor, therefore is labor of equal qualities by inspection from the form of value. Because Greek society was founded on the labor of slaves, hence has had its natural basis the inequality of men and of their labor powers infused into the culture, the secret of the expression of value, namely the equality and equivalence of all kinds of labor, because and insofar as they are human labor in general, could not be deciphered until the concept of human equality had already acquired permanence. This is exactly, no, human labor is not necessarily bad. We covered this earlier. Humans will do labor, whether you make them or not. It is an intrinsic part of humanity to want to do some form of labor. And there's a distinction between work and labor. I'm not going to go all the way back there, but like, labor in and of itself is a neutral term. People will always do labor. As I said earlier, one of the common misconceptions that people have when you start talking about getting rid of profit incentive, if you don't need to work to survive, right? Why would anyone work? Because they will, because they want to. Again, look at COVID. You took a little bit of a vacation for a couple weeks, and then by the end of the month, you were dying to go back to work. That was the vast majority of people. The only real difference is the kind of work that's done. Human labor done in the way of, for profit, for the profit motive of corporations. Now that's not good. But labor that, let's say right now, I am using human labor. What I'm doing right now is probably abstract human labor. This is not a bad thing. I'm doing this because I want to, because I enjoy doing this. However, if I was stuck in Target as a cashier, well, now I'm also doing human labor, but that is not labor that benefits me, aside from I can not die because I can afford food. Like and subscribe. No, but you see, there is a difference in how the labor is done and for the purpose that it's done. You can't apply morality to something utilitarian, such as labor. So, well, actually you can, but you can't apply morality to human labor in the abstract. So, again, the reason Aristotle could not find the value form coming from labor was because they lived in a slave society. There was a natural amount of, not natural, but an existing amount of ownership over people and an ignorance of what that means. Human equality as a concept, as Marx says here, had not developed yet. Now, we can apply this to today, however, in the concept of we have the idea of human equality, but what we have on top of this is media. Media will often lie about labor use, about efficiency, about jobs, and this will result in the human popular opinion, as we're seeing here, had already acquired permanence in a fixed popular opinion. Let's, for example, there's the stereotype of the welfare queen, the person who just sits there and benefits from the government and does no work. This is a constructed idea, specifically going against this idea. It has been constructed and put out to counter this. Manipulate numbers of X and Y, literally, yes. And we don't currently, actually, yes we do. We do live in a slave state. We're about to live in an even bigger slave state. Slavery is legal in the United States if you're imprisoned. It's in the Constitution. Part of the new economic, part of the new education plan that Donald Trump has put out is essentially they're going to make your kids do labor in school, work-based projects, and internship opportunities to get work after school instead of classes. This is labor. We're going to be building camps to house immigrants, are we not? To ready them for deportation. That is day one part of the plan. They're going to be doing labor as well in said camps because we do labor in prison. What was one of the number one stocks that increased the moment Donald Trump won? Private prison stocks. Why? Because private prisons make prisoners do labor. Slave state. Now, also, outside of the slave state, we live in oligarchy. And again, in oligarchy, especially with the influence of the media, on top of it, telling you that your labor is not worth as much as it is, lying about what you produce, manipulating the numbers of X and Y, as Anthony said, they can manage to change the popular opinion, and also cloud the distinction of where value actually comes from. Well, this is not just America, Henrik, but yes, America is complicated. The examples I raised are America-specific, but we have very similar problems existing in all parts of the world right now. Not necessarily let's put 30 million people in concentration camps, but, we're getting there. Germany is not doing great. Italy's not doing great. We in Australia later on might not be doing great. It's complicated. The world is complicated, but why is the world complicated? Because the world runs on the profit incentive for the bourgeoisie. The world does not need to be as complicated as it is if it functioned for the betterment of human life in general, for positive engagement as people. But it's not. It exists for that of profit for the bourgeoisie, hence we will consistently have these complications. However, the benefit of this is, at the very least, the current bourgeoisie seems pretty fucking dumb. But you have to understand, right, that money is not the only goal here. Sorry, let's go back to that, but I realized the bourgeoisie's only goal is not to acquire more wealth. It's to acquire more power as well as wealth. It's to acquire control. Would you rather have all of them, like, would you rather have $10 trillion where everyone else in the world has $1 trillion, or would you rather have $10 billion in a world where nobody even has $1 billion? That is the distinction. They would be willing to sacrifice wealth for an equivalent sacrifice of wealth for the proletariat, as in them continuing to keep the power structures going, them continuing to stay on top of the power structures, as well as closing off avenues of rising socially. Very different now. You have world-spanning trade networks altogether. Make simple products is not like what it used to be. Exactly. Our global logistics network is incredibly complex. It's also incredibly fragile. Speaking as someone who worked in logistics for quite a few years, it's incredibly fragile. And honestly, you don't even need to tell. You don't need me to tell you. You saw what happened during COVID. You saw what happened after the Ukraine war, after Israel. The prices of goods that shot up because of the time it takes for them to be imported and exported. Again, we're still at the very base values of labor and money. We haven't even gotten to trade, to states. There's a reason why this is 3 books, and the first one is 1,140 pages. There's a lot to get into here, we're still smelling the pie. We haven't even cut it open yet. So the secret expression of value, namely the equality and equivalence of all kinds of labor, because and insofar as human labor in general could not be deciphered until the concept of human equality had already acquired permanence of a fixed popular opinion. This, however, becomes possible only in a society where the commodity form is the universal form of the product of labor, hence the dominant social relation in the relation between men as possessors of commodities. Aristotle's genius is displayed precisely by his discovery of a relation of equality in the value expression of commodities. Only historical limitations inherent in the society in which he lived prevented him from finding out what in reality this relation of equality consists of. And by the way, this sentence right here, the historical limitations inherent to the society in which he lived, this would apply to Marx as well. I've talked about this a couple times, in that you cannot directly apply this text into the modern world and have it work. Won't work. You need to look at this through a historical lens, apply it to the modern context, find maybe a missing piece, or make changes that specifically relate to the contexts that we currently live in, the material conditions in which we exist. Australia is currently out of feline FIV vaccines due to international manufacturing. Unsurprisingly, we've had quite a lot of medicine shortages going on as well in general. The supply of medication, vaccines, those shortages are going to continue because those companies are being consolidated into monopolies where they can, A, raise the price of their goods that they're selling just because they feel like it, but also they manufacture scarcity. Sometimes it's not even them. For Adderall in the United States, it wasn't the drug companies, for example. Well, partially it was the FDA, or was the DEA rather, not allowing the production of larger quantities of Adderall because they were afraid of fentanyl addiction, which I don't know how that relates. They're stupid. They're cops, right? It's the DEA. But a lot of the time with medicines, either the corporations are fucking you because they want to make money, or the government's fucking you because they're dumb. It's really that simple when it comes to pharmaceutical industry at the very least. But be glad. I mean, Scars, Australia, our drugs are cheap compared to what our friends across the pond over there tend to have to pay. So the simple form of value considered as a whole, a commodity's simple form of value is contained in its value relation with another commodity of a different kind. Its exchange relation with the latter, the value of commodity A, is qualitatively expressed by its direct exchangeability with commodity B with commodity A. It is quantitatively expressed by the exchangeability of a specific quantity of commodity B with a given quantity of A. In other words, the value of a commodity is independently expressed through the presentation of darstelling, the exchange value. When at the beginning of this chapter we said in the customary manner that the commodity is both a use value and an exchange value, this was strictly speaking wrong. A commodity is a use value or an object of utility, a value. It appears as a twofold thing. It really It appears as the twofold thing really is as soon as its value possesses its own particular form of manifestation, which is distinct from its natural form. This form of manifestation is exchange value, and the commodity never has this form when looked at in isolation, only when it is a value relation or exchange relation with a second commodity of a different kind. Once we know this, our manner of speaking does no harm, it serves rather as an abbreviation. I'm giving up on everyone over 45 years old, probably not a bad call. Not give up, don't give up, but maybe in your mind mentally prepare for a lot of those people that aren't going to make it. I'm just here to learn. There is this capitalist kid in my class who won't stop talking about his economics education. He's probably a moron, Henrik, and I'm glad that you're here to learn. Obviously, we're not going to be able to get through all of this today, but come back on Monday. I'll show you a whole bunch of political theories that capitalist kid probably can't even conceptualize. Every time I talk to a goddamn capitalist Gen Z on Twitter, they're like, oh, you're a libertarian socialist? That doesn't make any sense. Those two things are contradictory. Like, motherfucker, go look up where libertarian came from. The word libertarian was always associated with socialism. In fact, more anarchism until it was co-opted by the rights. These people don't know anything, and their economics education is just it's the education of the bourgeoisie to create more middle class workers. This is a quote from George Carlin, but We have the bourgeoisie, we have the middle class, and we have the lower class. The middle class produces the wealth for the bourgeoisie. The lower class exists to scare the fuck out of the middle class, so they keep going to their wage cage and keep producing wealth for the bourgeoisie. They get education based on pay, of course they do. I mean, legitimately, of course they do. And honestly, at this point in the United States, unless you want to be like a doctor or a lawyer or something like that, getting like a university education is kind of a scam. I got education based on what I want with my life. Yeah, look, I went to college. I didn't finish. I did a year of community college. I did a year and a half and a 4-year college. And I realized, holy shit, this is a lot of money, and it's not useful. I know more than my teachers half the time, and so I stopped going. Learn yourself. This is like, why would you need to pay for university when you have all of this in front of you? You have the world in your hands. You have all the information available. Teach yourself. Or find other people who will teach you. You don't even have to pay me to teach you. You can, but you don't have to. And that's the difference. You're not paying $40, $50, $60,000 a year for the base education that, honestly, like, this last 4 hours that I've been talking, almost none of this would get covered in economics class. Because, again, capitalists don't even understand the mode of value. They don't understand that value comes from labor, and that labor time, labor power, all of these affect value, because that's not the capitalist mindset. However, that is actually how their own system functions. That's the thing. That's why they're dumb. Because it's not even, they're not aware of how, like, my system functions. It's their own fucking system. I'm 44, and it seems people my age don't want to learn and think, well, that's the thing, Anthony, it's much more difficult to learn new ideas the older you get, but I've talked about this before. Quite a large reason why people don't learn or accept or engage with new ideas, especially with ideas that conflict with their worldviews, is an inability to feel discomfort and not do anything about it. To sit in discomfort for, like, a moment and let it pass, not react to it. To engage with people who disagree with you requires this. It also requires a degree of critical thinking, of introspection. And many of these people who struggle feeling uncomfortable, also by, like, direct equivalency of you can't feel uncomfortable, which means it's difficult for you to be introspective, because what makes most people the most uncomfortable? Their own brain. And so it is ego, but ego being challenged is just a simplified version of saying an inability to feel discomfort and a lack of critical thinking skills. The ego develops through these methods. The lack of critical thinking plus the insecurity plus the inability to feel discomfort results in this ego more often than not. All right, I gotta pee. Sorry, I've been drinking a lot of water. All right, I'm talking a lot. My throat's dry. It's hot. It's summer. Hey guys, is it unethical for me to use my cat as a towel to dry my hands after washing them? Yeah, a little bit. Not really. I did actually do that, but he also doesn't mind. And Henrik, you're correct. Really, the only reason to get a degree these days in America is because you want to do a job that literally requires one. Oh, Frank likes it, cat piss. You know that boy is wild. That's what I get for adopting a 5-year-old shelter cat. So, this form of manifestation is exchange value, and the commodity never has this form when looked at in isolation. We covered this. So our analysis has shown us that the form of value, that is the expression of the value of a commodity, arises from the nature of commodity value as opposed to value, and its magnitude arising from their mode of expression as exchange value. The second view is the delusion, both the mercantilists, people like Ferrier, Ganilla, etc., who have made up the modern rehash of mercantilism. 23. Ferrier, French bucks, yeah, okay, the French. The French are delusional, is what Marx says here. Hello, from Russia, welcome. Scars, you have multiple degrees, goddamn. I've learned more about being in the workforce and self-reflection than I did in 10+ years spent studying. True, like it's genuinely true. I'm from Norway, education here is also a status symbol, plus I believe that university colleges aren't as rotten in the US. I need someone to explain that. Okay, the status symbol thing also applies to us in the United States, and it's not that they're rotten, it's that they don't exist specific, like their functionality, their utilitarian purpose is not to educate you, it's to make profit. Public universities, their entire existence is to educate you. But there are more private universities than public universities. Private universities are seen as a higher status symbol than public universities, and also public universities are funded much less than private universities. Significantly less in like a month and a half than that too. I'm in Australia, but unis here run as a business, not as an education system. True. In fact, Australia has a problem of university tourism of people come here to go to university, but they graduate without like even the ability to speak English, and then they leave because the university's job isn't to teach you, it's to make money. What's the difference? Higher grades to be accepted? No, your grades don't really even matter. Once you get a degree, your grades, no one looks at your grades in college. Not unless you're like applying for grad school where you want to be like a PhD's assistant. No, sukabiat. That's the only thing I know. Now, it's the difference between private and public universities are private universities are funded by you paying to go there, and public universities are meant to be funded by the state. However, the state underfunds the public universities because they want people to go to the private universities. In fact, we see this with just school outside of university. We're doing this with just high school and middle school. There are things called education savings plans that they're introducing, in which basically, if your kid goes to public school, the government says we will pay for 90% of however much it costs to send your kid to private school, which ruins the whole point of public school in the first place, right? Oh, it gets more wild than this, Henrik. So the government will pay 90% of the fee to send your kid to a private school in high school. However, this means that that money no longer goes into that public school system. It's siphoned out and into the private school, reducing the quality of the public school. I've done this before. If you look at, actually, hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. The education savings accounts were put in place as a, in Arizona. Like, Arizona has tried this. We've gotten data maps about, like, where the actual people who were applying and taking this grant money come from. Can't find it. Always when I can't find something. Is this it? Nope, that's water. All right, well, actually, this will work close enough. This is a map of Phoenix. Or was a map of Phoenix, Jesus. Take this map, Phoenix, right? We can see when we were looking at this map that the people who applied for the education savings accounts, the people who switched their kids to private school, you could see, I'll find it for next stream, I promise you. It's in my sources, I just have so fucking many and it'll take an hour to get through. But if you apply household income, like yearly GDP, on top of the map of the people who went to private school from public school, it matches up exactly. Meaning that the rich have successfully not only siphoned money from the public school system in Phoenix, Arizona to the private school system, but have also left the public school system, leaving only the poor kids in the underfunded public school system. Do you like vodka? They usually mix it with Coke in our bars. Not a big fan of alcohol to begin with. If I'm gonna drink, I mean, if it needs to be vodka, it'll be vodka. My only, like, alcohol that I could really tolerate the taste of is tequila. And yes, no, it genuinely pay to win is the best description that you could give. That's how our education system works in America. It's getting even more to that point now, and it's literally part of Trump's plan. Dismantling the Department of Education and public schools and all of that. It also does have a relation to religion, and we have this issue here in Australia as well, in that most private schools are religious private schools. They're not just regular private schools. Now in America, you're not allowed to teach religion in public school. They're trying to do that too anyway. But private school you are. And part of the reason there's this push to funnel kids from the public school system to the private school system also comes from some of these culture war talking points that people need to be Christianized. As Marx called it earlier, the delusion of the Christian and the similarity between them and the Lamb of God. So, the modern bagmen of free trade, such as Bastiat and his associates, the mercantilists, place their main emphasis on the qualitative side of expression of value, hence on the equivalent form of the commodity. How much further should I get in this? I will figure it out. Which, its finished form, is money. The modern peddlers of free trade, on the other hand, who must get rid of their commodities at any price, stress the quantitative side of the relative form of value. For them, accordingly, there exists neither value nor magnitude of value anywhere except in its expression by means of exchange relation. That is, the daily list price of current on the stock exchange. The Scotsman MacLeod, opponent of classical economist who Marx says misinterprets the most elementary economic relations to such an extent that he asserts that money in general arises from its most advanced form, that is the means of payment. Wow, like Marx saying, yeah, this guy's a moron, thank you, whose function is to trick out the confused ideas of Lombard Street in the most learned finery in a successful cross between superstitious mercantilists and the enlightened peddlers of free trade. I would not like to visit Russia. I have no issue about, I have no, like, dislike for Russians. I hate your government, basic killer. It's kind of it, you know, I just really, really dislike your government. I'm religious, but I'm against religious schools because of how big the intervention in personal life is, basic needs of a democracy. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly valid. That's the rational response to have, Henry. No one's saying you can't have religion. I just, you know, you should not be a fundamental part of basic children's education. If you want to teach your kids about religion, go take them to church on Sunday like everyone else does. We don't need the 10 Commandments hanging in the goddamn classroom in fucking Louisiana. Bro, they would off Ksenia if she ever went to Zora if she ever went to Russia. They genuinely would. Arrested right at the border. I feel like now the list of countries I can no longer go to would be Russia, China, Israel, Turkey, maybe, and probably really, I don't think I could go back to the US in a little bit. I could probably visit in the next month. If I could afford to, I'd go home for Christmas, because I'm not sure I'm ever going to get to go back again. I'd really love to eat some goddamn Chipotle, which doesn't exist in Australia. Come to the nice social democratic countries in Europe. No, stuck in Australia. I am gonna try and make this place not suck. We have our own election next year. I spent months trying to get people not to vote for Donald Trump and failed. I'm gonna do the same thing with trying to get people not to vote for the Liberals and fail here. And then maybe we'll see. Europe is kind of fucked, Henrik. Come on, like, there's some nice socially democratic countries in Europe, but how much of Europe is about to fall to the Nazis? There's the AfD in Germany, there's Le Pen in France, Maloney already has control of, like, Italy, half of the UK are Nazis, and they're about to go back to monarchy, apparently, according to Baghdad earlier. The Baltics are all fucked, they're all, like, you know, it's not looking great for Europe. At least not as a place to live. Well, I didn't say EU, I said Europe. The general vicinity of the area. It's not about their control, it's about their societal influence. For example, before I go back to this, why do you think there's been such a shift to the right in the EU? We see this in Australia, actually, a very clear example of it. It's the discourse of international politics. America has brought the EU to the right, and all of Europe with it. America has also brought Australia to the right. I was talking about a couple months ago, there was an MP, a senator in Melbourne, Victoria, Australia, whose like official like campaign Facebook page was her wearing a red hat that said "Make pets safe again," with a bunch of like cats and dogs wearing the hats behind her. Obviously, a reference to they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. The effects of international politics on your government and your politics does exist. It's huge, you know, as well as media consolidation. All of the media is right wing, including independent media. There are very few people that do even what I do from the left. Like Hassan and Bosch are the only two that I can think of that consistently make. Well, actually, no. There's the Majority Report. And there is, what's his name? Kyle Kalinske. Secular Talk, that was the one. In Germany, definitely immigration has done it. Crime spikes a lot. German taxes are at a high rate. Okay, I would say wage suppression among the working class due to high levels of illegal immigration. Look, you guys in England, like not in England, you guys in Europe have a lot of problems. And I promise you that it's not the immigrants causing it. You know what's causing all of your problems? All of your wage problems, Dublin Morley? It's this. It's the bourgeoisie. There's more than enough money for them to pay all of you significantly higher wages. Every single one of you should be getting at least double, maybe triple the wages that you're getting right now. Everything should cost about half as less than it does. And every illegal immigrant could be given citizenship and exactly the same rights, opportunities, and outcomes as you. We have the money. It's just the rich people want to fuck you instead of pay you for it. And they want you to blame the immigrants rather than blame them. That's it. That's it. It's really it. If labor was restricted, what the fuck are you talking about? Why would you want to restrict labor? You need to... I'm not even going to. Yeah, well, still, even then, they still steal profits from you. Lenin, please handle the people that are going to piss me off. Don't ban them, though. I want them to listen. Just, I'm not going to argue with you, Dublin Morley, right now. I'm not going to. If you continue to piss me off, you will be banned, though. We got too much on my mind right now to focus on, like, 4 different things. We're talking about the very fucking foundations of capitalism right now. Prices skyrocketed after COVID. Doesn't eggs cost $10? Yeah, wait till the tariffs hit in America. I'm going to laugh when all the people that voted for Trump because they wanted eggs that were cheaper than $4 end up paying $9 per egg. Oh, even if the rich weren't an issue, they'd want the immigrants out. They're just not. Yeah, but that's like that's societal racism there. Like the immigrants are not the issue, and the immigrants, they only want the immigrants out because they're literally incentivized to not like immigrants. Your fucking media is screaming at you from the minute you wake up to the minute you go to bed that the immigrants are the problem. Now, a close scrutiny of the expression of value of a commodity A, contained in the value relation of A to B, has shown that within that relation the natural form of commodity A figures only as the aspects of use value, while the natural form of B figures only as the form of value or aspect of value. The internal opposition between use value and value hidden within the commodity is therefore represented on the surface level by an external opposition, by a relation between two commodities such that one commodity whose own value is supposed to be expressed counts directly only as a use value, whereas the other commodity in which the value is to be expressed counts directly only as exchange value. Hence, the simple form of the value of the commodity is the simple form of the appearance of the opposition between use value and value which is contained within the commodity. The product of labor is an object of utility in all states of society, but it is only a historically specific epoch of development which presents the labor expended in the production of useful articles as objective property of that article, as its value. It is only then that the product of labor becomes transformed into a commodity. It is therefore follows that the simple form of value of a commodity is at the same time the simple form of value of the product of labor, and also that the development of the commodity form coincides with the development of the value form. Now remember, all value consists of human labor, that is intrinsically a part of the commodity. The labor that is used to produce the commodity is directly intrinsically tied into the value of the commodity. Well, also, yeah, I mean, Bulletproof Bullet, we're talking about Germany. Of course, they have a long history of hating immigrants. We talked about denazification, how badly they failed to do that. Again, I can't say this every day, but I'm going to. 6% of Germans living in U.S.-occupied post-Nazi Germany in 1946 thought that the Nuremberg trials were unfair. 4 years later, that 6% became 1 in 3. We didn't denazify Germany properly, so no fucking shit they hate immigrants, because half of them, at least Eastern Germany, are still mostly Nazis. Also, yes, it does extend to all of Europe. And generally everywhere else. Why do you think we all don't like each other? It's because we're incentivized to. We don't incentivize people to be cooperative. cooperation works. You can have a cooperative economy, you can have a cooperative political system, but you need to incentivize cooperation to do that. Yeah, it doesn't mean I have German friends too, they're nice as well. I'm saying that there's still a lot of Nazis in Germany though, which is, it's valid. I mean, there's less Nazis in Germany, I think, than there are in America right now, so, you know. I'm not really shocked that people don't want to erase their culture, just keep their boomer social systems alive. How would this even erase culture? Like, I hate this argument. I guess we're done with this for today. We can debate some stuff now. I fucking hate this argument of my culture is being erased. I've argued this with my dad before, because I'm Turkish. I was born in Turkey. I grew up in America, but I was born in Turkey, and because of this, I know a lot about Turkish history. Thanks for the follow. Now, a lot of Turkish people have the same exact issue with Syrian refugees. They hate the Syrian refugees. They think that they're all the problems for the economy, and they do all this nasty shit. However, right? None of this is true. But why? Why is this the way that it's looked at? Why is the refugee crisis such a cultural epoch, so to say, as Marx would say, of the last decade? Well, it's because a lot of people are, as you said, afraid of their culture being erased. In fact, I mean, look at America with a great replacement theory. It's just the next step, the next evolution of this. But none of this coincides with reality. All of this coincides with this delusional desire to stop change in general. Like, there is no one culture that stays consistent forever. That doesn't happen. That's never happened. Cultures shift, cultures combine, cultures collide, cultures evolve over time. Your culture is never going to stay the same. It is beyond stupid to be concerned with preserving the exact culture that you grew up in. It is a denial of progress, a denial of change. Greetings, I've returned. I do apologize. You were thinking you were free of me, but I am back. Had to answer a friend of need. Nope, didn't think I was free of you. I even mentioned you a minute ago. I just want to be understood as a person. I feel like an immigrant in my own culture half the time. I mean, I have been an immigrant in every culture I've lived in my whole life, so I understand that feeling. It's easy to say that, but it's also not natural that you dump an entire... That's not what's happening here, though, Bulletproof Bullet. There is no entire country worth of immigrants being dumped onto a society. And, by the way that your government handles the influx of immigration is your government's fault. The fact that it is not worked out for Germany is not the fault of the immigrants, it's not the fault of the German citizen. It's the fault of the German state and the EU broadly for not creating a better system at all. Like, not even considering. All they do is just whinge about them and want to get rid of them. There is no implementation. By the way, on top of this, the idea of there is a lot more violent extremism, specifically like Islamic violent extremism in Europe, as there is, in the US. That is true. There is much more violent, like, extremist terrorists, happening in Europe. Why? Because the people that come into these countries are not accepted by the civilian population. They're not allowed to integrate into the society, and so they form enclaves. And in these enclaves, they continue to add on to their own ideology. They enter an echo chamber. They create their own little echo chamber. And from the outside, they're receiving hate. And now they're in this little enclave echo chamber for protection, which increases their degree of hate, increasing the level of violence that is done. It is directly the fault of not integrating these people into society. Sorry, I got a bunch of chats here. So culture is something that passes generations. Yep. For some reason I cannot chat on my main, but I can chat on this one. Who knows? Speaking of culture, we here in the UK generally are angered at our culture being attacked. So much of the way of life has changed. Yeah, that's the thing that you guys need to cope with. Like, culture is going to change. Your culture will never ever stay the same. Yeah, but people are blaming the state for deciding that only solution is more immigration when they don't want it. But you need it. Bulletproof Bullet. What's your country's replacement rate? Your birth rate? It's below replacement rate, isn't it? You need immigration. America is like not failing specifically because we have immigration. Australia also has this issue of we don't want immigration, but we fucking need it real bad. It's the idea of not wanting to lose your culture to the mixing with other cultures that I think is stupid. Well, I know it's not the argument that people like, and I'm not trying to message to the people here, We've discussed before, there are different ways of engaging and different ways of speaking depending on the goal and the outcome. I'm not trying to advocate for something. I'm not trying to change really your mind. I'm just telling you my opinion on your opinion. You're allowed to have that opinion. Honestly, I think the only nation good at immigration is Spain. Honestly, I have no idea about how Spain does migration. I just wanted Australia to throw out the version where we have literally destroyed and removed indigenous people's culture. You're never going to get that scar. Sorry. The elites are saying it's for your own good, and the citizens are saying no thanks. The thing is, the elites are saying it's for your own good, but then also fucking you at the same time. This could be for your own good. The immigration could benefit your country if the elites didn't also want to jam their foot in your ass at the same time. Marxism is theft. What the fuck are... In line 23 of Capital, but whether the material factors of the processes are normal quality or not depends upon the laborer, but entirely upon the capitalist. We're on page 157, and we haven't read that. Your copy is different. And also, we just covered the entirety of what commodity, value form, exchange form, all of these are. Are you insane? Oh, fuck you, JamTPMT. You are a little incel bitch baby that can continue to whine as much as you like. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to even ban you. I'm going to make you sit here and listen to me talk. Forever. Forever. We have certain cultures here who have made it very clear that they have no wish to integrate. Again, they don't want to integrate because they've already formed the enclaves, fat guys. As I explained earlier, it was the inability to integrate to begin with, the lack of incentive from the actual British to integrate these people into society, to work with them, to be around them. The fear, the anger, the cultural shock, the fucking media that these people have to see every day. Of course they don't want to integrate into society. They're terrified of you people. What they want is to just be safe. And because they're in these enclaves now, they become more extreme because they enter this echo chamber where everyone hates them from the outside, and from the inside they just have their own opinions. I'm always talking about forced at work people like to overlook because they're not comfortable. Well, yeah, that's not, I'm not disagreeing with that. There are more forces at work than people like to think about, but I don't think that plays a role in exactly what we were just talking about, other than it's just the bourgeoisie wants to keep fucking you. China's immigration policy focused on trying to attract Chinese diaspora. Interesting. The issue is, though, that these enclaves form when you have higher immigration, and they have formed, you want to add more. Well, so that's the thing. These enclaves don't just form because of higher immigration. They form because of high immigration and an unwillingness of the local population to integrate these immigrants into the society. Marxism and stuff, can you, be on topic? You could have, brought this up, I don't know, an hour or 2 or 3 or 4 hours ago when we were reading Marx. Did you finish the political test? Happy Thanksgiving? Yeah, I did that on YouTube. And the next stream after that, Happy Thanksgiving at Islam. Interpretation towards said ideology is like a religious belief today. It's so insane sometimes. Immigration hasn't changed my culture at all. I've actually made friends that I wouldn't have. True. Henrik, you got this. You're correct here. Immigration does not need to change your culture if you are willing to integrate the immigrants into your culture. I disagree, Batgaz. You should not be expected to, you should be expected to follow the existing laws, sure, but that doesn't mean you should have to, there is no fundamental reason you should have to acclimate and integrate into a culture. You should, because it's good for you, but there is no, rule that says this. You need, as the British person, as the person whose country is being visited by immigrants, you're responsible for getting them to integrate into your system. You are responsible, as the citizen of your country, to make sure that these people don't form enclaves and become extremists. You need to put the effort in, not them. They already do. They came to your country. Then they've been denied at every point of every social right, respect, safety, and then they obviously form these enclaves. But the reality is, right, if the locals don't want to integrate and the immigrants don't want to integrate, well, again, it's the fault of the immigrants it's the fault of the locals that the immigrants don't want to integrate, which by definition means that the locals can change this, can incentivize the immigrants to integrate. It's you that has the problem, not them. Don't blame the immigrants. It's your culture of not wanting to integrate immigrants into your culture. That is the issue. It's not them. It's not anyone but you. You are the reason that they don't integrate. Not you personally, but I mean, you as a whole of, the society at large. I don't understand how immigrants hinder me practicing my religion or personal beliefs. They don't. Imagine being so racist that you won't allow brown people to bring in good food and music. True. I can't come to your house and demand you do things for me. That'd be disrespectful. What are they demanding that you do for them? That guys. They're coming into your house, sure, asking you for help because they've left their country, because they're home, take Syrian refugees. They're not coming into your house demanding anything. They're knocking on your door saying, hey, please help me. And what they tend to get, not from you, again, I'm not personally attacking any of you, but the Syrian refugee knocks on the door saying, hey, I need help, please help me, usually just get spit in the face, and then, dirty brown person, fuck off. That's the answer that they tend to get. And that is the fault of the local culture, not of the immigrants. Blaming the locals is an awful answer. You can't say that you have to take these immigrants. Yes, you do. I believe in open borders, was the proof bullet. I don't think that there should be borders. I don't believe in separating people based on ethnicity, culture, religion, race. I don't believe in any of that. Fuck that shit. We are a global proletariat. I am a global society girl. That's not how my head thinks. Good night, Hendricks. Good to have you. I'm an immigrant. I think they have some responsibility too. Oh, absolutely. Not to say that the immigrants don't also have some responsibility. It's just, how are they supposed to put in any effort when the other side is incredibly unresponsive? It's kind of like, as a leftist, I have the responsibility to try and change a right-winger's mind. But if they come in here and just start saying Trump 2024 and start calling me slurs, how am I supposed to do my part if they're not going to engage? Now, this is obviously a bit of an extreme example, but, for my belief, if you choose to move to a country, you should investigate the... What about refugees, Batgaz? Most of these people are refugees. They are running away. They weren't even picking and choosing where to go. Most of them landed where they're landing because that's what, the circumstances. A lot of them ended up in Turkey, for example, because Europe is paying Turkey to not them in, but there's a lot of them there too. There's wars everywhere. They're escaping and asking you for help. It's not them choosing to move to your country because they just want to live in the UK so bad. This is I disagree with this so much. Should there be an open door to your house? Yes. Yes. Why the fuck would I need to lock the door to my house if everyone was cooperative as a species? We incentivize cooperative behavior, and then yes. Duh. If people can work together, which we know we can, as long as we're not being purposefully put against each other by the media, then no, there's no fucking risk of why would I need to lock my door? A lot of people growing up in the 70s didn't lock their doors. I want to make people cooperative. I'm not hoping anything. You don't hope to create change. You incentivize change. And you incentivize cooperation by making it more beneficial to cooperate than not. We can now not fly the flag of our own country in front of our own homes? Bullshit. Cite me that, bad guys. What do you mean you can't fly the country of your own flag because it's disrespectful? Is it maybe an old flag? Maybe a flag with some really negative connotations? You know, like, you know, the Confederate flag, you can still fly around, but you're an asshole if you do. Our American beliefs are literally keeping your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Literally, yes. Except most Americans don't believe in that anymore, unfortunately. Marxism is theft. It's not about whether they want to or not. You make it better for them to. You incentivize the behavior by making it beneficial to do so. It's the same way that you can stop countries from going to war, by making it better for both parties to cooperate. Go look up like game theory, for example. We've tested this in so many ways. Cooperation is not like this imaginary thing that cannot exist. They suffer because then they don't do the cooperative thing and then they get, you know, shunned from the community, and so they suffer, and then maybe they come back and they cooperate. Check British. I'm not checking anything. If you want me to believe like what you're saying, you got to cite me a source. I'm like busy. We might have people not from the U.S. and are here just troll. No, you know, there's a lot. There's a lot of people that are not here from the U.S., but none of these people so far are trolls. Marxism is Steph just really disagrees with my ideology, but he's not a troll. And the rest of these people, like, I know all of them. And most of my, like, a lot of these viewers that come in and go aren't in the U.S. anyway. Yeah, don't be racist and they'll be more open to assimilation. True. Comrade Lenin, exactly right. Literally exactly right. But even more so, like, again, it's just incentivization. Just Google UK flag offensive. All right, fine. Fine. I'll have a look. Not to say that, like, by the way, not to say that sometimes, like, the left also are idiots. Commonly so, in fact. It's not like I haven't complained. This article is 3 years old from The Guardian. Why flying the Union Jack has become contentious. Following day, flags were hoisted all over government ministries, one unnamed, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Brown Twin TV Studio argued that the flag symbolized British values of liberty, sense of fairness. Blah, blah. Also, like, really quickly, I don't give a fuck about your flag anyway. I don't give a fuck about the American flag. Your flag is dumb as shit. Every flag is dumb as shit. Patriotism is stupid. Cultural protectionism is stupid. It's all dumb as fuck. Again, none of that matters. You guys are focused on, like, the things that the media is literally making you focus on instead of paying attention to the people who are actually fucking you. Patriotism, your flag, none of this, cultural protectionism, none of it means anything to anybody in reality. None of it changes anything. You are trained to have this reaction. You understand this, right? Like, this is not like, if you took a baby, raised them in a vacuum until they're 18 years old, British genes, you get the king and the queen, so fuck, you take their baby, you raise it till it's an adult in a vacuum, and you put it in England, do you think it's gonna give a fuck about patriotism? No. We're internationalists over here, not nationalists, exactly. Like, that shit kind of disgusts me. Not to say that, like, it doesn't matter. It does matter. It's actually quite important. The beliefs that you guys have are really important, the perceptions that you have. I just don't think that they're correct. And yes, facts don't matter in politics. It is all perception. We've said this a billion times. Vibe is what people live on. We live in a post-truth society. From the moment in 2016 that Donald Trump first said the words fake news, we live in a society that does not base its opinions on factual evidence or data, but on vibe. And so change the vibe. For me, our grandparents died to enjoy the freedoms. Okay, you're allowed to be proud of that, but certain cultures coming here demand we change and accommodate for them. You should change and accommodate for them. I'm sorry, but, like, I don't care about the UK's, like, culture. I don't care about American culture. I don't care about Australian culture. I don't care about Turkish culture. I care about humanity. I mean, yeah, but that kind of feels bad, Lenin. That feels like a Lenin thing to do. Or rather a Stalin thing to do. People dying for their country do matter. I just don't think that patriotism matters. Don't put words in my mouth, Marxism is Steph. This is why I banned you last time for a day. Do not put words in my mouth. I didn't say people dying for their country don't fucking matter. That really makes me mad. That's like my one pet peeve. Don't argue with a fucking shadow version of me in your head. I'm here and listen to the words I say, argue accordingly. Patriotism and your belief of your cultural, like, no, but the way you asked that was not asking a question. Really, people dying for their country don't matter? That's not a question, that's an accusation. I'm not an idiot. Pay attention. Secondly, it's your culture that doesn't matter, it's your nationality that doesn't matter, it's your ethnicity that doesn't matter, and your patriotism that doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck if the Palestinians are patriotic. I don't care. Just consume, make our companies rich. Literally, I read the whole bit from George Carlin yesterday because I couldn't show the video, but yeah, that. Being UK, I do. You're allowed to care. You're allowed to be proud. I just don't think that you're allowed to decide government, like, policy. You're not allowed to tell other people how they should feel. You can be proud, but I could be a UK citizen standing next to you and take a piss on the Union Jack, and you should legally not have any right to do anything about it. I could burn an American flag, and I should be perfectly fine doing that. You know why? Because none of that shit fucking matters. People die for their country. People die for their fucking freedoms. Yeah, none of that's, like, invalidating, guys. You both can be true. Nuance can be true. You can have a fight for freedom but then also not protection is like, why do you need the protectionist policies on the culture? If you fought for the freedom, then have the freedom to do whatever you like. Your culture doesn't matter, it's freedom that matters. Should we be kind to each other? Only because feelings make people more likely to subscribe to an ideology. I know, Lenin, like, I get it, I can't do it. I can't try and spread, like, socialist theory through nationalism, because nationalism genuinely disgusts me. They're fighting for their right to exist while, you know, being genocided. Doesn't make them, like, I don't care if they're patriots or not. Sure, okay, they're patriots for Palestine. But that's not the point. The point is they're being genocided. I don't give a fuck if they're patriots or not. They could hate Palestine. They're still being genocided. No, but that's not how it works, Bulletproof Bullet. America fought for freedom. You think we safeguarded freedom? How has our nationalism, our patriotism safeguarded freedom at all? All it has done is reduce freedom over time. This is the same in Europe, by the way. Every single one of you who fought for freedom, nationalism has reduced your freedom over time. You guys are focused on the wrong part. That's all I'm saying. It's not, like, you're not wrong. Your beliefs matter. They're valid. Some of your beliefs I very vehemently disagree with, but realistically, you're still, the main point is you're focusing your, like, attention in the wrong direction. Sentient Juice Slave, I will one day try and make a teddy bear for you. I mean, I could technically open up a merch store, because I have Streamlabs and it helps me build it, but, like, I don't have enough followers to have a merch store. I don't even get enough subs, let alone thinking people are gonna buy merch. Also, coming to this country gives them homes, safe. Yeah, okay, you should do that anyway. You know, they should not be thankful and then respect the ingrained cultures and customs. It is your right, it is your, like, ethical and moral duty as a human being to safeguard, like, other people that come to you for help when they're refugees from a war, when they have nothing else. You as a human should just naturally want to take care of them, whether or not they like your culture or not. These are the forces these arguments are up against, though. You can say, no, I understand. Bulletproof Bullet. The forces that these arguments are up against are going to win. My arguments will not win, because I am not as loud as the entirety of the media apparatus on the right. But, yes, I understand that these are the arguments. Believe me, I understand the arguments. I see them from literally every country, because you know why? The right is the same everywhere. Germany, Italy, France, America, Russia, Israel, Australia, they all have the same fucking rhetoric, the same ideas, the same conspiracy theories, the same arguments, and they're always wrong. They're all wrong, just off the bat anyway. But, like, what am I supposed to do other than counter it? I'm just not loud enough to counter it enough to make the change. Humanity matters more than traditions, culture, nations, ethnic. Humans are equal to everyone on the planet. Nothing makes you different. Literally, yes. Marxism is theft. What are you on about? They're fighting to not die. They're being genocided. What the fuck does that have to do with patriotism? You don't have to. Honestly, it feels good to be here because I can just burn through all the intrusive thoughts. Fair. But I also would like to just, like, have teddy bear available. Alright, I feel like going back to Marx today might not work out. I feel like maybe we got a bit too hyped up now to just go back to me reading. So, I'm not quite done yet, though. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we can have a look at. Have a look at the good old, Twitter and see what's trending. Oh, fuck me. This is already horrible. Okay. Well, first of all, going back to our, UFO craze that we've covered before. Alright, I'll put out a vote. You guys can vote. More Marx or not. We can look at news or we can look at Marx. Do... Vote. Peasants, vote. News. What's looking like for me right now as well. This chat is on fire. Good. To ask country for help in the that's not what they're doing. You're disrespecting them until they become extremist bad guys. Again, if you want them to integrate into your culture, be nice to them and stop being racist to them, and they'll integrate into your culture. It's just that simple. You just need to not make them feel unsafe. Okay, we've been covering the craze of people obsessed with UFOs since the goddamn UFO hearing in America, and again, every time, grainy bullshit videos that people are obsessed over, every fucking time. Oh, look, there's some hovering lights over Washington, D.C. Anything high-res? No? Yeah, it's aliens, I'm sure. Of course. It's just we can only ever see them from far away with a shitty camera. They're like Bigfoot, you know? The aliens are actually related to Bigfoot, and so... yeah. Satellites. No, probably just drones. I would say drones. More than anything. Those, like... Okay. Fuck Putin and whatever his, like, warnings or risks are. He's bluffing and can't do shit. This is what I said. Oh, no. If Elon Musk buys D&D, I'm gonna be so sad. He's already talking about making an AI fucking game company. We talked about this yesterday. Why does everything have to have AI? Why does everything have to be infused with this bullshit, like, learning algorithm? They're in a line, SpaceX satellites tend to look like that. Oh, maybe. Okay, maybe it's satellites then. Could be satellites or drones. All I'm saying is it's definitely not aliens. You know, they have to adopt that race and spit on each other instead of white guys being racist towards them, and they have to vote for Trump to deport them. Ah, of course, yes. Of course. That is how that works. Okay, what else? I really don't want to listen to these goddamn, like, mainstream media pretending that Russia is an actual threat to us. But let's hear what they have to say.
Colder in Ukraine as winter sets in, and more than 1 million homes are without power after Russia unleashed a barrage
I do need ice cream. I have ice cream in the freezer. I'm gonna have some after stream.
of missiles and drones aimed at critical energy facilities. The onslaught forced people in the capital of Kyiv to shelter in metro stations and destroyed houses near the city of Odessa in the south. At least 5 people.
Notice how all they can ever do is try and hit, like, electrical infrastructure and then whinge and threaten nukes because they literally cannot do anything on their own. They had North Korea there to help them and still could not make, like, any real military gains. They're useless. They're a fucking dead country.
Injured. Russian President Vladimir Putin says this assault was because Ukraine used American-made missiles to strike inside
Good.
Russian territory.
Good. Do it
Something
again.
President
And
Biden
again.
gave Kyiv
And
the
again.
green light to do earlier this month. Today, Putin criticized Biden for creating what he said.
Anthony, I fucking hate AI and LLMs. I hate them so much. They're built on stealing. They produce slop. They can do nothing of use. Nothing of use. Literally. Any art they create is soulless bullshit. Like, it's just all trash. Goon platoons, first shot at combat in 7 years, literally.
Are difficulties for President-elect Donald Trump's incoming administration, and he praised Donald Trump as
Of course he did.
intelligent and experienced, someone who will find solutions. Joining us now is retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Layton.
Remember yesterday when we were looking at Jackson Hinkle on Russian state media, glazing Tulsi Gabbard and Michael Flynn? Oh, by the way, Michael Flynn is literally Q from QAnon, just so you know. That's been proven. By the way, I think you were great, genuine pleasure to chat to you. Good. I'm glad I make you take a second look. And again, I don't want any of you to feel like I'm attacking you personally. I just, like, the nationalism thing really gets me. That's maybe like I grew up dealing with this and having this argument over and over again, so maybe just get just a little bit over the top with it, but that's about it.
Layton,
But
thank
thank
you so much for sharing part of your Thanksgiving with us. I first want to get your response to this accusation from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky that in these attacks on Ukrainian energy infrastructure right before winter, they used cluster munitions. How well is Kyiv equipped?
This is stupid. They're talking about bullshit again because remember, we're going to cut funding to Ukraine literally when Donald Trump becomes the president. And honestly, if we do, and if we pull out of NATO, then the UK might go to war with Russia and show the world that we could just annihilate Russia with only the UK and nobody else. Just send 6 guys in, take out the Kremlin. It's not that hard. All right. This contentious bill that I am in favor of, a lot of people are against. We'll cover that. Oh, shit. More chats. We need to stop beating around the bush with easily co-opted labels like progressive and popular. I'm literally a libertarian socialist. No fucking co-optable. They tried to co-opt libertarian, and they failed. But yeah, no, progressives are just liberals. Populist can mean left or right. I mean, again, Donald Trump ran on false economic populism and won. The left should have ran on populism, on economic populism as well. We would have won, however we didn't. Doesn't really matter, regardless. But I agree with you. We need to start defining as anti-capitalist. I have said 1 billion times, there is no such thing as a good billionaire. There's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. Not a single person on earth should ever be a billionaire unless everyone else is a billionaire. The way they are marketing it is 100% wrong, but I understand you're saying in the future, if you listen to my business concept, you would change your mind about it. Is this about the social media ban? I'm confused at where you were going with that, Anthony. Sorry, I lost track. However, oh, thank you for the tier 1 sub, by the way, Metallic Soul. I didn't see that. Much appreciated. All right, so we in Australia have officially banned social media for those under the age of 16 starting next year. Again, I really think there should be 18. Most of the fuss that's been kicked up around this has been around the idea of verification systems, of adults needing to verify their age. Now, this is nonsense bullshit that the corporate lobbies have put out to try and get to the discourse somewhere else. The only real argument against this is that there are a lot of groups that are like endangered groups, you know, groups that have a difficult time forming social groups, queer teenagers, people in abusive households that could be negatively impacted by this. And I do understand that downside, and it is a very valid downside. I just think when in comparison to the fact that, like, social media is turning every teenager into Adolf Hitler, it kind of balances that out a little bit, and we could create new social systems and structures to help these people who needed these online spaces to make friends, to have community. Again, if you're under 16, you're going to get affected by this. Go start hanging out at your library. Go outside. Go find like an event in your town and go participate in it. Talk to strangers, make friends in person. I promise you it's not as hard as it sounds. And, you know, you should. Good, call yourself a socialist. I call myself a socialist as well. The sensible way is to have safe for kids sites and enforce parents. Well, so here's the thing. This does not ban children from the internet. It bans them from social media. And the onus is not on the kids or the parents. For example, if a 15-year-old is on Facebook and they are found out, the 15-year-old is not liable, their parents are not liable, but Facebook is liable for up to $50 million as a punishment. And I love that. First off, the fact of the onus is not on families, but on the corporations to ensure that this is not only enacted, but the regulations that are put in place are followed. Excellent, excellent work. Now, yes, I do think that some idea of sensible internet reform could be possible. However, that shit's hard, Batgaz. I grew up with the internet, all right? I'm 29 years old. I was on the internet from the age of 7, and it has always been a malicious and predatory place, and it's only gotten worse over time. Growing up, I know so many people that were groomed, that were assaulted, that were harassed, that were cyberbullied, people that committed suicide. I grew up around this with the internet, with social media, and it's only gotten worse. We need to fix the systems. I'm not saying I don't like the idea of banning social media as a whole. What I would rather like is to regulate these companies and have more moderation. However, that's not going to happen. In fact, the opposite of it is going to happen, which is why this is even more important, because not only are these companies not going to regulate to make their websites safer, they're actually going to do the opposite, because you know, the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, is going to be used as a weapon by the Trump administration against social media sites. They've been talking about it for a while, and make them all function essentially the same way Twitter does, of very little moderation of right-wing, like, content, Nazi content, Christian nationalist content, very heavy moderation of left-wing content. There's a reason why I really want to get my own domain to host the stream on, and still stream it out to Twitch and YouTube, but like home base my domain, because at that point they can't fuck with me. Not America, at least. I'm not in America. They can't do that here. But you're going to see more and more and more right-wing leaning media on your timeline. I'm sure you already are. You saw that if you were on Twitter, you saw this during the election when Elon Musk boosted right-wing accounts by 1,000% and just suppressed any left-wing messaging. No worries, it's about my own business and creating something that's uniquely different to empower local communities through LLMs. Let me know in the Discord. I'm curious about your idea. Just like throw it in general or somewhere. It's already a thing, doesn't work because parents won't do it. True. People don't like the word socialist because they're biased against it. Well, people don't understand what the word socialist is, Lennon. Every single time I get someone on like Twitter being like, oh, fuck you, you're a communist. Oh, you're socialist. I ask them, define the word. They can't. Oh, look, on Kick, I'm literally being like thrown anti-Semitic slurs and I'm not even Jewish. Like this is what the internet's going to become. Here, here you go. I'll show you for educational purposes. You're going to see a lot more of jackasses like that. These jackasses. Oh, hold on, let me turn chat off. There you go. You're going to see quite a lot more of this going around because it will not be censored. It's not going to be policed. They don't care. They don't want to censor it. They don't want to police it. I'm 54, I'm coming from an era where, well, yeah, well, that's the difference is, like, you have a little bit less of an understanding of, motherfucker, I'm Mediterranean. I'm Turkish, dumbass. So, yeah, I can understand why you would have less of an understanding of how the internet works because you're 54. My parents are fucking 60 and they can barely manage to work their phone to look at the weather. Be interesting to see how tech companies handle this because they're not allowed to collect any personal info. Yeah, well, that's all built into the bill, is not collect personal info, and it's just age verification. The law was like, make sure everyone has a driver's license, you're not allowed to look at their driver's license. It's not just driver's licenses. We all need our own domains, actually. I can't access the Discord, it says invalid. Oopsie, I guess I might need to make a new link. Here. I'll do that right now. Sometimes when I, like, add the link to something else, it just erases it. I'm gonna put this in here for an hour with like 5 users real quick just because there's some trolls watching and I don't want like the Discord flooded with trolls. So there you go. If the Discord button didn't work, that one should. But like, yeah, I understand what you mean, Bulletproof Bullet. It would be genuinely interesting to see how they go about it, but again, this is necessary to get rid of all these fucking Nazis. The filthy Nazis that just need to be cleansed from the earth. Genuinely. Goodbye. Oh, there. Fix my peace of mind a little bit. So, let's see.
Dangerous and harmful.
Oh, yes, dangerous and harmful.
Social media is doing.
That's how Australia's Prime Minister describes social media.
I ban the Nazis, I don't ban the trolls. Because sometimes the trolls are just dumb and mad, and then they hear some shit, and then they learn, oh, wait, maybe I'm not, like, maybe this isn't all that stupid, and then they pay attention sometimes. Very rarely, but it does happen. I try and at least give them 1 or 2 chances. It's the ones that are outright just Nazis that I ban. That was just a metaphor. They tied tech companies' hands behind their backs and made it their problem. Good. I'm very glad about that. Fuck the tech companies. It is their problem. They should have to go out of their way to fix this problem. I want their hands tied behind their back. I want a blindfold on it, too. Fuck them.
Media for users younger than 16.
Time on it.
From next year, they'll be banned from accessing online platforms such as Instagram and Facebook, video sharing site TikTok, and X, previously known as Twitter. But a major concern is the potential privacy implications.
I think it's going to do more harm than good.
I think
Michael
this is wrong.
Desmani leads the Creating Better Digital program at the Queensland University of Technology. He says the government is taking the wrong approach.
If I find the ban list after stream, I'll leak it in the Discord.
To prove your age by handing over private documentation to a major technology company is in itself a real concern, we think. And otherwise, biometric data will have to be collected. So either...
Good. I'm okay with the social media companies struggling. In fact, I honestly would be perfectly fine if we just got rid of social media, including Twitch, entirely. I think it's a bane on human existence at this point. I think we could have done a lot of good with it. I think we went the entire wrong direction, and it is literally killing us now. So, you know, if one of them gets fined $50 million and pulls out of Australia because of it, and all of the social media companies leave, even TikTok, the Chinese one, who probably still wouldn't leave. And also, just by the way, like, isn't like the cost of fines factored into these businesses half the time anyway? $50 million is a pretty decent fine for like a young kid on social media being caught, but like $50 million is fucking nothing to Meta. So, but if they did, good, fuck them. I don't want social media anymore. I don't want any of this. I want it gone. The goddamn doom rectangle. The only part of the internet I even really think worth keeping anymore is Wikipedia. I mean, I'm being a bit hyperbolic, but I'm like, there are various other ideas here, but like, fuck, man. They're just destroying human consciousness. There are children running around screaming, your body, my choice in 4th grade. Well, I mean, yeah, that's probably what's gonna happen anyway, but we can try our best to avoid that happening, at the very least, you know. But yeah, no, that is probably what's going to happen.
Using facial recognition, for instance, which would be a problem too.
They're not.
There's been mixed reaction.
I haven't heard much about there being facial recognition required in this. It's been ID.
From parents and children.
It's not going to benefit all, but it will definitely help.
I think it's all about education. As parents, we own the devices, not the students or the children.
Social media is not for children, but as...
By the way, this isn't just applying to children. I would argue that you should go check your friends' social media, your parents. Go talk to your friends and family and say, hey, there's a lot of bad shit on social media. I think it'd be cool if we maybe like opened our own feeds and we swapped phones and we had a look and maybe had a discussion based on what we see. I think maybe that's pretty healthy. I think all of you should maybe partake in something like that. No, the law said they can't use IDs, so he's saying we need to collect biometrics. Ah, I see. Whatever. I don't care. I thought it was ID. I guess they changed it now because they were arguing with the ID stuff. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Fuck it. I don't care. They have all your biometric data. Literally everything you say and do is monitored by the government anyway. Especially in Australia. Are you kidding me? It's not even monitored just by the Australian government. It's monitored by the American government. Like, they can have my biometrics. Most of you have an Alexa in your house. Like, chill out. It's okay. They already have all of your data. They could probably clone you from, like, a piece of hair that they somehow managed to sneak into your house and steal one day because they know so much about you from your social media habits that they could just walk into your house. I would believe, so obviously I'm joking, but, like, that is not an unbelievable concept, is it? With the global, like, information surveillance apparatus, of course it's not, like, an impossible context. Impossible concept. Who cares? But, again, this isn't just about kids. Go do this with your friends and your family. Swap phones, have a look at each other's feeds, talk about it. If you have, unfortunately, like, I don't know, a family member who's stuck on the Trumper feeds, be nice to them, try and shift their way over. Honestly, if your family members are stuck on the Trumper feeds, I might, like, purposefully unfollow a couple of those pages sneakily while you're scrolling and discussing. That might not be a bad idea either, but pay attention to your friends and family and their social media use. Do you you don't, remember pre-COVID? And then remember how a bunch of doctors became anti-vax during COVID? The fucking brain poisoning that comes from social media affects literally everybody. Even the most educated people can be affected by this. So pay attention, be careful. No, I don't want to search your phone. I want you and your family members to search your phones each other. I mean, okay, that's good. That guys, if that's, like, as long as you're not, like, looking at Nazi content, that's the thing. I just want you guys to, like, trade phones with your family members. Make sure they're not looking at misinformation, Nazi content. They're not on the wrong side. And you know what? Yes, Deathblow, indoctrination in the good way. I want to indoctrinate you into humanity, not Nazism. They're trying to indoctrinate you into hatefulness, into misery, into suffering, into just letting go of any power you have in reality. I want to indoctrinate you into reality, safety, kindness, compassion, empathy. Indoctrination isn't a dirty word. It's not good or bad innately. It's a neutral word. Propaganda is not a bad word or a good word. It's a neutral word. These are tools and how you use them. Did you see that conservative account on Twitter that's posting literal Nazi AI white families saying we win? Yes, I did, in fact. There's also a lot of them, and they all do that. Notice how all the Nazis use AI, by the way? I said this a long time ago, and people were like, what the fuck are you talking about? AI as a concept is fascistic. It relies on the same basic ideals that the fascist does. That there is this unlimited force of labor that can be stolen, that can be created from stolen content to create meaningless, soulless imagery, videos, propagandistic nonsense, nothing that has any meaning, obviously. And because the fascist, at its core, innately, is an idiot and cannot create because creating art requires empathy, requires a soul, and the fascist doesn't have one. They love AI content because AI content is also slop that doesn't have a soul. It's not art. It can never be art. And that's why the Nazis love AI.
Parents, it's our responsibility to step up and support the government, but also be the ones to say, no, you don't need it.
The government says the onus will be on the platforms to demonstrate they are taking responsible steps.
The ban won't come into effect immediately. The federal government will first charge...
Yeah, because Grok is made specifically to create Nazi content. That's like all it's used for. Nobody uses Grok for literally anything else.
...an age verification system to block children using social media, and even with parental consent, those users under...
This lady looks evil. Phrenologically looks evil. Whether she is or not, I don't know, but I don't believe in phrenology, but I do believe you can spot evil. I don't know.
The age of 16 will be denied access.
Vibe. Remember? We don't live in like information era anymore. Trust your gut and your instinct. That lady's probably evil. Not that it matters, but someone asked Grok about Elon Musk. Yeah, I did see that. No, it can't be good for people, Deathblow. That's the thing. It's just the other side that's spreading all the anger. We need to not allow that because it isn't good for you. It literally rots your brain. The hateful rhetoric from the right literally rots your brain.
Australia isn't the only country trying to tighten laws to protect children. The UK restricts users younger than 13. Last year, France proposed banning those younger than 15.
I think there should be 18. Worldwide.
China issued guidelines limiting internet access on mobile phones between 10 p.m.
You know what? I was thinking the eyes, but you might be right about that bulletproof bullet.
And 6 a.m. In the US, laws differ from state to state, with minors in Ohio and Florida requiring parental consent. Australia is one of the first countries to propose age verification methods, such as biometrics and government identification, to restrict youngsters' exposure to social media platforms. Sarah Clark.
Thank God they managed to get this through. The Labour government in Australia hasn't been able to get anything through because the Greens literally will work with the Liberals every time. So In Germany, 16 years old can vote, drink, and drive. All right, as long as you're allowed to, like, you need to, I believe that you should be the age where you can vote before you go on social media. Drink, vote, join the military. I mean, some of those are 18 and some of those are 21 in America, so it doesn't really matter, but validated and authenticated based on vibes. Well, that's the thing. I hate that this is the reality that we live in, Anthony, but vibes kind of has to be all we have when everything is filled with lies. Every piece of media has bent the knee to the right. How they define social media and something these platforms... No, so they've defined them by, like, name. It's, let me find the actual law. They've defined it literally as the names of the corporations. What was it here? So platforms including TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, Reddit, X, Instagram. Give me the actual like information. Here we go. Because there was discourse about how they were defining social media, because WhatsApp isn't included in this, and WhatsApp should be included in this because WhatsApp does have the same functions as Snapchat, which is social media. So this doesn't cover all of it. You're right, Scars. They probably will be able to find some way around these things. Yeah, they're not defining exactly how they defined it, but likely there will be a way around it. Why is Kanye West? What's up? So they can just build another platform with a different name. They don't have to follow the new law. Technically, Hick and Telegram definitely should be included in that. I didn't see them in the bill. Hold on. Telegram should just be banned in general. Telegram is just like a cesspool, so for especially Nazi content. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't include things like Kik, and it doesn't include Telegram. It says likely it will include at least Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, X, and YouTube. While this this list might grow. They'll add Twitch to this. They'll add Telegram, Kik, things like that as they come up. I'm pretty sure they can just change the law and make additions to it, of course. But also, like, do you really trust the government to not be stupid? Again, never, ever, ever trust liberals. And by liberals, I don't mean the Liberal Party. I mean liberals to not fuck it up for you. And yes, Kik is like the best place to get groomed, at least for my generation. So we've been seeing a decent amount of activity around the UK with Russian planes, boats. We saw just the other day, apparently, the Chinese are trying to drag a ship's anchor that's like in the ground across some of the internet cables under the sea. They had to get stopped by like several US ships. So there's a lot of antagonism going on. Let's see what these mystery drones seen over US military bases in the UK are about. This one's probably the Russians, so. Christ, Fox News.
The U.S. Air Force says unidentified drones have been spotted over 4 joint U.S. and UK military bases in England. The mysterious drones have repeatedly appeared for over a week now. Stephanie Bennett is live in London. So, Stephanie, this is pretty disturbing. What do we know about these drones?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Julie.
It was also used for like mentally ill teenagers to congregate and encourage their own mental illnesses to get worse. At least from what I remember from seeing that shit in high school.
The details are still.
So what I mean, it's always been predatory and malicious. Omegle, another place. Thank God that's gone now.
Limited at this time. We do know that the sighting started last week on November 20th, and they have really ranged in size and style, and also the amount that we've been seeing over that last week or so. Now, a senior British official confirmed to Fox that the UK has deployed about 60 troops, including counter-drone specialists, to help determine who is behind this and to help defend the air bases amid fears its potential coordinated operation.
I don't know, stick 'em. That one. I don't know that one. Okay.
They're describing the incidents as unusual and say this is a serious
set of
circumstances. Take a look at this map. The bases are spread across England.
I just realized something. That law mentions like YouTube and like X, and it doesn't mention Rumble or Kik. Of course, they're not going to ban the fucking crypto-owned right-wing versions of these sites. My God. That better be included. I'm going to do more research on that. I'll let you guys know on Monday, next stream, exactly how detailed this social media ban is. We got visitors. I hope they're from space. They're not from space. These are the Russians.
And are all used by U.S. Air Force. Now, the drones have been seen over RAF Fairford, Lakenheath, Mildenhall, and Feltwell. For now, civilian police, supported by the UK Ministry of Defence, have launched an investigation. And so far, we're told there has been no impact to residents or infrastructure, and they have not been identified as hostile. Well, a Ministry of Defence spokesperson...
Yeah, well, that's because they're monitoring. They're UAVs. They're looking to see shit, because they're afraid. The UK has said that they will send soldiers into Ukraine if America backs out of funding Ukraine, so the Russians are fucking terrified. How about Hotel was my teenagers? Scars based. Mine was RuneScape, honestly, but you know that's because I'm a bit more of a nerd. What's funny about this is that we have the tools or device that can emit sonic range EMPs. But you know, well that's the thing. We could take these things down like this if we wanted to. We just don't. Let them see. That's the thing. The UK is throwing down. We're not afraid. Europe's not fucking afraid. I covered it yesterday. They're literally passing out booklets of like how to survive air raids, where all the bunkers are in your city. Like they are ready for war. Europe, France, Switzerland, Germany, like all of them are getting there. Germany's a bit slow and might actually flip to the Russian side. But as long as America doesn't back Russia, there's no chance that Russia has any chance of survival. Not survival, but like winning the war rather. Again, like I've said, just send 6 guys named Dave into the Kremlin. We'll get it done in an hour. probably just a threat showing the UK that they can get to their infrastructure. Sure, I mean, if the UK wanted to take that drone down well before it got anywhere near their infrastructure, they could have. Hey, fellow RS nerd. Ah, Metallic Soul, I see. You're the one that joined the Discord that has the RuneScape Discord server in common with me. Russia wants to play games, sending drones up. Yeah, well, like, play stupid games, get stupid prizes. That's really it.
Person said we take threats seriously and maintain robust measures at defense sites, but as of right now, it has not had any significant mission impact. At a Pentagon briefing, Fox's chief national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin asked whether the drones appear to be those of hobbyists or something more sinister and concerning.
Would it matter? Because if they really wanted to hide it, then they would just use hobbyist drones. Also, bad guys, true, let alone the entirety of Europe.
Again, it would be, you know, premature to draw any conclusions. We've got to see what these are. I mean, it's entirely possible that it could be hobbyists or something else. We just got to look into it. So.
Great, thanks. Love the non-answer. Every time. Every time. Oh, the right wing is whinging because they're getting bomb threats to their Trump picks, except almost all of these bomb threats are coming from the right. This is so funny. Covered a bit about this yesterday, but like legitimately, every single one of these bomb threats that we're about to see, bar maybe one, maybe, are all from the right. It's so funny. These are the people that really, really wanted Fourth Reich fascism and are really disappointed.
To bring in Republican Georgia Congressman Buddy Carter, a member of the House Budget Committee. Happy Thanksgiving. Your thoughts on this right before the holidays and at all ever in American society?
Oh, really? Really? Wait. What the fuck? One more time. Sorry, I might have skipped too far ahead here.
Many of these cabinet members are fairly young and have young families. Your thoughts on this right before the holidays and at all ever in American society?
At all ever in American society. How many bomb threats were called into, you know, polling stations in Dem-leaning counties on election day? Was it 10? Was it 20? Was it 30? Was it 40? No, it was fucking 90 in total. I think 60 for Dem-leaning counties. Most of them fake and from Russia. Remember the right-winger with the WMD going after North Carolina energy infrastructure on election day? Yeah. Ever in American society, coming from the people who literally worked their absolute asses off to create this environment. Enjoy your, fucking blowback.
First of all, Nolly, happy Thanksgiving to everyone, especially in the first congressional.
Like, literally, every single one of these people, bar maybe Lee Zeldin, or Zionists, it's the Nazis that are sending these bomb threats. Because they all wanted anti-Zionist, Nazi picks. And they got neocons that are very, very pro-Israel, and it's made them very mad. This is what happens when you turn your base into extremists, and then continue on as normal.
District of Georgia, but these threats, this is something that we should not be experiencing here in America.
Right-wing infighting makes me happy.
And it's unacceptable. And
they don't do enough of it. We infight on the left all the fucking time. I want to see some more of the right infighting. Also, like, it's very telling that when the left infights, we're just arguing with words, and when the right infights, they're sending bomb threats to each other. It's pretty telling on who's objectively the right side of history. Maybe not the people that consistently turn to violence instead of communication.
Certainly, as we're all surrounded by family on this very special day, we understand just how serious this should be taken, and it has no room whatsoever in our society, and it's just a shame that this is happening.
Look at this fucking goal.
And I feel for all of those. Many of these people, many of these appointees, I know personally, and I know their families personally, and I can tell you, it's harrowing, and it just is very unfortunate.
Is something wrong with his suit, or is this something behind it? I feel like his shoulders don't sit right. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, sadly, in recent years, especially swatting in particular, has really gone to a next level.
They're swatting each other! Oh my goodness, this is a good day. They are swatting each other instead of us. Thank the Lord.
At local mayors, prosecutors, judges, like just a really terrifying experience for a lot of people that are in public life. Andrew McCabe, the former FBI deputy director, had this to say about the...
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, bulletproof bullet. Goddamn right, that's a new trend.
This has become a very, very common aspect of life for...
You know why, though? It's because every single woman on Fox News was the same white blonde lady, but now they really want to appeal to Trump, so they're all going to make every single woman on Fox News look exactly like Melania Trump. That's so funny. I love it. And yes, the snake that eats itself, the Ouroboros, it's what's going to happen.
Anyone who is in a high-profile or even remotely controversial position, it's been going on...
Your future, Russia supporters. Enjoy that. That's what your future looks like. I'm sorry, it was too funny. It was just too funny. Dig the fucking hole.
For years.
Congressman, at the same time going on for years, but this is targeting a swath of people that are going for very specific positions in a new administration. What's your take on that?
Oh, and that's certainly something...
That was the first time I had seen that exact one. Oh my goodness.
About. But I will tell you, this is going to keep good people from going into public service. We need good people serving our country, and this is going to deter them from wanting to go in. Who wants to put their family in this kind of...
Skill issue, motherfucker. The left has been getting bomb threats and harassed by you fuckers for years, and we still put good people into politics. AOC's still around.
Situation. I know most of these people, as I said before, and I can tell you, they take their family very, very seriously, and for this to happen to them, it's very unfortunate, and it just has no place, and I don't care how you feel about a certain subject. This is not the way to express your opinion. This is not the way to get your
Okay, I think that's enough of that. off to a slightly different topic. I covered this yesterday, but since I was on YouTube and not on Twitch, many of you may not have seen it. RFK.
Health tips with future Health Secretary RFK Jr.
I'll tell you something about heroin for me. I did very, very poorly in school until I started doing narcotics. Then I went to the top of my class. Today, be diagnosed with ADHD, and I was at the bottom of my class.
So, we're gonna have a heroin addict in charge of Health and Human Services, and I am now fully sure that the entire reason that RFK, like, not only ran, but took this job is so he can sit himself at the end of the assembly line for where we press the pills of oxycodone in the FDA fucking, like, laboratory, and he can just sit there with his mouth open and just, like Pez dispensers. Just eat all of the oxy for himself. Are you fucking kidding me? That, like, again, one more time, this is, like, the most insane thing I've heard in American politics in my life. This, right here, this beats it. Nothing has topped this.
Health Secretary RFK Jr.
I'll tell you something about heroin for me. I did very, very poorly in school until I started doing narcotics. Then I went to the top of my class. Today, be diagnosed with ADHD, and I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin. I went to the top of my class.
Cat piss, you literally would think this is from The Onion, but it's not. It's not. Remember, this is the guy who, like, admitted to, like, decapitating whales and bringing bears into fucking Central Park and leaving them there, that he killed in a different state by accident. Are you really all that surprised? Oh, so RFK is allowed to help himself with narcotics and I'm not? What is the rules for this bullshit? You have to bend the knee to Donald Trump, and you have to vote for Donald Trump, and then you have to be part of his administration and decide that you will deregulate the entirety of the Food and Drug Administrations, all of them. You will erase the CDC, and when the next pandemic hits, allow millions more Americans to die. That's kind of the rules to be able to do this. It's that's the payment for unlimited opiates, apparently.
Suddenly I could sit still.
Hey, wait, now I get it. That's why they want to take out the Mexican drug cartels, is because RFK needs more supply. His tolerance to oxy's gone up too much. He needs the fentanyl from the Mexican drug cartels. That's the whole point now. The only moral usage of heroin is my moral usage. Is my heroin usage. Exactly. This is the guy in charge of all of your healthcare from now on. Enjoy.
I can read.
Learn to read with heroin.
So, enjoy that. When I found out about his wife, infidelity, scumbag... Motherfucker's a rapist, bulletproof bullet. He raped his, like, kid's nanny. Covered this a couple streams ago. OMG Sticks, I'm starting to believe that maybe this, like, woke mind virus was a real thing. It was just, like, RFK's brainworm, and it works the opposite of how they think it does. It's like the brainworm, the prions that go in, and then they make you think that the left is this, like, woke mind virus thing. But it's actually just the brainworm from RFK. You forgot to support DT for a third term. Oh, that's right. Well, technically... Anthony, isn't this already his third term? Because a lot of, everyone still says he won the 2020 election. So if he won the 2020 election, and he was serving his term from the beach house, not the White House, then theoretically this is his third administration. Oh, this is looking interesting. This was bound to happen sooner or later. We're gonna see a lot more shit like this, but also water. Oh wait, good call. Maybe the fourth and fifth until he dies. Yeah.
Also closely watching Russia's movements in the resource-rich Arctic and the Kremlin's growing cooperation.
To be fair, he'll probably be dead within a year or two. He's like. Donald Trump is not a good puppet for the bourgeoisie. He says too much shit. He has his own, like, ego. He's not easy to control. There's a reason J.D. Vance is there. I would not be surprised if, like, within the first 2-3 months of Donald Trump becoming president, he died. The brainworm is the only thing controlling him. That's why his voice is so weird. I thought they got the brainworm out, though. Maybe there's just another one. There's probably a few. I'm sure it laid some eggs in there.
China. Melting ice and rising temperatures are leading to rising tensions. Where Stephanie Ramos travels to this new frontier where U.S. Special Operations Forces reveal the perils...
Resources, pre-breakfast banana. That's why we're fucking with the Arctic. We've been fucking with the Arctic for a while now. We're also fucking with the Antarctic as well. But the Arctic specifically is not only resources, but defense. Russia could easily get fucked up from the Arctic, and also their nuclear bases are generally in the Arctic. They're up in there doing some shit as well. The Antarctic is where we're all racing for, like, resource wars, and where all the Nazis think that there's some, like, ancient civilization under the ice. I think Trump had a stroke on the day of his assassination attempt. Elaborate, please. Curious. I don't agree or disagree. I'm just, like, that's a take that I've not heard yet, and I'm curious. I thought he took the drug that kills it and then your body absorbs it. The worm? No. There's... They, like, removed it from his brain, I'm pretty sure. Or it's still there. I don't know. Who cares? Does it matter? Again, does it matter? Spreading misinformation's bad, but on the subject of RFK, the heroin addict in charge of Health and Human Services, I couldn't give a fuck if the brainworm was removed, whether he took a drug that killed it, whether it's still there. Yeah, that's what the worm wants you to believe. I don't trust it. The vibe says it's still there.
The opportunity.
Tonight, the U.S. closely monitoring growing military cooperation between Russia and China in the resource-rich Arctic. Russian and Chinese warships stepping up operations in recent weeks. And bombers from both countries seen patrolling the skies near Alaska in July for the first time. The Arctic now a new point of tensions as the U.S., Russia, and China see new opportunities in a region where rising temperatures have caused the polar ice sheet to recede, opening up new sea lanes and shipping routes. We traveled.
This was always going to happen because, as they said, this opens up much more availability for transportation and also bad faith behavior from a state to another state. For example, Alaska was mentioned. Russia keeps trying to fly shit over Alaska, trying to piss us off a little bit, or tease us a little bit. China is just there, and they'll work with us, and they'll work with Russia. If we work with them, they work with us. They're working with Russia because Russia's working with them. China just wants a piece of the pie.
To Alaska.
China owns Russia. Russia owns us. China owns Russia. Putin owns Elon Musk. Elon Musk owns Donald Trump, and then Donald Trump owns us. So it's all like a line going back to China anyway. That's why he didn't put a medical report out, even though Biden put one out after he had COVID. Explains why he's done. Well, no, I think he got PTSD. Oxpack. I don't think it was a stroke. The 39 minutes of YMCA and what was the other song? What was it? No. Ave Maria. That might be a trauma thing, might be a stroke thing. I can see either way, or it was just funny. Honestly, you didn't see when I remember the clip because it started after someone else had a medical emergency. I reckon it was a trauma thing. Someone had a medical emergency. They had to get him Ave Maria. Sorry, not Ave. They had to get the people that had the medical emergency out, and I think seeing someone like pass out or something might have triggered a little bit of a flashback to him, and then he couldn't think, and so he just was like, all right, let's do a dance party. Trauma makes more sense to me than a stroke. I mean, like, near-death experience would give anyone trauma, literally, especially if you're standing on stage and you survive by literally this because you shifted your head to look at something, because he would have died. If he hadn't moved his head, he would have got shot in the face and died. So...
Where U.S. Special Operation teams are preparing for any conflict in the region.
We're about to get on this MC-130 aircraft headed to Wales, one of the most western points in Alaska. We are with a team of Green Berets as they operate in the Arctic.
We follow them to the closest point to Russia on the American mainland.
Some of the areas where our outstations are at, less than 3 miles away from Russia. So the actions that our personnel and the operations...
Wasn't there, like, I don't know if this is true or not, but didn't they used to say that you could, from Sarah Palin's house, she could see Russia? Or was that just a joke calling her a Russian asset? I'm not sure. I mean, she was the governor of Alaska, so...
Personnel are taking on the ground there. They are going to elicit a response in some form or fashion.
This is Polar Data, a mission intended to show Russia's decision makers what the U.S. military can do in the remote areas of the Arctic.
Just being in this location, rapidly deploying, rapidly force projecting.
I agree, OMG sticks. Plus, like, the guy isn't exactly peak health, even not considering all of that anyway. Remember, prior to the campaign, he was going to criminal trial to civil trial to criminal trial to campaigning. Extreme fatigue. The man is a cocaine addict because he's a billionaire, like, TV star from New York from the 90s. Of course he's a cocaine addict. All he eats is fucking McDonald's and drinks, like, Diet Coke all day, so his diet's not great. He's obese. He doesn't exercise. He's not exactly, looking good, you know?
Is going to cause a reaction that then we can look at for future operations.
But the goal is to keep the Arctic stable and prevent the risk of miscalculation with Russia and China as they increase their operations in the region.
Just about 30 miles after here is Big Diamine Island. That is Russian territory. To the east of that is Little Diamine. That is U.S. territory.
Why do we get the little one? Fuck you, I want to trade. We'll get the big one, you get the little one. I don't care if it's on the wrong sides.
Freezes in the winter. You can literally walk to Russia, which is why this area is so critical to our national defense.
Colonel Matthew Tucker says the military...
OMG6, it's a cult. What do you...
Jen Burton 011. Whispered. Hey great streamer. Jen Burton 011. Whispered. Nice stream hey guys. Wisebot. Said. Busta in silhouette new follow, S, Red Heart Jen Burton 011 Red Heart, welcome. 197 followers, plus 19.
Hmm.